be, searching for the tree that was growing for me. We've all come here with a mission, something written on the heart to do, searching one by two through this world to find the truth, what it is you're meant to do. So we've run ourselves into the future, escaping from the past from whence we've come to be, like a bullet from a gun you can feel free, running through the course of your life. Sometimes all you gotta do is just listen true to the silent inner voice that's inside of you. Listen to just what it wants you to do. Learn to be the true and the deeper you, till you can. Say just what it is you're thinking. Keep your heart true. Keep it clear until you feel what it is that you know you can say, that you know you can be, when the stars come out to greet your heart. Don't be losing your way. Don't be choosing where to stay when you run away.
How you doing, brother?
One by one we've gotta do what we're
Fabulous.
meant to do. 'Cause it's been written on the
Song is playing, yeah? I'm not listening to it on my own.
Searching for the soul destination to be, searching for the tree that was growing for me.
Hello, Aaron,
Find
Quick Krishna.
myself
We've got the
upon
edifice here,
a
Third Eye,
mountain
George.
deep.
Welcome to the rest of you that are sitting,
Secrets
watching,
that the earth will
warming up.
want to keep.
We've got something interesting here in front of us.
Listen to the birds
Mystic
and what
Ronan has
they
got something
have to
happening that
say.
looks like a lot of fun.
Like a
That is, by the way,
needle
how you increase the oxygen
turned
content in
from
water.
the
You remove the
spirit
CO2 and
free.
basically ionize the water to
Gotta
give it
learn
life.
to sit and listen to the heart in the fight. Listen to the music that's been shining through the sunshine till you
I'm doing so with my mind,
what it is.
and I'm on a podcast at the same time.
Till
Mind
you
over water.
say how you feel. Till you know what it means when you just let it go. Let
Franklin, you're on mute, my friend. We're
Thank you,
professional.
brother. I have a habit of doing that, don't I? Speaking in a muted voice. Welcome to all of you. Hope you're having a great day. We've got the brother Ronan here with a very fascinating little. I can't wait to hear what he's up to here. Sending you all so much love and welcome to the show. Fear and love, the polarity. Oh, this is going to be a wide open blow 'em up, because this is really what it's all about. Sending you all so much love, and I'd love to introduce Ronan. We are here on the opening shift. It seems like we've got people coming at different times. People are going to be popping in as the next half hour increases, moves forward. Ronan, as you all know, I'm sure you all know, everybody is here, but for those that are yet to arrive and will be watching the recording, Ronan is the Ronan experience. He's a Ronin. He's a samurai that's basically gone rogue. This world needs a bit of rogueness because this world's far too contorted and conformed. And Ronan is a wordsmith. He's a word decoder. He also decodes ancient monuments and ancient cosmologies. And he's very shamanically inspired. His nature's voice talks to him. That's something Ronan and I share, the birds. I can listen to the birds all day long. That's why I've always got the birds here in the background, always listening to what they have to say. I'm trying to teach my son about bird language. But Ronan gets that. Sending you all so much love. I'd love to give Ronan an opportunity to introduce himself. And if you haven't seen, there was an exclusive with Ronan this week. Just take a look at the live clip, one clip back. That will be the Ronan show. And if you want to know, his channel is easily to spot. If you go into my recommended channels, you see the Ronan experience here. Check out his channel. It is super awesome. Lots of really in your face, direct. Let's get down and talk about what's going on. Without further ado, welcome, Ronan. I'd love to give you a chance to say your welcome piece, brother.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Yeah, we had a lot of fun the other day, having a nice one-on-one. Tried to cover the entire realm in a. I think we did a good job. Let's just touch on every single thing in the realm in an hour and a half. I think we were able to get it, and of course, lots was left on the table because always, Franklin. I'm sure we all can agree. It's like we leave and I go, whoa, why didn't I mention this and why didn't I mention that? Because there's so much. This realm is beautiful and complex, and it's a true honor to be here again on this lovely round table, and let's just figure out and converse with high-minded beings what this is about, especially love and fear. I mean, it's incredible. A lot of that drives us, right? That drives our behavior, our thoughts, whether it's in love or in fear. And so yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Check out, we had a beautiful show last night with the Ronan experience. Kalel Keanu of Kunami Codes went in on 47. I just named the show 47 that morning, and he comes with straight fire of gnosis and power. And so last night was incredible. And then of course the lovely Moon Feather was just sinkalicious. We were sinking, we were floating, we were flying, we were going deep diving, and it was wonderful to find what treasures we were able to come up with.
Dr. K will be here in a few minutes. He's getting ready, getting rolled on. We're an hour earlier than usual, so it's sort of like I've disturbed the rhythm of the flow a little bit by knocking back that 1 hour. I thought, well, it's a Saturday morning for you guys. For me, it's a Saturday afternoon. It should be hopefully doable. So tell us, brother, just before we get into the thick of the topic, obviously, when I think of love, I think that it comes from the same root of the word love and life. Liber means life. And liber is where B becomes liver, and liver, lifter. So life and love to me seem to come from the same word. So what he's got there is the source of life. He's got a beautiful spiral running. So tell us about what's going on there.
Well, it's called air. When you're an airbender, you can affect things. No, this is electric, and you're right. This is structuring water, so it is making it move, kind of bringing back that movement. It's got a magnetic bar in it that's spinning, so it's magnetized. So what I'll do is, I can add salt to it. I'll play around and add different things to it, and even put it in the sunlight, right? Have it so. And then I'll drink it. You know what I mean? So this is, and then there's some other stones I want to get, some sugar night, and which are really good for EMF. You'll see them on people. You can even put them on your phone. Some people put the things on their phone. It's supposed to take care of EMF, and you can even clean your water with the sugar night, and literally just drop it in. So if you're ever in a jam, you can clean your water with it. So I ordered a pound. It's coming. It was like for like $20, just raw. And so what I'll do is I'll place that near this water also, place it near my computers and stuff, and it should, cleanse it of EMF and all sorts of things. So yeah, water is life. Matter is life. Life is love. You know what I mean? It's incredible. So yeah, that's what's going on.
That's really beautiful. I normally use just a fish tank bubbler, but that looks like that looks really lovely. I want to get myself one of those. I'm like, you made me hungry, brother. The thing is, I want to do it in copper. So I got these 2 copper jugs just for, I wonder if that'll affect the magnetism. I'll have to play with it, but I don't believe the copper does affect it. I think copper gets away with it because copper's got its own sort of electrical properties as far as I know. But the proof of the pudding
Electrical
is going to
conduit.
be.
Oh yeah, copper is an electrical conduit, man. That's a beautiful thing, and I mean, people, you can wear them like wearing copper is good too. Drinking with the water, our water bottles, copper. That's why, you know, in a lot of our houses here in the states, copper pipes for water, right? Of course, what have they done over the last couple decades? Pull all that copper out and replace it with plastic PVC piping. So there's a reason why copper has been used traditionally for even in somewhat modern times of water pipage.
Yeah, that's interesting. We've got a new addition that has arrived a minute ago. It's Dr. K, Carlisle Keanu Codes. If you don't know him, go and check him out. He has got a group, the Book Club, on. If you just put in Book Club, I'm pretty sure he's going to come up. Keanu Codes, if you put those words in, he's got a amazing. A lot of information that he's sharing, as well as books, as well as all sorts of cool things. And he's obviously a teacher in his own right. He does the grimoires, amazing grimoires, which are sort of life path guidance tools, if you will, where he'll unpack your life for you, take a look at the numbers, see how it all comes together, see where you're going right, where you're going wrong, where you can improve, and give you a bit of a breakdown on why things have been the way they are. Dr. K, what a beautiful decoder as well. Obviously, a student of the occult from various different directions and a broad-minded thinker. Welcome, Dr. K. What a pleasure to have you, Kalal. What a pleasure to have both of you. Wow, what a way to start with the threesome. Welcome, brother.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Shaman. It's wonderful to see you again. Please forgive me for not being here last week. I have thoroughly enjoyed the one-on-one you did with Ronan. I completely agree with you. I feel like it was far too short, but we've got to do what we got to do sometimes. But that is a guarantee for everyone to lean on my brother Ronan so we can get more of that informational fire out of him because this is the season. I'm not going to put everybody on the spot here, but I want to say, I want to send a special birthday shout out to Money with Magic. We got some powerful birthdays and portals coming up. And I think that's a wonderful way to signify everything that you just kind of grazed over, the powerful period that we're actually in. Happy Chinese New Year. Happy Wood Dragon to everyone within the sound of my voice. And thank you for having me once again.
Yeah, Kalel, if y'all want to lean on me, I got the weight of the world on my shoulders. I just finished my reps. So I'm shrugging it off. But yeah, shout out to today we have Money with Magic, a homie. He visited us a couple weeks ago on the Ronan Experience. He's an OG, and his birthday is today. Mine is tomorrow. If anyone's interested, yeah, man. So let's go, powerful. Shout out all my Aqua crew. It's our time. Let's go. We're taking over. But don't worry, you're in good hands with the Aquas.
I was just gonna say, I was thinking it was your birthday in 3 days. I'm living in a different time zone, brother. I've been trying to keep up with the pedals of life, just keep me flowing on those pedals. I'm like on a bicycle running down a hill, and it's like your feet are moving, man. This is nothing to do. Actually, it's an uphill, and there's traffic behind me, so the feet are moving. It's uphill. But lovely, brother. So it's tomorrow. Well, I'm definitely going to be touching base with you. It's a pity we can't do a birthday exclusive. You never know. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Sending you both so much love, and blessed be to Money with Magic. I was wondering what had happened to him. I met him a while ago. I loved his energy, and he's obviously gone off, been busy, probably like the rest of us. You know, the financial world, the pressures of life, yeah, all of that nonsense. Having to keep food on the table. Is he a parent?
Oh yeah, and he's about to have a second. He's creating a second being in like any day now. So he's creating
Fantastic.
aquas. So the aquas are multiplying, and he's also been busy starting his own business. So he's been running his own business. I mean, hiring people. So he's got several. He's spinning a lot of different plates, and but he's a magician and an alchemist. He can transmute that energy. But yeah, so we have some of us, if you're busy, that's a good thing. You know what I mean? It's wonderful when people are busy because they're building. And I know the homie Money with Magic is a planner and a builder, and he's an he does things right. Like I love all these ideas, but at the end of the day, you have to apply them to action. I think this is the time of action, like this water. Stale, you don't want to be stale pond. You want to flow and do things, calculate your moves, and amplify that power on like auspicious days, which is what Kalel shares often on decoding the various days. Today is uh, an 11 day, I believe.
Yes,
Forgive me.
sir.
Yeah, I don't want to mess up his. I'm parroting Kalel's information, so you're getting it secondhand, and he's right here with us. So don't listen to me.
Today is a 11 day. That is master visionary, right? 1111 is that spiritual bridge. So what we're dealing with today is a chance to actually look at what is coming into being. Um, being as though it's Saturday. Mind you, Saturday is a day for banishing, right? It's a day for like giving thanks for what it is you actually already have. But when you juxtapose that inside the 11 energy, you're forced to look at what does not exist in the material at the same time as that which does. So it's a wonderful exercise in understanding everything you see around you versus everything that you don't see around
Yeah, what a powerful day and what a powerful week it's been since we've had that landing in to Ronan's sign of Pluto. The world has just been bubbling like that water on Ronan's desk. And that bubbling it's been powerful. Hello and welcome to all of you in the chat. I see there's a few people that have arrived. Sorry we're starting early. I hope it's all good for everybody. It's such a pleasure to have you all here. And we're going to be talking today about the polarity of love and fear. Wow, what a topic. Love and fear, the shadow of love, fear. Why we are bound by love and fear. How it is that love is that guiding light and fear are those challenges that we were meant to overcome. And I always like to think of love and fear as being one thing. I don't think of them as being separate. I think of love as being what is, what exists, life. And I think that sometimes in life, we start to suppress the life force, the love within us. And as we repress that love, it goes into our subconscious, but you can't escape the love. It will come back and it will haunt you if you don't acknowledge its existence. And when love haunts you, it haunts you with itself, its shadow. So the shadow of love, in my mind, is fear. And fear is love coming to basically kick you up the butt so that you can be forced to wake up to love. Isn't that ironic? So fear, in a sense, is a delusion in my mind. It doesn't really exist. It's just love's way of giving you a backhand and say, "Oi, you forgot me." Bang. And that backhand is not pleasant. It drives us. Fear is such a powerful emotion, like in a fight, in a ring, in a situation of like a man-to-man contest. Fear is what keeps you awake. Fear is what sharpens your senses. Fear is such a powerful thing if you can learn to use it. Not to run away from fear. Take it, grab it, embrace it, use it. Use that fear and it will sharpen you up. Anybody who's ever, had like to deal with violence or in the ring or whatever kind of fighting situation will appreciate what a powerful and wonderful thing fear can be if you can learn to like embrace it and not run from it. Sit in your fear. It will open you up to new paradigms of awareness, and it will increase your reflex action. It will increase your ability to be in the moment, because it's such a powerfully awakening force, because it's love. But the thing is that we tend to not want to face fear. We go like, "Oh no, fear. I've got wee wee in my panties. I'm going to run away with my wee wee panties and pretend that fear's not there, not looking." And when you do that, it becomes a monster. And when you run from the monster gets bigger until you turn around and face that monster. And the monster says, "Listen, mate, I'm just the love inside of you that's not being heard. Time to wake up." So that's how I like to think about fear. And so in truth, it's a total dynamic of a single unity. And I like to think of the word phi, air. So it's the air of the phi. When phi makes a mistake, does phi make mistakes? No, when we make the mistake of not recognizing phi air, we make the error of not recognizing phi, because what is phi? Phi is love, life, the force of life, liber. I think of liber as being liver.
Phi is
I've got to
pie
go and
also.
take a look at that. You guys, please, if you could jump on. I think I'm getting a delivery at this moment. Can you believe it? On a Saturday afternoon. I'll be a moment.
Yeah, that phi is also pie. I love the idea of facing your fears. It's funny, we hear some people in these type of communities like no fear and not have fear. It's like, you can say these things. Are you just ignoring your fears and avoiding your fears? The old saying of facing your fears, right? One, identifying them, right? That's part of doing the work and knowing yourself and identifying your fears, as opposed to pretending that I don't fear anything. The fear, it's only love, only, and no fear, right? I hear people, I hear you talking, and but so with the power, this is where I think Khalil really shines in the knowledge of like the comics and the superheroes and the hero journey and facing your fears. We all know like Batman, he became Batman, right? What was his biggest fear? So I'd love to hear you guys maybe mention, anything regarding, facing one's fear and coming out the other side, and that empowerment that comes along with that. Um, and fear, is, there's that German number 4, Veer, right? Veer, fear. We know, sometimes V's and F's, sometimes of these letters can be relatively interchangeable to some, to some definitions. But four is interesting, that there's a Germanic word that sounds like fear. And I love, Khalil also talked a lot of, he mentioned about being the childlike last night, what it was like being a child and getting your bumps and bruises and not even thinking about it. Like having a little bit of fear, but almost not too much fear. You know what I mean? All the shenanigans we probably all did as kids, climbing stuff, falling out of stuff, building ramps that were not up to code, if you will, and just doing all kinds of that, no fear, and having a blast. As opposed to, imagine, it's funny, I would sometimes look at like here in the US, look at the State Department travel things. If you were to look up the U.S. State Department on like traveling places and what it says, every single place is don't go there, it's dangerous. Like, how can every single, in terms of countries, every single country is too dangerous? You should not go there. So, one way is to control the herd is based on fear. The carrot or the stick, or don't go over there. There's wolves and they'll get you. So that what is it? If you fall for that, then you won't move. Again, you won't move. I think fear, if it's uncontrolled fear, what do? We freeze up. I've frozen up before. I'm like, ugh, I can't move. I've been on things like not even that high, but I'm like maybe like 8 feet high, where if I was to fall, it's like I could roll out of that, but I'm like, I can't move, and I got to kind of take a little step, right? Freezes you up. But then the opposite of that is love, and that's flow. So, yeah. You good? You got it. Who doesn't love getting packages? Even if you got them, it's like find yourself a gift.
Especially when it's a 25-kilo bag and I got to run down there to grab it.
Oh,
run back and forth to make sure my dogs aren't running out the gate while I'm checking in the other bits.
Yeah, we're getting a workout. We get a workout during the show, and we're cracking the code all at the same time. Spreading love and learning more about our fears. And yeah, what do you think, Khalil, about that? I don't know if you heard what we were saying, Frank, or what I was saying.
I was just saying sorry for stepping out, but do please carry on, you guys. I'm here with you.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Khalil.
You're killing it. You know what I'm saying? When we think about fear, it essentially only has two responses. Either we rise or we cower. And that's one reason why superheroes and the journey of the hero and, the whole idea of mythology and myth and legend is so important, because it highlights the best and the worst of us. And that doesn't mean that, best and worst are synonymous with good and bad or good and evil. That's not the way it works. Everything is inverted here. So your perspective is going to be paramount. That's why you don't ever want to have a emotional reaction. It is inevitable. You will have it. It will happen. But you need to learn from that, because it can be detrimental to you in this world. And this is why things are cyclic, right? We live in this cyclicity. So the more aware of that you become, the more synchronicities actually happen, right? When you think about children, think back. I don't care what kind of childhood you may have had, good, bad, good parents who, mom could have done this, dad could have done that, whatever. When you were a child, you had more fun. There were no responsibilities. There were things that you may have been afraid of, but you tried to face them. Logic was the last thing on your mind. You would climb anything. You didn't think about falling. And those of us who are parents, how much you have to watch your child, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. They run to danger like a magnet. So what happens? What changes that mindset? Because you have to understand, you're coming from spirit. You're coming from the afterlife already. You've already, you've labeled every single detail. But see, the thing about spirit is there's no fear, right? You're completely in your power. So coming from that, why would you come into this material world and be afraid of anything? Walk up to a baby, preferably your baby and not someone else's, please. Walk up to a baby, walk up to a small child and try to act like you're going to punch it, right? It's going to laugh at you. What does that mean? Fear has to be taught. You have to teach fear. So that's why I never ever speak to fear. I'm so attentive with how I speak, because I don't give that power away. When you realize how much power we actually co-sign and give away subtly, let alone on purpose and consciously, I promise you will become abhorrent of doing that, of speaking ill of anyone, especially yourself, because more truth is said in jest. And this is another reason why we respect and love and we gravitate towards our heroes. Some gravitate towards the villains or the anti-hero, but we gravitate towards this idea, this aspect of ourself that has to be cultivated. This whole idea of with great power comes great responsibility, like Spider-Man says. That's a very, very real statement. Unfortunately, before that can happen, typically it takes some sort of loss. And this is why you also see so many heroes losing someone. That's the catalyst to force them to become what they were always meant to be. Understanding that and seeing that for what it is, that can be a bit of a journey.
That actually opens a very interesting door into love, I think. Because, like you say, heroes are always generally driven by love. Like you say, they lost someone they loved. And it's that love that gives them the power. And funnily enough, it's like I was having a little bit of a cry this morning. I like to have a bit of a cry once in a while. If I listen to music, I cry. So I was started off the morning with System of a Down. After the sunrise, my little boy was like, come on, come on. Thunderstruck. I was like, okay, Thunderstruck. Next thing, we're sitting down and having a medley, System of a Down, Foo Fighters. Luckily, we didn't get to the Chili Peppers because we would have not left the house. Once he starts, he doesn't stop. It's like Pringles. And I had to get strict with my little boy. I was like, come now, it's like 7:15 in the morning. We've got to climb the mountain before the sun gets up and gets hot. But so I was very inspired musically this morning, especially some of the System of a Down tracks are just so beautiful. I don't know if you listen to System of a Down. If you don't, their lyrics are just off the wall, off the hook. And so I was listening to music, and that always makes me teary-eyed when I listen to music because the lyrics speak to my heart. And there seems to be, that I've noticed in my life, this connection between pain and love. Like pain, love hurts. Why does love hurt? What is this about love hurting? If you're in love with someone and you have to say goodbye to them, even if it's just a day or a week, however long it is, it's a little bit painful, like not having them around at certain moments. So love and pain are somehow interwoven into a single fabric. And when we experience emotional pain, it reveals love and beauty to us if we allow ourselves to embrace that pain. But if we allow fear of that pain to drive us from the pain, then it becomes the contradiction. And that's when we get lost. So I always see pain as being inspired, and it sort of makes me think about the Sufi journey and the Sufi journey of dancing. And I find from shamanic dance, very often I'm crying. It's like I touch some kind of deep sorrow, some kind of deep pain. And that pain somehow liberates the love that's within me. That sometimes when people do bad things to us, that we're able to experience the more divine rays of love. Why is that? What is that about? What is this connection? And what Dr. K, what Kalal was just talking about just a moment ago was triggering in me the idea of the hero's journey, the idea of losing someone, this hero going on the hero journey, which is essentially the whole story of the fool. The fool is this hero journey. He's on the journey of the hero. And obviously traveling through the archetypes, through the 22 stages of enlightenment, shall we say, of calibration towards a state of wholeness, so we can experience a totality of being. And so this hero journey has got a lot to do with the conquering of fear. I used to spend a lot of time facing my fear when I was young. I used to find it fascinating. I used to climb the mountain and I'd sit in the darkest place and I'd summon my fear where I couldn't see anything, where I know, you see, I spent enough time in the mountains in the wild as a child to know where you're going to find the snakes and the spiders. So I'd go into their den and sit with them and summon them. And then obviously you're getting scared. You can feel them all over your body. You can feel the spiders crawling all over your body, and you're like, okay, this is cool. And we've got big ones like the size of your hand, by the way. Some proper spiders, yeah. So, and scorpions, and like fun ones, the black scorpions with the big tails. And I used to sit there in my fear, and I used to embrace that fear because it used to really wind me up that I was afraid of dying. It made me do stupid things when I was young. It made me play with life and death, like do things that you just shouldn't do. Where my friends were like, you're not going to live to be 30. No ways you will live to be 30. No ways. Well, I proved you all wrong. Way over 30. And so I think that we need to give ourselves time in life to embrace our fear. We should have some kind of a practice.
And Franklin, I've dated. I know. I'll be quiet. I dated a couple scorpions before, and it was dangerous. Please.
It's only dangerous because they drain your life force. There's a lot of put out required for the Scorpio. A lot of put out, and as a man, you get drained. You drain that essential life force. But no, I basically came to the culmination. I think we need to do things that inspire our fear. I'm lucky that I lived without having a child. It's very difficult. Now that I'm a parent, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I'm too wary of my son not having a dad, which is it's funny. You think you've come to terms with fear. You've done all sorts of life-defying, death-defying stuff where you've put your life in the flick of a coin and let's roll with it. And you think you're like, I've done fear. I'm not afraid of dying. And then you have a little boy. And suddenly it's like that little boy is relying on you. Without you, who's going to look after him? His mom doesn't have the capacity to financialize and make him. So who's going to make this happen? So that mantle, like Ronan was saying, you wear that backpack on your shoulders, eh? Because you got to make it happen. You got to make the bread and butter happen. It's like a second rebirth in a sense. It's like being born again into a fresh form of fear that, like, I didn't know this fear because this isn't a selfish fear. This is a different kind of fear. The other fear was just like, yeah, I don't mind dying. Yeah. Now it's like, well, what would happen to my little boy if his dad died? How would that affect him emotionally? How would he live? I've seen children that have lost their parents. And do I want my child to live like that? No. So now I look twice when I cross the road. It's like I was taught in school. Never did it in my life. Just used to like, I'm good to go. Now I'm like, isn't it funny how we get older and we get wiser and we learn what they were telling us as kids? Is that not hilarious in a sense? Not the nonsense about history and all that rubbish, because we know they were lying, but the basic advice, the basic advice that we didn't want to take, how to live. And I think this is where we can also gain an insight into fears by being with the older generation, because they are getting ready for death. They're getting ready to leave the world. They're getting ready to tap out. And by being close to the next generation, we absorb something osmosis. I'd love to put that out to you two guys. Well, what do you think of that? Like spending time with the older generation in order to come closer to understand the meaning of life and death?
Yeah. I mean, I'll just some anecdotal things. I mean, I've spoken with, I love hearing from the elders, even if they're not, quote unquote, you know what I mean, and just regular. And I can tell you that most of them tell me just do everything. Don't have any regrets. Do the thing that you're, whatever it is, right? Do the stuff, because they're just like also reviewing their life as well, going, oh man, I didn't get a chance to do this and do that, probably based on fear. Then they come to some revelations later, and it's difficult for them to actually do things. So yeah, and then a lot of them, depends also how you live your life. They do have those existential thoughts and going, well, what happens next? And if they haven't, prepared, their life for death, it can be scary. So some are facing it fearfully based on some of that. Others are very content and harmonious and just looking forward to going home. Because this could be, man, this experience here could be you can be quite weary at the end of it if you make it for a long period of time. You know what I mean? Those stairs get a little more difficult to climb. Literally. And you're like, man, I've been here. So yeah, the preparation for the transition is, I've seen it in different I've seen the elders kind of see in different ways. You could tell again that some have been preparing for this for a long time, so they don't fear it, and you can tell others go, oh my gosh, this transition could be scary. So I've seen like multiple points of view of that, but regardless, I learned from them, the elders, 70s, 80s. It's a good time. I mean, I've had family members. My grandfather passed at 99, and this was in, I think, 98. I think in 1997. So he was actually born in a little bit in the 1800s. He made it to 99. I was like, let's go triple digits, let's go. And he passed away peacefully. But he's an old school cat, and never. I don't think he ever owned a car. Walked everywhere in London. It's where my mom's people are from, and yeah, so that was pretty incredible. And yeah, nowadays, and then my mom passed a couple years ago, and she had dementia and Alzheimer's, so she probably missed on some opportunities to kind of go gracefully and contemplate these things. So there's a couple different. Yeah, what do you do when you face death? When you're facing death, whether it's coming at you really quickly, like, oh, look out, or if it's coming at you slowly. And how do you face death? Do you face it with love, or do you face it with fear? I mean, I think all of that affects perhaps when you transition. It's the same as like a hunter who hunting kills a deer. They want to get it real, not let it know that it's getting killed, and take it out fast, because that fear right before death evidently sends a bunch of, I can't remember, you know what I mean, the cortisone stuff to all the muscles, and it a chemical to all the muscles, and evidently doesn't make the meat that great. So we're also meat. You know what I mean? We're also made of meat. So imagine transitioning in fear. Does that affect that transition? I mean, I don't really know. It doesn't even matter. I don't even know. It doesn't even matter. Um, I love Kalel was sharing a guy. He transitioned. His name's Brother Panic, which he was kind of new to me, but his ideas and philosophies and teachings were preparing for death the whole time. Preparing this, his teachings were to prepare you for death. He was a death coach, not a life coach. He was a death coach. And if you look in a lot of the mythology and even the mainstream stuff, some of these, even if you just look at pharaohs or whatever, or whoever, a lot of them had that same thought in that preparing for death, so it's interesting. I'm just rambling. I'm just throwing stuff out there to see what sticks at the wall. What do you think, Kalel?
There's so much here, you when you think about meditation, one of the core reasons, and I rarely hear people talk about this. One of the core reasons it's hard for people to meditate is because it's more powerful than lucid dreaming, because you are now consciously going to see what you really think, what you really think, right? And that's a, if for those of us who may have been in the practice for a while, it may seem nonchalant or, silly, but this is a very real thing when you're beginning to truly know yourself, because one of the first questions you're going to have to ask is, what happens when I die? What happens when I lose this person? What happens when I lose that person? Those thoughts are going to come into your mind, and you're going to be forced to entertain them, or you can run from them, right? Unfortunately, what happens is you begin to lose things. So think about the bloody murder you screamed when you were a child and a parent took away a toy, or perhaps that toy got broken or it got lost, right? That's death. That's your first sense of real death, right? Um, when you begin to understand spirituality and how it works, it doesn't matter um, your creed or your religion or where in the world you are or what you follow. When your loved ones die, they live inside of you. There's nowhere else for them to live. There's nowhere else for them to go. And based upon dogma, that can be a very, very difficult, even with quote unquote proper dogma, it can be a very difficult thing to deal with, right? Because spirit and soul has weight. Remember, not even your blood belongs to you, it is borrowed. So when we say we're all here on borrowed time, that's a very literal thing. Very early in life, I had to deal with loss. My father was a pastor and a policeman and a military man, and he died when I was 8 months old. Um, I didn't feel that loss because my grandfather stepped in and was a incredible father, right? Um, but then he died when I was 15. I had stillborn twin girls when I was 18. My mother passed when I was 19. My grandmother passed when I was 20. So being a Capricorn, you'll understand that Capricorns tend to experience death and loss very early in life. So this is a part of what I mean when I say knowing yourself is going to show you so much, because every detail in your life you chose. So when we get to the subject of fear, what are we truly talking about? Because the way your mind works, when you experience extreme trauma early on, your mind will either bury the memory or it will glamorize the memory and make you think that it was actually this when it was this. It can splinter. The mind is and the most incredible tool ever created. We have to understand ourselves to truly understand it and why we chose the trauma that we chose, because nothing is random, nothing is coincidence. So your fear is actually your own power. Why are you afraid? I used to be deathly, and I mean deathly. I had two fears growing up. I was afraid of thunderstorms and I was afraid of spiders. Franklin knows exactly what he was talking about. Mind you, my favorite superhero growing up was Spider-Man. How does that work? It doesn't make sense. Oh, well, when I realized that I was born on Wednesday and my tribe is the Kikuyu, right? Which my father couldn't tell me because he died too early. He died too early so I could find it for myself, right? And that's not the only reason he died so early. That's just one of them, because everything is multidimensional, multifaceted. It's not ever going to be just one thing unless it is love, fear, or power. Because power is what you get in the midst of the fear confronting the power. Love is trapped in the middle. Because like Franklin pointed out, and Roland also pointed out, you have to learn to deal, face, temper, and even sharpen your fear. Otherwise, you can't assume that power.
I love that. Yes. Fear is power. Power resides in fear. Power liberates us from fear. And power is the key to understanding the fear, because it's when we embrace the power, the personal power, that we can absorb that fear into ourselves. We can eat it. The way Shiva ate the poisonous lake next to Mount Kailashi. He drank the whole lake when it was poisoned, and it turned him green. And all of that poison inside of him got transmuted, and it turned into incredible power and enlightenment. We've got two new people that are with us. I just want to
real quick,
welcome.
Franklin,
Yeah, yes.
before we introduce these powerful beings, I think just as an observation in the conversation so far, I think we naturally, organically started talking about fear first, and dissecting fear a lot first, because I think that can be an obstacle to love. So I think when you have fear, can jam you up from actually loving. Fear, I mean, you can be afraid of love. You know what I mean? So like spiders and scorpions. You know, so there's spiders and scorpions out here, two-legged spiders walking around, but. I think we naturally talked about fear again, just because when you can deal with that, then you can love. I don't trust people that go straight to love without maybe doing some fear work. But anyway, just want to throw that out there. So let's, yeah.
I love that. Yes. Fear is the gateway to love, because when we fall in love, we have to face our fears. It's always bound. You've got to put yourself out there to be in a relationship with a woman if you're a man, or vice versa. A lot of vulnerability involved in love. I'd love to welcome our two other awesome guests that have arrived. I'll go with the lady first. We've got the lovely, delectable Moonfeather. She's a tarot card reader, and she uses astrology. She uses her natural born talents, her ESP, her psychic abilities. I can see her in her car. She's on the road. She's always on the go. She wasn't with us last week because she was a little bit under the weather, the family. Such a pleasure and an honor to have you here. I'm going to give you a moment to introduce yourself in a second. We've also got Jeremy here. He's a new brother that's been on here recently. I call him Jeremy the Storyteller. There's something very shamanic about this guy as well. I'm sure him and Ronan are going to hit it off like we better get them a room, basically. I'm going to get you guys a room. Just kidding, Ronan.
Did we just become best friends? I don't know. We're totally best friends
now. But yeah, he tells these beautiful stories and allegories of his life. That's very inspiring. He's also a very focused dad, which is great. You know, nothing brings you closer to love and fear than being a parent. And it's been a pleasure and an honor to get to know you, Jeremy, and to bring you on the show. You've only added wonderful, beautiful heart space intelligence to the zone. I'd love to give you both an opportunity to say your own hello. Moonfeather, if you can talk now. I don't know if your car motor is...
Peace and blessings. Do you hear me okay? Do you hear me okay, guys? Perfect. Thank you so much. Peace and blessings, guys. Oh my gosh. Thank you for such a lovely introduction, Franklin, as always. I'm extremely blessed to be here, especially going through such really tough past 2 weeks, being sick. Today was like the first really beautiful day in a long while, and we felt good. So we're out on a little bit of a road trip, getting some fresh air up north, getting some sun. And I want to introduce you really quick to my children, because now that I have the opportunity, they're not everywhere. So this is my 15-year-old, 16. He's 16 now, Josiah. He loves you guys. He always says, "Oh, Mom, I always love your energy. Everyone's energy on the show. It's so nice." And just by hearing your voices, all my kids recognize all of you already. with the voices, and they call Ronan Rick. Oh my, is that Rick? Yes, that's Rick. And they go to spot Kalal and Franklin's voice as well. And then this is Hannah right here. And then we have EJ, which is right behind me. He's the youngest. So I wanted to introduce the kids. They had a really rough 2 weeks, but they toughed it out. They're so good. They're so patient and very helpful, especially when mommy was really sick. And but yeah, I saw my boys on here, Ronan and Kalal. We had a wonderful live last night. It was honestly like the love was really a main theme that just showed up, in the whole show, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful how spirit moved through all three of us to be able to express that. Peace and blessings to you, Jeremy. Peace and blessings to everyone. Peace and blessings to everyone in the chat. I wanted to just chime in really quick, guys. I don't know how long I could stay on because I know I have to use the GPS on my phone real quick. But I did want to come in, and I love the topic as always. Love and fear. You honestly, yes, they're definitely opposite poles. I don't think one could exist without the other. Especially in my own life, in my own story. It's I think fear, there's different levels. There's different levels of fear, right? There's some that is toxic, but then you still learn lessons from it. But then there's one that really has to put fire under your ass to push you forward to really overcome many obstacles in your life, that motivates you and pushes you. There's a lot of huge things that happened to me in my life that honestly, it was like fear drove me to make those choices, and I had to, because if I didn't, it depended on my own survival and the survival of my own children. So for that, I call that like a good fear. You learn a lot of lessons through it, and then of course, love is crazy. I think I've had more better luck with fear than I have with love. But regardless, love it's an amazing, powerful force. I was talking about it with my children not so long ago. How love is like one of the most powerful forces, if not the powerful force, in this realm, in all realms. And for some reason, when I dream, like let's say if I'm with a friend or someone that's supposed to like love me in my dream, I wake up and I feel that times 10, which is wild. And then fear is very real as well in my dreams. Like, I go and I have like maybe a crazy dream with my children, and and I wake up and I have that intense feeling of that fear that I have to like really calm myself down. But I think they're both very beautiful energies, very, very beautiful energies. And it's great because you could have this conversation with anyone, and it's like everybody will like chime in. Yeah, this is, and they'll bring in their own beautiful experiences on both ends, when it comes to love and when it comes to fear. But absolutely, guys, this is a beautiful, beautiful topic, and I'm blessed to be here, guys.
Everyone, thank you for the intro, Franklin. Always a pleasure to be here. It's definitely becoming a highlight, one of the highlights of my week. And yeah, just I've got some things I think I could say about fear and love, and I'll bring those things up as the conversation continues. I will say that I think there's probably been at least 2 times. I'm thinking of one, and I had the other, but then it flew away, so it might come back. But there's been 2 times in my life where I guess you could say, I've been extremely close to like mortal fear. And those two instances were very, very interesting. So I could tell everybody those here in a bit. But I'm looking forward to the conversation, hearing what everybody has to say. So good to be here.
Thank you to both of you, to Moonfeather, and to yourself, Jeremy. Wonderful to have you with us. We've also got one more addition that has arrived to the team, Liberlam. Liberlam is a wonderful brother. He's actually very inspired to go and live in ascetic devotion. So he's setting his life up to move him towards the ascetic devotion, which is obviously, it takes a lot of love for one to want to do that. One's got to love meditation. One's got to love the practice of purification of the self, and one's got to love people and the self to want to do that, not to just want selfish things for oneself. Liberlam is a beautiful brother and a philosopher and an astrologer of note. I'd love to hear his takes on astrology when it comes to fear and love. Welcome, brother Liberlam. Welcome, Connor. I hope you're having a great day. I'd love to hear you say hello and introduce yourself, brother.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Franklin. As always, you have the most wonderful introductions. So glad to be joining you guys tonight on this panel. We have such an awesome group of people here. Thank you guys for having me.
Only an honor to have all of you here. And yeah, I mean, I love what Moonfeather was saying as well about that kind of fire under your butt fear. It's sort of what I was touching on, or getting towards touching on when I was talking about my fear of crossing the road. You know, now that I'm a father, it's a selfless. So you get selfish fear and selfless fear. I think that's what it is. I think when fear is selfish, it's not good. I think whenever there's a selfish thing going on, it's not normally very good as a generalization, general rule. Whenever there's a selfless moment happening, generally, more often than not, it's good. So, you know, violence for selfish reasons, bad idea. Violence for selfless reasons, it's a man raping a woman, give him a hiding, kick his ass. You know what I mean? So there's a time and a place for everything, I think. You know, life, joy, death. And that selfless pursuit of experiencing a totality of being is essentially just a form of love, which is very, very free. We speak about it in terms of being an unattached love, or a love that is not selfish, because we tend to use love as a currency when we're afraid. That's something I think would be a great thing to open up. Yeah, why is it that in relationships, because since we're talking about love and fear, I think romantic relationships is probably a really good place for us to start, because it's the one place where we're probably all getting our asses kicked. As a rule, generally speaking, I am touching wood. I'm very lucky at the moment. I'm not getting my ass kicked. I've found a really wonderful balance with someone, which is a very rare thing to find, a synergy of balance. She's not here at the moment. I think she's suffering from the South African power cuts. Bless her cotton socks. But yeah, the power's off. My power's off. I've got backup generators running all of this toys that I can be here with you. Backup battery systems. It's the only way we can have power doing these. It's a 4.5 hour power cut. Can you believe it? So yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky at the moment that I've got what I can call a synergy. I think that's very rare. Speak of her and she arrives. Welcome, Mexico. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a great day, and your power's obviously just turned on, I'm guessing. And so I think, like, when it comes to romantic love, that's what I've noticed in the past, you know, going back. There seems to be love and fear that is used as currency very often in relationships. And those are normally what we call, they can become toxic relationships of love, where I'm going to withhold my love because I'm afraid And now I'm only going to give you my love when you give me what I want from you. And so you get this kind of young teenage love. It's the only thing I can sort of equate it to or call it. But a lot of adults play this game. A lot of my clients, I've got to sit them down and explain to them, listen, the reason your love life is the mess is because you're afraid. And because you're afraid, you use the currency of love and you withhold love because you think that there's a finite amount of love. And because you're afraid that you're going to give more love than you get, that you're going to lose on the deal. What is this crazy fear of finite quantities with regards to an infinite principle? I'd love to put that to the panel. Why is it that we do this? What is the insanity in our minds that makes us want to use love as a currency when love is life?
You know, just on the timing of this show for one, and please keep that thought, everyone, and to respond to Franklin, I just want to point out the timing of this conversation. You know, you have like Valentine's Day coming up. You know, it's funny that this is the season. And last night, Moonfeather, we were like, "Yo, slang us some love cards." But yeah, it's just hilarious. But please, I just want to throw these in there. What was the question? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll try and remember it, but you mentioned Valentine's Day. That's very interesting. Valentine's Day used to be, what was it called? It was a pagan rite where a goat would be sacrificed on the first day. That would be, I think, the 13th. And on the 14th, the bride-to-be, potentially younger woman, would be wrapped up by the sons in this goat's skin in order to promote breedability. There we go, brother. I hope you can all see that. I couldn't really see that very well, but
Jeremy, you're on mute.
You're on mute, Jeremy.
I put it in the chat. It's called Lupercalia, I think is the term. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's a crazy practice. So Valentine's Day isn't just some new Christian saintly invention. They actually had to claim that from the pagans. So they had to replace it with Valentine's Day, which is like a watered down version of a very, well, that's quite out there. You got to wrap her up in skins. She's got to have the blood of the animal on her, and she's got to absorb that into her body. That's going to make her potent and give you all those babies. Speaking of
Moonfeather, does that sound attractive to you? If someone who was trying to court you brought you a bloody, here, my love, put this bloody thing on.
It depends which. It depends which era I was born in, right? I guess if it was like back in the day and we're living like in wilderness, yeah, that's like sexy as hell. But now, I don't think so.
That doesn't get the. Oh yeah.
We've got one more addition to the team, and of course, we're talking about shadow work. We're talking about fear being love's shadow. We can't have a discussion about the shadow of love without the shadow worker himself. This is Indy Sage. Indy Sage is a beautiful, down-to-earth brother that has tasted the shadow of life and has sweetened it by churning it and turning it into ghee and using the ghee to light his proverbial lamp so that he can go into the dark places with his lamp and shed some light upon the shadows so that we can see that they aren't what they seem to be, absorb them into ourselves. He's a shadow worker. He helps people absolve and absorb their shadows, their repressed emotions, repressed thoughts, repressed love, so that they can bring it back into a state of wholeness and holistic life. It's an honor to have you all here. Welcome, Indy Sage. If you'd say a few words, it'd be an honor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful introduction, Franklin. The shadow work that I do is very relevant with the theme today, particularly having to do with the source of the love that emanates from an individual, as many of us have heard, comes from self-love and self-forgiveness as a foundation. And so through shadow work, we can develop that self-love and that self-forgiveness. But it doesn't come so easy to a lot of folks, and it requires going through a stage of denial and fear. And we all go through that when we go through programming up until age 7, and then we try to work out our own personal issues while trying to conform to our societal norms. It's a difficult process for us all. And so through it, we come out on top in the end if we can go inside with a light into the darkness. Not everybody does that. There's actually a wonderful novel called Ivan the Terrible, I believe it was called. And it's about a judge who spent his whole life just getting off on putting people in jails, and even if they weren't really guilty of their crimes, he just liked to punish people, and he was very terrible, like his name, Ivan the Terrible, of course. And on his deathbed, he finds a resolution in his life. He realizes he had regret all of his actions. He finds compassion in his heart. He wishes he had done things better. He realizes his mistakes, and he's grateful on his deathbed to be able to make that transformation. And if anybody can make that transformation in their lifetime, it's something to be very grateful for. And it can really yield a lot of power to be able to recognize and resonate with love in the world and share your compassion with others. And it's something that once you can develop this self-mastery, even in the face of the most trying chaos and evil and obnoxiousness, one can hold their inner peace and does not have to emotionally react to others, and understands the responsibility of their behavior and their lack of responsibility to try to change the behavior of others, and the willingness to accept them for how they are. So it's a very deep process. For me, the process began after a near-death experience, and for a lot of folks it will. It's easier for us a lot of times to say, hey, I'm not the bad guy. Those guys are the bad guy, and live your life like that, and live with hate in your heart. And it takes a big jostling in your life for things to be shaken up enough to start to realize, look, I can't change those people. I've been pointing my fingers at them for a long time. What's really going on? And then we start to realize it's really in me that I'm trying to run away from when I'm pointing those fingers. So that has a lot to do with fear and a lack of self-love. And when we bring that self-love into our hearts, and we're willing to forgive ourselves for our mistakes in the past, then we can have that real radiance from our heart and emanate that beautiful energy out into the world. And they say when an individual has raised their consciousness through self-mastery, that we can influence people around us up to thousands of miles away from our field of consciousness, to raise and ascend consciousnesses around us. And I've experienced that firsthand, so I know there's real power to it. And I'm just mesmerized by Mystic Ronin's swirling water over here. Now, can you guys explain to me what's going on with that? I'm sorry, I was a little bit late.
It's a rotating rod.
Yeah.
He's got a magnetic rod that's rotating in the bottom of the water, and it's causing a swirling spiral motion, which is causing movement and breaking the water surface, which is restructuring the water, basically removing the CO2. It drops the
restructuring
acidity. It basically is removing the positively charged hydrogen ions in order to move it by a factor of 10 towards the alkaline. A factor of 10 means it will be 10 times more alkaline after he has done that than it was before. Wow. 10 times more alkaline. You can measure it with a pH tester. It's the damnedest thing. It's incredible.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we should be looking after our water. Ronan, speaking of which, you asked me about a question that I'd asked earlier.
Let's play the game. Do we remember
Currency of love.
What we're going to say?
I can remember the currency of love, the way in which we utilize love as a currency, and we use fear to inhibit the free giving of love, which should be like electricity. It should just flow. It shouldn't be metered out of a wall. It shouldn't be made out of coal. We should be Teslaing that stuff from the atmosphere. So yeah, basically why it is that in relationships we don't often freely allow love to flow. And you'll find very often, especially in the younger relationships, that people are too scared to give their love. So they withhold their love like it's some form of currency. So the question was like, why do we do this? What is it about human nature that causes us to treat love like a finite currency when it's truly something profound and infinite?
Yeah, I could say something about this. I have a personal experience with this, and it was a bit of a surprise to me. I actually closed my heart when I was about 12 years old after being heartbroken without really knowing what was going on. I kept trying to look for help, and I would ask people, like, look, I feel really hurt. I had my heart broken. I was in love. And people said, you're only 12. You don't know what love is. Just get over it. And I just kept hearing the same thing from people. And I thought I should probably just forget about it. And for decades, I had never forgotten about it in my heart. And I wanted to protect myself subconsciously. So I made it so that I would never be able to love anyone again or make a good friend or connect with people anymore in order to protect my heart from being hurt again. And I guess subconsciously it was easier for me to not know what was happening and blame other people for abandoning me and not wanting to be close to me. So it took going through an ayahuasca ceremony and some real deep reflection to realize, oh man, I've actually been the source of the issue. I've been pointing my fingers at others for, but it's only to protect myself. And so I feel like after being isolated for so long, I feel like I'm ready to love again after, my heart finally opened. And it was really a shock to me that I didn't know that I was really the one doing this to myself. So I think a lot of times if we're hurt, sometimes if we really love somebody or really infatuated with somebody and it's not reciprocated, sometimes it feels like, oh man, like this hurts so much. Do I want to go through this again? And it's not always a fully conscious process. Sometimes it's subconscious and we don't really know what's happening, but we know that we were hurt and we know that we don't want to be hurt like that again. And so it can make it hard to really be vulnerable again and reach out and let ourselves be honest about our feelings and be able to share them openly. It can be challenging. I'm so grateful to have been able to come back around to a place where I'm willing to open up my heart and love again, be willing to be hurt for the reward that it gets. It's a sacrifice.
I would love to add on to what you just said, Indy. That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that, because people need to hear that. There's a authenticity you can't really fathom until you've gone through a certain heartbreak, until you've gone through a certain amount of loss. The saying "all roads lead to Rome" was based on romance, and it was a plagiarism on the idea, the tenet that all roads lead you back to yourself. Because when you understand that we tailor our own life, and it doesn't matter what road you take when it comes to the occult. You're going to get back to the same conclusion, which is ultimately you. Why did you design yourself to be this way? It's very easy to blame other people or this situation. People don't face the void and what caused it, and understanding that it was you the whole time. So, what are you trying to address with love? What are you trying to cover with love? What are you trying to blame with love? You have to find that first. Once you find that and you can remove and do the heavy lifting on that, the unconditional, to be able to love someone unconditionally now enters the realm in a way that couldn't exist before. Because if everything is truly a reflection of you, then you can't blame anyone ever but you.
I love that. Not that we need to blame anyone, but we tend to want to do it. It's so beautiful when we have to acknowledge that we're the ones doing it, because then the whole game just stops, doesn't it? And I love that you shared such a beautiful thing, Indy, so openly. Thank you for that.
Quite welcome.
Love fundamentally hurts. When I listen to beautiful music, people see me crying. They're like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, man, the music's making me hurt." But it's such a beautiful thing. What is this bittersweet hurt? What is this bittersweet pain that inspires the heart to transcend its limitations of consciousness and embrace the wholeness of being? And I said it in the beginning of the show, and I'll repeat it again. Liber, liver, live, life, love. Live is livde, means love, by the way. And live comes from liber. Liber means alive, but it also, the B and the V's are interchangeable. So liver. A liver is a liver. Your liver, your lover. How is the liver connected to loving? See? The sign of Libra rules the liver. The liver, Libra, rules relationships between people. It is the masculine pole of Venus. Venus is expression of the scales. And so the scales are a wonderful symbol for us to contemplate here while discussing this concept of love. And obviously the scales are going to come up when we look at, the tarot. It comes up in different ways, the idea of balance. Obviously, it comes up most powerfully when we're looking at essentially the Libra sign and how that relates to the expression and reception of emotion and the way in which human relationships are all about balancing. And that sort of is a subtle sentiment here of the currency that we're talking about, where love is some kind of a currency, but it's a universal, infinite, flowing currency that we tend to put on the scales. And why is it that we put things on the scales? Because we've been taught to scale everything up and scale everything down into perspective, proportion. We've been taught to think on a scalar level. And because the scalar level of thinking is an idea of polarities born of numbers, the way in which numbers progress scaling up and scaling down in order to balance the equation of life and of numbers, in order to come out with a name, which is essentially an expression of number. Love is the key to all of this, in my perspective. It's a key to language. When we look at the ox goad of Lamet, and we start to consider what this means, the ox goad of Lamet, there's something quite interesting. We're looking at the tarot card of justice, of course, the scales. Justice, once again, human relationships, justice rules over that. So love is just. There's a lot for us to unpack here. Any of you guys want to start throwing some things at the wall with regards to these symbols and the numbers that
If
rule
I could
them?
just, thank you, Franklin. If I could just comment on something that you were just talking about. You mentioned the liver, right? By the way, when you said Libra, it just reminds me of libre in Spanish. Libre in Spanish means free or freedom. And I found out a little tidbit fact many years ago that there was a study on where do we get the feeling of butterflies? Where does that come from, right? So as they did this study, what they found out is that that feeling of butterflies, having that feeling, comes from your liver. So they say, hey, people say, hey, I got butterflies and these all because of my heart and I'm in love. They said, no, they said love actually comes from, that feeling of love actually comes from the liver. And the liver is one of the most, I think, the most interesting organs. And some people might even say that it's not an organ, that it's something else, but because it regenerates. So you could cut off a piece of your liver, it could be cut off and then it regenerates. I don't know of any other organ that really does that, but I just wanted to comment on that.
That's really beautifully put, yeah. Which is very interesting, because this liver is what cleans out the system, isn't it? It's what cleans the blood. So when we're talking about fear, like I used to transmute fear into anger when I was young. It was a very easy way to deal with fear. Transmute it, inner alchemy, change your fear into anger. And anger is something you can use, because then you don't have to be afraid. If you're too busy being angry, what are you going to be afraid of? So I used to transmute fear into anger as a kid so that I didn't have to be afraid. And obviously that drains your liver, because anger and fear, I see them as like a husband and wife. If fear is the wife, anger is the husband. And so you're dealing with this relationship, one of the two. If you're angry, it's probably because you're afraid. What happens to a dog when they get afraid? You see those teeth, snarling growls. It doesn't look very scared to me. No, trust me, it's scared. I was telling my son this about the snarling dog at the fence a little while ago. He was like, Dad, doesn't look scared. I was like, trust me, it's scared. Anger. Very often when someone's scared, they put out the face of anger. And this is also something in love relationships that is a big problem. When we get close to our insecurity, what do? We start attacking each other. We start attacking our loved one, trying to dethrone them, trying to hurt them, trying to break them down. Anger. Men. Okay. So men get angry with women when they ejaculate. Oh gosh, here we go. We're going into this topic, but we have to. It's part of the story. So when a man ejaculates, essentially, he's losing his life force. That's what he's doing.
I've got so many jokes. I've got so many jokes. Go ahead.
You throw them in, brother. So when a man ejaculates, on some level, he's aware of the fact that he's just shortened his life a little bit. Yeah, guys, I want you all to digest that for a moment. When a guy ejaculates, he's just shortening his life just a little bit, because the life force it's being wasted, shall we say? So
basically, Franklin, you're saying all women are succubi and vampires. Check. You hear that, everyone? Write that down.
Well, they have to be. Not succubi, not vampires. I think that we're going over the top here. But they have to have that quality, because they have to be able to take in, because they're so selfless. They're going to basically allow their bodies to be used as an aquarium to grow a child, right? That womb is like an aquarium. You're growing something. So, like, they can't do it on their own. They do need some injection of life force to make that possible. So the man makes the sacrifice of his life force. I mean, how much life force do you think a woman loses when she carries a child? Do you know what I mean? That's also going to shorten a woman's life. So there's a fairness to the dynamic between men and women, I think. Well, no. Let's be honest. The women get the low end of the deal, because like carrying a child and having them suck your nipples for like however many years it takes, I think that's a lot more of a sacrifice. Personally, that's what I think. I mean, I can't speak with experience, because my boy tried to suck my nipples when he was little, but it's like it was nothing going to happen. It was like, no, don't do that. So I can't imagine how women put up with that day and night, you know. So respect. But there is this thing within men that when they ejaculate, as a response later on, they can act out anger towards women. And women often don't understand why men are acting out this male aggression towards women. And it has a lot to do with that ejaculation, because there's a sense of loss of energy. The men feel weaker afterwards. They feel tired. They feel drained. Their brains aren't so sharp anymore. They feel like they want to sleep, you know? And on some level, subconsciously, he's like, you did this to me. So subconsciously, he's looking at the woman going, you did this to me. Look at the state I'm in. Look, you did this to me. Even though it was a little bit of a greedy, selfish desire in the man, let's be fair about this. Who gets to enjoy that, the woman or the man? Well, both enjoy to different degrees. But so there is this anger that's related to this. And when we look at fear, so fear is related to the kidneys as well. Now, the kidneys and the liver work together, right? Fear and anger. Because the kidneys and the liver are important to be running in balance, because the kidneys have got to generate a lot of energy for the body. And between the kidneys and the liver, they've got to actually generate the heat in the body. So this is what keeps metabolism turning over in the body. When your kidneys get weak, you get cold. When your kidneys are strong, you exuberate heat. So, like, I've always had strong kidneys, right? I know my kidneys are strong because I can sleep naked under very little covers, and I like being a little bit cool. And if I sleep under covers, I get so hot that I've got to remove all the covers because my body generates so much fire. That's kidney power. And liver is relating to the angry expression of fear, because fear tends to want to express itself. It either goes into itself and implodes, or it wants to express itself. So there's this very interesting relationship with anger as a controlling faction of fear. Anger is what controls fear. Anger is what directs fear. Anger is what channels fear. And they operate as a husband and a wife team, in my impression of it. And the kidneys are a husband and wife team in themselves, which is interesting. Yeah. So there's almost like a double. It's like he's got two wives. In fact, he's got one wife and a husband. It's a little bit of a weird relationship, the kidneys and the liver. If you really get right down to it, there's three items operating here. So I think it's a good way of getting a handle on what's going on with the heart, because the heart needs to be kept in track by the cleansing of the liver, of the blood, and the kidneys have got to generate the heat power in order for the plasma to be warm enough so that the electromagnetic pulse and field can generate life consciousness through the body. So these two, like, organs are fundamentally important, and the liver works in concert with the spleen, and the spleen involves thoughtfulness. So now we're getting to the touch of compassion. Compassion, I believe, is when the spleen, the liver, and kidneys make a beautiful triangle. They operate together in a state of harmony. And so then you get what is, I would consider, compassion. For fear is bound, pain is released, and the anger is held in check, and the love flows through. Compassion. So there's some, like, sort of physical insights, I think, into the Chinese medicinal systems of these organs and how they work. But I would definitely say that we're living in an age of competition between men and women. And to me, this is, like, probably the biggest problem. A lot of it isn't just natural. In fact, let's put on our tinfoil hats. What is this competition between men and women? How natural is it? How much of it has been planted into our heads?
Yeah, it reminds me of what's love got to do with what's love but a second. Hold on. Oh, what's love but a second-hand emotion? I hope you don't get copyrighted for that, because I know that was perfect, like just like the original. But when it comes to the prime directive, what is any of this love except to procreate? Is it mere chemicals? Is it merely, what's the difference between lust and love? Because those physical connections you mentioned, this whole body and engine that works in symbiotic, a full system, then to create, another being, and the prime directive, what is beyond? Are we taught that this is merely that love isn't a thing? It's merely prime directive to procreate and keep the species going, which all species have that, right? Do deer love? I can tell you, deer, I've seen them lose a family member and they were not happy about it. They were sad. Like other animals feel loss as well. Is that merely logical? You know, we were talking logical earlier. Is love a thing? Is love even a thing? Or is it merely keep it scientific and all emotions out of it and just go straight logic, and it's only about keeping the species going? I ask honestly, you know. And let's not take away from what Franklin said. Let's not take away from what Franklin said.
No. Anybody that has to break down love and make it sound so logical, like that it's only just to procreate, I feel, in my opinion, has never really been truly loved within themselves or without as well, because that's just wild to think, what is love? And it's only to procreate. That's wild. I think that's just a side effect is having children. Of course, you got to keep the species going, and that's very, very basic as well. Super, super basic, because remember, we choose to come into this 3D reality through a woman. It's a much more spiritual than that. The act of sex is much more spiritual. The act of love is much more spiritual. The act of just being here is much more spiritual. We can't just say that love is a superficial thing, that it's only to procreate. That's just very that's very basic minded thinking. That's wild.
Very, very true. You can't. Love has absolutely nothing to do with procreation, right? We only need to look at nature. I'm going to lose some people with that, but it is what it is. When you look at nature, we see example after example of animals who quote unquote procreate just sometimes to survive. You know, how many animals eat their own young? Right now, I'm not advocating that. I love children. You know what I'm saying? But nature is meant to be a mimicry and a mirror, as all things are. So people can copulate and create life, and love had absolutely nothing to do with it. Some people would do right by that child, and some people would say, forget about that child. This is a reality. You see what I'm saying? So love has nothing to do with it. Depending on how open and how honest a person actually is, the more you understand and know and love yourself, you will love everything, especially aspects of yourself like your children who choose to come through you but are not you, right? So there's very, very different levels to the understanding. On the surface, the idea of what love is promoted to be based on society and based on country and perspective and all of these things, as opposed to what it actually is.
It seems like there's can everybody hear me? Okay. So if you love yourself, I think there's something to that where you want to give. Okay. You don't want to just take, you want to give. I think a way of giving yourself is through having children. So there's an intent here. There's an intent with love. So I love myself, and I want to give some of myself. So I'll have a child with someone that I love, because I can give love to that child. I can give the best parts of myself to that child, opposed to an obsession with a fleeting feeling, which is like the orgasm through sex. Like if you're just if you're just having sex with someone to hit that orgasm, you're just masturbating yourself on someone else. And love doesn't really have anything to do with that. And if you take what Franklin has said about masturbation, then it's not good. And then, so there was a concept that I was told a while ago, and so imagine, there we go. Imagine the male as a knife. I would have chose a bigger one. This is the one closest to me. And then imagine this crystal as the female. Okay. So there's imagine a string in between the male and the female. And the female stays in the center, and the male goes around her like this, creating a perimeter. And then that tether between the man and the woman, that's like an agreement. And love between them is kind of all encompassing between that perimeter and that central point. And because the man is, so biologically, because the man is physically stronger, he can confront the chaos of the natural world and defend and create and defend a perimeter within which the female can do what she was designed to do. And it's like it's a symbiotic relationship. It's a balance. And the strength of that balance is I'm searching for words here. You know, the strength of the love is correlated to the strength of that balance. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So to go back to what Franklin asked is this competition that we seem to be experiencing in the world right now between men and women, is it natural? Or, you know, or is it well, so the way I see the history of humanity, it's you know, it's contraction and expansion in a wave form, right? There's the creation and the peak of civilization, and then the downfall, the destruction, and it just goes like this, right? So what I see is that right now there's a crisis between the sexes because they're not necessarily operating naturally. Okay. The women and men, women don't have to necessarily rely on men to sustain themselves. And the men, they don't have to rely on women to feel complete. They don't have to associate themselves with any sort of society. You can be this singular entity, okay? And you don't have to have a family. You don't have to love a woman. You don't have to love children. Yeah, you could just go around and bang all sorts of random women, have all sorts of random children, and you don't have to do anything for them. I mean, the same could be said for the women as well. But I think that a lot of what we're experiencing falls on the shoulders of men. And men are not the men are not acting like men. And women are extremely frustrated. and the only recourse they have is to act for themselves in the extreme. And then the men look at that and being like, oh, the women hate men. We got to go our own way. Or we got to create a YouTube channel and talk shit constantly. And by the way, I have this 3-tiered course that you can buy on how to be a man. So pay me lots of money.
Yeah, you're not in the MGTOW.
What's that?
You're not in the MGTOW. Men going their own way.
Right. Yeah. Men can go their own way now. But and then another thing is that we live in this this current era where your vices, our vices, will always be preyed upon, capitalized on, and given an outlet. And so what are vices, right? So sex, gluttony, anger, fear. All these things will be sold for you. Will be sold to you. And it's extremely easy now to indulge in all of this because of this sort of stuff. Well, that's my job. I love her. But yeah, the cell phone, right? The technology, right? And because it's so easy to give into all these vices, it's a lot harder for people to discern for themselves what's the right way to go. And it's also just fucking hard, to just fucking make a living right now. So much time and energy is put into chasing money, and there's less time to understand yourself, to go within and understand what you really need, just what you really need to love yourself, right? Overeating or overindulging in sex and all this sort of stuff, like that's been conflated with loving yourself. I'm going to do stuff for me by indulging in vice. I think the primary role of men in healthy societies is sacrifice. It's self-sacrifice. You're constantly in a state of sacrifice. Even doing things for yourself is sacrificing to an ideal. You work out, you spend the time, you sacrifice the time to work out. Why? Well, it's not because you want a fucking six-pack. It's because you want to stay strong and healthy so that you can better take care of your family. You can better take care of your society.
That's beautiful, brother. And I agree that men aren't being men. Men are a bunch of wusses these days. Sorry to most men, but I think computer games and not enough sports for boys, not enough rite of passage, and the fact that boys aren't allowed to get into fights anymore. No, like when we were kids, we were allowed to have a knuckle cuff once in a while. Okay, I got into trouble for knuckle cuffing. Apparently, you're not supposed to hospitalize the other kids. But I think a big part of okay, I'll share my 2 cents worth here, and we're going to take a step back. So in the archives of a number of universities, I have found discussions, uncomfortable discussions, where historians are looking in the archives and they're finding letters that don't add up. Letters written by the deans of the universities in the 1800s, where they're writing to the deans of other universities saying, we got to get rid of these women from the universities. Notice it doesn't add up with our picture of history, right? And so there was this, I'm being accosted by my malamutes. And there was this time, by the seams of things, and from my research, There's a lot of these photographs in the historical archives of universities with classrooms full of students that are men and women. But we were told that women were not allowed to study in the 1800s. Women were at home in the kitchen. Well, that's a lot of nonsense. It wasn't. Men have not pushed women down. Men have not put women in a place where they couldn't work and be free. The state did it. And the state did a lot more than that. So it seems it was institutionalized that women would slowly be pushed out of the universities in the 1800s, and they achieved this goal until the universities were basically men. Then the women had been pushed out of this. The women were then subjugated. They were then not allowed to vote. I believe the women used to be able to vote in the 1700s and 1800s. I think women had the same rights as men until they had their rights taken away from them by the state. The same state that invented propaganda. And just to get back to where the word propaganda comes from in the West, Edward Bernays was Sigmund Freud's cousin. Is that right? Cousin, nephew?
I think it was his
nephew.
His great nephew.
Yeah.
Great nephew. Yes, that's right. He was his great nephew. And so he was commissioned to get his great uncle, to help him and advise him in how to make women want to smoke. First, it was how to make men want to smoke, and it was culturally not okay for women to smoke. Then the adverts were out there that smoking is like the new trendy thing. It's a cool thing, but only men are allowed to do it. So women were pushed in the corner, not allowed to work, not allowed to vote, because they didn't have university degrees. They weren't allowed to be really trained. They had to stay at home, look after the kids. And men were basically put in a position of control where they were the breadwinners. They got all the money. Because they were holding the money, they got to decide, well, I'm in power, I'm in charge. And so this nucleus, the family nucleus, I think was manipulated in the 1800s. This is my take on it. And then smoking was invented, given to the men, and women were not allowed to smoke. The reason for that was very carefully orchestrated by Edward Bernays, because it had been explained to him by his cousin that if you want it to be something that will be done, you first make it exclusive to men, so that men feel they need to smoke to prove themselves to be men. And there's something quite phallic about smoking. And women were not allowed to do it. So that at a later stage, when you do allow the woman to do it, they will want to compete with the men because they weren't allowed to do it. And then at a later stage, women were allowed to work, but now they felt they had to compete with the men. At a later stage, women were inducted into the universities as well, and they were allowed to study and vote and do all of the other stuff, women's liberation. And suddenly now you've got this competition between the sexes. I don't think it's natural. I think Edward Bernays and Sigmund Freud are the reason why there is the battle between the sexes. I think it's carefully been orchestrated. I think Hollywood has programmed our minds. Hollywood has told men that you can't be men. Hollywood has programmed the idea into men's minds. Hollywood has programmed the idea into women and the media that they must wear a mask, masculine, mask, makeup, mask. Masks and makeup were worn by the men. Read Shakespeare. It was the men wearing the masks and the makeup, essentially back in time. So it's a masculine thing. So women were then taught to wear the mask of masculinity, to wield the cigarettes of masculinity. There's a lot of subconscious forces being invoked when the woman started to play with the phallus in the mouth, the way the men were. So there's been a lot of manipulation, I think, over the ages to societal forces. And you can imagine what it felt like to be a woman, not being allowed to study, not being allowed to work, not being allowed to vote. Bloody hell. They were going to resent men. And you can't blame them for resenting men, because the men were allowed to work, the men were allowed to study. So a lot of women felt hard done by being born women, which is why tomboys were so popular, because a lot of women wished they had been men. And so the words like penis envy came along, because if you had a penis, you got to do things that you didn't get to do if you didn't have a penis. That luckily this has all sort of been resolved. And I think that the reason this has been resolved is because social consciousness has reached the point where we've recognized and realized it's a farce that women get subjugated. But now men are trying to adjust to this new place. So it's like martial arts. If you're standing like this and now you have to stand like that, you're going to feel off balance because you've had to change. And so the changing of stances, cultural stances, have affected men and women in both in adverse ways. Women have become more promiscuous. So we've got the pill, we've got, abortions, the right to kill babies being like promoted. This is why shouldn't we be able to kill babies? They're in our bodies. So women's brains are being played with, men's brains are being played with. And what is happening is the diet. So, okay, if you live in a city, how much of the water, we spoke about this, didn't we, Ronan, in the Ronan show? How much progesterone is being flushed down the toilet by, in a city of 6 million, 3.4 million women, how many of them are on the pill? 2 million? So that's 2 million times 30, right? So that's 60 million times 12. That's 720 million pills every year get flushed down the toilet through the woman's body. Progesterone. 720 million pills, probably, maybe more. And next year, there's more pills being flushed down. What happened to the pills from this year? Well, they're still in the water supply. So men are being hormonally attacked. The foods, the meats, the steroids in the food, the xenoestrogens that are giving the woman uterus cancer and breast cancer, they are affecting the men's prostates. Men are getting prostate cancer. So there is a lot going on. The engineering of our food, our water supply, the additives in our water which affect us. And then, of course, Hollywood, the fact that it was promoted, promiscuity was promoted in the 80s. Marriage was like frowned upon, such a old way of living. So much cooler to just go out and live fast, die young, have a good looking corpse, all that nonsense. We all grew up with it. So I think there's been a lot of engineering. I don't know, I'd love to put that out there.
Yeah, man, I absolutely agree with you that there is an incredible amount of engineering, because the powers that be want to stay in power, and it's easier to, I think everybody knows this, I'm not saying anything new, but it's easier to control a population when they're fighting each other and they can't think and they're weak. And so, why wouldn't they promote promiscuity, which weakens you? Why wouldn't they promote the birth pill? What is it, birth control pill? Because it weakens the woman. And I know this for a fact because my wife was on the pill, and she got off of it when we were together, and within a week or so, she was telling me how much better she felt, how less discombobulated and crazy, her words, she felt. In fact, we were talking about it the other day. She brought it up. And she started thinking about seriously having children, wanting to have children with me after she got off the pill. Like the pill blocked those thoughts. Like she had this idea that she wanted children, but when she got off of it, she actually started having that emotional connection with the thought of having children with me. And you look at the advertising around birth control pills, you know, like it'll make your skin clearer. Well, who the fuck wouldn't want clear skin? You know? And yeah, the promiscuity that is, you know, that is just that we're just beat over the head with. You know, like for instance, Instagram. I use Instagram because it's good for networking. There's a lot of people in there I connect with, and I really enjoy the nature videos. But without fail, if I go on Instagram and I'm looking at the reels, right? And I'm looking at the reels and I'm scrolling through the reels, if I don't like I see a picture of an osprey swooping down and catching a fish, and if I don't like that video, and I scroll to the next one, there will be a girl. I scroll to the next one, there might be a volcano. I scroll to the next one, there will be a girl. Scroll to the next one, there will be a girl. There will be an ad. There will be a girl, a girl, a girl, a girl. Like it's weaponized to hit that little thing in your brain. That's like, oh, girl. You know, it's hard to escape. It's hard to escape. It's conditioning. It's conditioning weakness. Someone else let me know if I'm right.
Oh yeah, totally. And all that as I mentioned, it is the goal of that is to cull the herd. A lot of there's nepotism involved, you know, as well. And this is all it's not a one part thing. And Jeremy, obviously it's not organic. It's the controllers, and they are we talk all the time of knowing thyself, so you don't fall for these things. But yes, when you can create that divide, especially a gender divide, you know, you lose strength and you lose that knowledge, and then you're way easier to be taken out. I mean, these people are transhumanists from back in the 1800s, and their parents, and you know, like we mentioned, Sigmund Freud, signal. You know, they send out their signal. They use the waves. They controlled the airwaves. It controlled the message and the narrative. And to create that competition and to take love out of the picture and turn it into more transactional. And then you have some of those primal things like sex, right? You know what I mean? And it's
violence.
Yeah, and violence. It's also so it's also like, what are your intentions? Kind of like if someone takes certain substances, is it just I want to party, or are you going in there to go, I want to see this, I want to be the sacred geometry and learn the fab tapestry of this realm is about, right? There's different people might do the same drug or whatever or medicine, but would have different intentions. Same thing with you know, doing stuff in the bedroom or whatever, or wherever you do it. What's your intention there, right? Is it just bang, 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 right? So how do you get to that nowadays? Back in the day, is maybe more love, you know. Of course, you know, you live. It's weird. We do go to the gym, but back in the day, we didn't have to go to the gym. We just work out in the yard, work the land. You know,
you can still do that too. You know,
you can still do that, but yeah, now we work. You know, you sit most of the day, so you got to go to the gym to simulate that. That work, which you're not accomplishing any actual work. You're a hamster on a wheel. You're getting shredded, but you're not actually doing things. Now, why do you want to do that too? One, yeah, is to protect. It's our natural biology as males to want to like protect, right? Defend, even if at our own, you know, we could get hurt physically, but also to attract. Let's not be, you know, let's not fool ourselves. You know, you're looking for a mate. Women are actually the choosers of that mostly. And so who are they going to choose? Someone that is going to create a good prodigy based on mostly physical, and vice versa. You know, what do we see? You know, we see shape that we like, right? An hourglass shape. And of course, now they hijack that as well. Now with their, you know, they're making like robot chicks, and they're, you know, dudes looking like, I don't know if you could date a robot, you know, but that will take care of that bang, 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 I guess. Or dudes that look like chicks, right? So our, you know, in the jungle, you know, they've had some of those clips where they'll put like a silhouette of like a deer and a silhouette of other things, and the lion, you know, it just sees a silhouette of the deer. It knows what a deer looks like, so it goes hunting. And same with us. We see the shape that we like, and we're gonna go hunting like a tiger in the tall grass. I see a young gazelle going by that I like, you know. I'm a plan my, you know what I mean? But yeah, so and then of course, yeah, it's just it's a full court press to control and eventually kill humanity in this realm and everything in it. There are forces involved, obviously, for that. So to counteract that, we have to know what they're up to, and also know what what a spirit is about, what our purpose is, who are we, where are we, you know, why are we here, why do you want to have adult relations, you know, why do you want to do this, why do you want to do that, define every single thought and desire and thing that you want to do, and go why. Always ask yourself why do I want to do this. When you boil it down, right, and you can remove all that surface level stuff, and that's being a living, you know, living, breathing alchemist, you know, boiling things down, even ideas, and going what, why, who, what, you know. Of course, we have peacocks. Sometimes the males are the ones that peacock and shake their tail feathers. So, you know, you have, why do you want a nice car? You know, why do you want to wear cool guy clothes and stuff, right? It's to attract a mate, essentially, when you boil it down. But also, yeah, there are levels. You do get, if you have spirit, you fall, quote unquote, fall in love, right? So it goes beyond just physical, bang, 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 right? It goes into family, you know, herd. I love these people, blood. You know, there's a lot of important. Y'all are cool. Everyone's cool, but there's people connected with me that are blood related that aren't even as cool, but I feel generally closer to them. It's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I know choose your vibe tribe and all, but those blood ties are um there's love there too. You know, again, there's that separation. Someone mentioned left and right brain. They know that, so they want to turn it into just materialist things. I'm with this person because they can provide this for me, right? And it's unfortunate. So then who can provide the best for me? That's who I'm going to get with. As opposed to who do I vibe the best with? Who, you know, what's when you get together like that Caduceus staff or the twin flames and all that, and you go, dude, we're just complement each other and not compete. You want to complement each other, not compete with each other. And again, if you don't know yourself, you'll fall for these tactics. If you don't know yourself, these real tactics that we can all point out, if you're paying attention, won't have an effect on you. Just bounces off like water off a duck's back, you know. So, and that's that transactional. Turning that into transactional is feeding into the fear. I'll be quiet, Franklin. You know, that's also feeds the fear. You know, so
I think that's exactly what it is, and I think we've come back full circle. I'm going to want to actually. I was supposed to introduce Cosmic like 15 minutes ago, and I zoned out. So I'll just say one thing, just to bring the conversation back on track. We've done a beautiful circle. Just in summary, for those of you that are just arriving, coming back to the point of why there is this fear. Possibly what has been done, as Mexico pointed out. It's also on an internal personal level. They've made us detract from our divine feminine and go into a totally masculine way of doing things within our brain, and not really becoming empathic to ourselves. So femininity has been denied on many levels. And this way of this engineering has caused us to be afraid, because women have been basically changed by these hormones. So men don't know how to behave with women anymore. So men act like idiots. Men have been changed by the hormones that they're taking in their foods. So everybody's being messed up. And I think it's partially why there's this breakdown in communication between men and women, and why there's often a lack of open relation between men and women. But leaving it at that is a short summary of where we're at this conversation, seemingly. I'd love to introduce Cosmic. Cosmic's been here probably for like 15 minutes already. Sorry I'm late in introducing you, Cosmic. Cosmic is a wonderful brother that's been channeling a form of occult therapeutics, magic, however you want to put it into terms, a system of metaphysics and understanding the universe and our place in it and how this has all come to be. He's channeling this from the Fae. Wonderfully original work that he's doing. Fascinating work. A lot of his work is really interesting. Welcome, Cosmic. Do please introduce yourself, and thank you for honoring us and joining us in this beautiful conversation.
Hello, my name is Cosmic, and I work with the Fae, and don't really know how much else to. Sorry, I actually left the room for a second. What were we talking about? What were you last talking about there, Franklin?
Just basically how much of the fear, you see, love is used like a currency between men and women in relations. And men withhold their love currency, and so women feel like they're not getting the love that they need from men because men are insecure. And so, like what was mentioned a couple of times in various different times, Jeremy was saying how men aren't men anymore because men are too afraid to allow their feminine being to be seen, because they feel this currency of love, they're going to lose it, because there's been this reorganization of men and women on both hormonal drugs, conditioning levels, and so the love isn't flowing between men and women the way it used to.
See, I have a I guess I kind of have a unique perspective in this. I tend to be kind of more of the I tend to come from I have a more pagan kind of orientation when it comes to this. So I'm a little more open-minded when it comes to sex and promiscuity and whatnot. But I want to say this, because I think this is something I've been thinking about lately when it comes to sexuality. Because I think on one level, when it comes to sexual acts, it is definitely a sort of a loving union between a man and woman, two people. Their consciousness is sort of merging together. And then you think about something more like masturbation. It's just kind of like a one kind of way sort of energy flow, and there's no sort of return energy back, hence why it feels sort of empty and drained. But I've been also thinking about sex in the other context, about communion with nature, a sense that when you engage with your partner, engage in a certain act, you become part of the natural process of life itself. It's like, because here's what I've been thinking about when it comes to sex. So I think about just natural urges we have. It's like we have, we need to eat, we need to drink, we need to sleep, and we need to have sex. So I think, we have this, intense urge to eat because, if you eat, you're going to starve to death and you're going to die. So, oh my God, I got to eat. And if you don't drink water, you're going to get dehydrated and thirsty. So then you're going to go, you got to drink because otherwise you're going to die. If you don't sleep, you're going to be exhausted. But with sex, you're not necessarily going to die if you don't have sex. And yet we have the urge as if we're going to die. And I've been thinking about this. And this is kind of like how I've kind of gotten an insight into sort of the nature of God and why I kind of think of it in that way, is because if you think individually, if you don't have sex and procreate, you're going to survive and you're going to, I mean, there's people who've made the argument that maybe people have kids so that they can raise them when they're older, but that's not like a one-to-one certain thing. But I was thinking, but if no one has sex and procreates, the human race dies. So I've been thinking that when we have a sexual urge, it's not just our individual urge to procreate. You're feeling the collective urge of the entire human race to procreate and grow. In the same way, when if you cut a certain area in your skin, let's say you cut your hand, your brain and body send signals for the cells to reproduce so that they can cover up the wound and sort of heal the cut. And I think like in the same way, when people have that urge, it's kind of like nature saying, it's like, hey, I need more babies. Can you help me out here? So what I've seen with technology, and this is definitely something that's gone with materialism, is that we no longer have that sense of spiritual communion nature when it comes to sexuality. It purely is just about this sort of pleasure. Because I think about just in terms of consciousness, if you think about the materialist conception of consciousness, that we're all in these like isolated, selves in our brain, we're not interconnected. And this idea that sex being solely this pleasurable, non-spiritual sort of thing, I guess if you think about it in a libidinal way, kind of reinforces that materialist narrative of you just being a single, isolated individual self, not interconnected by nature, not interconnected by God. And I think that we kind of desacredize nature and kind of remove the spirit from it. Narrative-wise, I'm not saying we literally do it, but just in terms of what, normal people believe, that it's just, blind, random chaos. And that's kind of recontextualized how we sort of, how our sexuality works and how we sort of approach it. It becomes this much more this sort of just this pure, it's just this purely mechanical, pleasurable thing. But what's lacking is that interconnection, that sense where you take a male and female person, and when you're sort of holding each other and getting into that intimate space, there's a literal sense that you're actually almost becoming that person. Like your flesh is sort of merging to become one organism. And for some reason, I guess in society and the way, in the secular world, we've kind of cut off that thing. And that's why I think a lot of people, why there's so much more in terms of, in terms of how our culture approaches sex, that's why there's so much of this sense of desperation, because it's like there's this sense of communion with nature, but because we can't fulfill it, because we've been told that we're separate, we're trying to communicate with nature via our bodies, but the narratives we've taught ourselves in culture keep us constantly cut off. So it's like, it's kind of like in Buddhism, the whole idea of the hungry ghost, where they're really hungry, but they have these like, really thin necks, so they can't swallow a lot of food. It's kind of like we've taken something and sort of siphoned it. I don't know. Those are my current thoughts on the topic at hand.
I think it's very relevant, the fact that the group psyche is operating through us, and that the group psyche is being hammered into place with media, and so we're all being forced to acknowledge the pressures so much more intensely. And something Jeremy said about Instagram, I mean, I don't use Instagram. For me, it's like this: in stag ram. It says it all. In stag ram. So the stag and the ram, it's all about the masculine erection.
It is a good way to get your art out there. I will say that, though.
One way to get sexually obsessed with random women, I suppose, would be, because I've seen some of the pictures that will flash in other things, and there seems to be a lot of naked women or semi-naked women flashing around on Instagram, and it's like it's the thing. So it's quite sad. So this is like, I think men are abusing their power, women are abusing their power. They're degrading and demoralizing themselves, both men and women. So this is what's going on. The women are doing it because they're being forced to compete with AI bots, images, doctored women, Hollywood, doctored women that have got a certain look. And so all women have to have this look now, or they're not in. Very, very hard for women. A lot of bulimia, a lot of women putting themselves through a lot of stress in order to get that look that they think they have to have. Men have to have the right car, they have to make a lot of money in order to get women, or they've got to have this, or they've got to have that. There's this constant pressure on both sexes. I can completely understand and appreciate that it's fingering that group consciousness into a corner more abruptly. And so the fear seems to come to light more often. And it's such a sad thing, because it seems like so many relationships are being broken because of fear, because of insecurity. And a lot of men are extremely insecure. Now, I would say that this is because of denial of the shadow. I don't know. I'm just going to put that out there. What do you think?
Well, there's a million different reasons, and I want to be very careful about giving that power away and just saying that the powers that shouldn't be, or the government. Once you know better, you should do better, and that's period across the spectrum. So when a bird walks off his branch in the forest or a jungle, it knows all the predators that are out there. It doesn't need social media. We can't blame the social media. It's our own ignorance. You see what I mean? But you can only spread that knowledge to an immediate circle. That circle grows with any and every tool that we utilize. It's going to be used for fear. It's going to be used for love. It's going to be used for power, as everything in this realm is.
Totally, I
So,
agree
we
with
have
you.
to know what it is we're dealing with if we're going to exist in this time that we chose. I'm sorry.
I was just saying I totally agree with you. Please carry on.
I'm sorry. I think my sound cut out for a second. We have to understand what it is we're actually dealing with. As opposed to just saying they're doing this. No, no. We can give that power away very, very easily, but taking it back is empowering, as opposed to just essentially energetically masturbating. That's really what that is.
Totally. I love the way you put that. We have to take personal responsibility. This is why I'm always telling men, don't go on Instagram. and don't watch porn. Because, there are very easy ways to take charge and take control. And I think social networking has been designed to create disease. So in the same way, we can take charge of our diets. Don't eat GMO food. Don't take the pill, woman. It's a choice, right?
I'm not trying to be the defender of Instagram, or definitely not the defender of the medical association. But it's almost like, telling men or males not to go to the rest stop, on a long trip because they might be assaulted by gay men. Like Instagram isn't the problem. Self-control is the problem. You see what I'm saying? People can get. I know people who have businesses that flourish only on Instagram, only on Facebook, only on Telegram, and that's their sole means of income, and they don't have an issue with what's on Instagram because they have self-control. So we can't blame the institution for doing what the institution was put there in the first place to do, which is to fuel ignorance, fuel like Jeremy said, I believe, weakness. It's up to us to recognize it for what it actually is, and not try to twist it into, oh, it's this and it's that. No, it's trash. I use it for this, or I use it for that, or I don't use it at all. But it is how we choose to see it, and that's within any and everything. Back to this idea of love and fear and power that we're really talking about. This is the crux of what we mean here. So how you choose to see something. We all hopefully have this idea of universal truth, but how we choose to see it is going to be constantly evident because we live in the bodies that we live in.
I completely agree with a lot of what you're saying. Though, like, I'll give you an example. Facebook. I don't really use Facebook, and I think those people that just have a purpose for Instagram don't have a problem with it. But I think the problem is when they start using it as a social networking tool, just as a like, hey, let's meet people, let's say hello. I've got a lot of friends that use Instagram really well, but like you say, they've got businesses, they've got things they're promoting. They don't have time to sit and flip through this and flip through that and spend hours a day just flipping through what's going on Instagram. When they're on Instagram, it's because they're putting content out there. And when they're doing research, they're researching what content is working and why it's working. Why is my content not working? Which is a very different way of engaging with the platform. And I've noticed with Facebook, like I just can't really be bothered to engage with Facebook because most of the people that you're engaging with, a lot of them might be bots. A lot of them might not even be real people. So the recognition that we've become so disconnected, which is why I actually use Telegram, because I like to engage with people with voice notes and to have actual conversations with people from a personal perspective. Being men, it's really hard not to become sexually minded by random women. Like when I was younger, it was harder, and it's becoming easier as I'm more focused because I sort of decide, no, I don't want to look at that. I don't want to watch films with too much sex scenes in it because what's the point, right? It gets you all emotionally charged up with that energy that's not necessarily productive. In fact, I don't really want to watch too many films lately. So I'm of the opinion that social networking is a disease engine that can be used if one is really, really careful. I'm also of the opinion that a lot of these networking things actually separate us and create more divisions between people very often, unless they are a very small part of our life. If they're a very small part of our life, we're okay with them. If our Facebook is only 1 hour a day, you're going to be okay. Not an hour a day. Like for me, it's like maybe an hour a week. If that's how you're using Facebook, you're good to go. If you're using Facebook for 2 or 3 hours a day, you're going to have a problem. I think Instagram's the same. If you're using it like an hour a week, you're going to be fine with it. If you're researching and you're finding content you want to look at and you're being very specific, it's probably not going to have an adverse effect on you. But I still think that it is designed to be toxic. So there's going to be a certain amount of toxicity in it. And you know, like you say, you can't live in fear of being mind controlled, but I do think we can take charge of what we put into our minds, like Hollywood films. What films do we watch? How much? Like my son, for example, I have to be careful in what I allow him to engage with on the screen because I don't want him to become tangled up in nonsense psychologically. And I've noticed myself, if I watch the wrong content, it affects me. I have a friend who committed suicide a while ago. Rest in peace. And she had been engaging with a lot of conspiracy theory stuff through Instagram, Facebook, what have you. And she had done so much research that it literally killed her. So I think that it's very easy to get out of balance in this modern day and age because everybody's operating digitally. So I think we're living in an unprecedented time where if we're going to look at like the numbers, I would say, what percentage of people do you think have mental illnesses? Narcissism, sociopathy, some kind of a psychological condition that was probably exasperated, maybe even started on social networking. And if it didn't start on social networking, maybe social networking was the trigger that actually brought that social anxiety condition into fruition and fulfillment to make it a big situation to be challenged by. Because I remember when I was a child and we didn't have internet, it was a very different world. sociopathy, narcissism was a very small thing. Not many people were like that. People were normal. People were generally not as afraid. When we were boys and we were young men, we used to go and walk up to women and talk to them. Walk up to a group of strange women and just spark up a conversation with them. That was normal. These days, it's all dating apps. So if you were in a bar and there were men and women in the bar, unless they've arranged to meet there with online apps and stuff, they're probably not going to just walk up to a stranger and start talking to them. So I think we're living in a very different world. And I think the different world that we're living in is like really, it's a hotbed for growing mental diseases. Not that it will grow mental diseases, but I do think we need to be so super vigilant of how much of our time we allow the screen to take. Even myself, if I spend too much time on Telegram, it doesn't have a good effect on me. I'll be honest. I've got to limit my screen time. This is what I've noticed for myself. I don't know. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah. So you were. I think what's interesting about the time that we live in right now is that, okay, so if fear enslaves, what's interesting about the time that we live in right now is that we're living in this time where we enslave ourselves. So there's not hordes coming over the high plains to burn and slash our village and take all the women and children and kill all the men. That's not really happening. But we're given into this self enslavement through these different vectors which you've been touching upon, and the screen promotes fear. I think a lot of it, and this idea that I had was, is the fear of death or the fear of not being loved? Like, which one's greater? Is it the fear of death or the fear of not being loved? And I think that the fear of not, I think because I believe that love can transcend death, that the fear of not being loved is greater, and that the screen promotes the fear of not being loved, and it associates it with numbers, in that if you're not having a certain amount of engagement, you're not being loved enough.
That's a very interesting perspective.
And I wrote down this little triangle right here. I don't know if you can see it. It's hard to see, but it's love, fear, and death, and then it goes love of fear, fear of love, fear of death, death of fear, love of death, death of love. It's interesting to think about how all those correlate to each other.
Show us your picture.
Oh, let's see if I can do this. It's right there. So consider how all those work together.
I wanted to jump in for a second about this idea of the social engineering, because I feel this is such a core aspect to this discussion and how fear is kind of maybe socially hardwired. And one of the ways that I see this is in the attempt to emasculate men. So essentially, it's like we are being sold this idea that we should fear a mighty man, a man who's, not going to bend his sense of the law within, maybe his individuality, for a higher sense of good and maybe a sense of like universal good. And I guess like some of the prime culprits that I see are, I think, like communism as it has become wokeism in the West. And then we also get like kind of like I think something that Cosmic brought up is really relevant as well. Like this idea that we are selling our kind of like our sovereignty for very little. Modern day mankind is a kind of peasant class. You know, it's like we have so much abundance, and yet we sort of like sell that. It's like we I think because we have imbalance at maybe these different levels of like men being men, women being women, kind of justice being justice, and strength being strength. A lot of this being distorted, it just causes the quality of life to go down, and some of the most important things I think people become dissociated from. And it's like this. I think a beautiful example of this is these women selling their bodies or images of their bodies on OnlyFans. And I think to myself, like, there's nothing that could devalue a woman more than doing something like that, like whoring herself on the internet. Sorry to use, a little bit of a sharper tongue, but it's honestly disgusting. And it's like, what is it really? What are they reaping out of that? Just money in a peasant class, like money in a society where money is almost totally worthless. But yeah, how fear gets kind of hardwired into people. They fear not having money in the place where all they have is peasant money, and the true values that bring their life meaning. Hopefully, more of the latter and less of the former.
I like that you mentioned something fundamental about fear that hasn't really come up yet. Thanks for that, Libalam. The fear and money. The way our world has been hot-wired, the way we need money for everything, the way fortunes can change so fast, especially in a modern day and age, and how fundamental money has become to every part. If you're in London or in a big city, you need money to wee. It costs you money to use the toilet. Something to think about, If you don't have any money, you can't even use the toilet. What a thought. So that's what it's like in London. I don't know other cities, but it has long been becoming that way. You have to pay money to go into a toilet. Public toilets cost money. So this is the way of the world. And I think the fear, the financialization of the world, the way that we've over-financialized the world, and like you say, it's opened doors for women to have to, very often these are women that don't have many options. They are pretty, they are a beautiful woman, they know they're pretty, and they can use that to financialize. And it's very hard to judge a woman, because maybe if she wasn't doing that, she would be on the streets. So it's a very tricky world we live in, and I think the fear of not having money drives everybody pretty hard to be constantly like sort of trying to make money. I mean, I've been accused of being a workaholic. Okay, I love my work, so it's a little bit different. But now that I'm a father, I've got to think about my son. I've always got to make sure that everything's ticking over the way it has to. So it does cause us to be continually running after the proverbial money. And I think that the world has become very unforgiving to people who don't have money. I think that's a big part of the fear of modern society, if we're going to get right down to it, is this financialization. And it's not quite like it used to be. Another thing with the online reality, people will say things they wouldn't say in reality. A guy will sit in front of you and he'll talk nonsense and he'll be insulting towards you. Like I knew this guy on Telegram who was insulting everybody and he was running everybody down, and I used to laugh. Like he wouldn't say that if he was face to face with all these people he's running down. You know what I mean? Someone would give him a clock on the left or a right, and that would be the end of that conversation very quickly, and he'd learn his lesson with a couple of shiny globes, because that's how it is. He'd say the wrong thing to the wrong woman and her boyfriend would give him a smack, or she would give him a smack. You know what I mean? Women these days are forthright. So I think that we've learned to shield ourselves and hide behind our computers. And so we can become whatever we want to be. And so we become this false persona behind our screens, on our profiles, our whoever we want to project ourselves as to the world. And so we can be more than what we are, bigger than what we are, bigger than our life, more, you know. And then when we're in an intimate situation with another human being, we can't be that because we're just ourselves. And so the insecurities start to get enhanced. I think it causes us to repress our shadow because we don't express our shadow online, do we? We hide that thing. It's like in the closet. We're just all the nice shiny bits of ourselves. There we go. Look at me. Oh, look at me. I am shining, rocking. The shadow, it's in the closet. We don't need to look at that. But in real life, it doesn't work like that. In real life, you come out, you're all shiny, there's a shadow. What's that thing behind you? Oh, I don't know. It won't leave. So I think this is part of the condition of the fear that we're constantly wrestling with. I think in the old days, people weren't so afraid. Like, I know that people weren't that afraid. Like, I had a guy swear at me on the beach and in front of my little son. And my first instinct was like, I could hook this dude a shot. I could hook this dude a shot and put him out of his misery very quickly. But part of me is afraid because in this day and age, you hook a guy a shot, it's a big story. There's court, it costs a lot of money. It's a big court case. You can get sued. You could end up being arrested. Do you know what I mean? Your little boy's with you. What's going to happen? When I was young, if somebody was causing trouble with somebody and my dad walked up to them and like said, "Oi," and they didn't, my dad hook him. That's the end of that story. Like, I saw my dad hook a lot of people. If a bloke was like trying to be like mean towards a woman on the street or something, and my dad would kind of tell him to stop. And if he didn't, my dad would hook him. And then that would be the end of the story. He'd walk away. But these days, there's cameras everywhere. They know who you are and they can track you by your phone. Do you see what I mean? They can go to the camera, see who was there, track the phone that was close to this guy's phone. Next thing, there's somebody at your ringing your phone saying, "Will you please come to the police station? We know where you live." It's like, what do you mean? So you can't get away with anything anymore. So it's sort of,
see me, Franklin, if you ever see me wear a mask, just know I'm up to something. They made wearing a mask okay. If I'm wearing one, just know there's going to be some interesting activities going on. Please continue.
I'll tell you this situation on the beach. It really did my nut in. There's a really rich people that have a house right going onto the beach. And the property's worth about, probably worth at least about $2 million. So it's a nice house. And the family don't live there. They live all around the world. So they've got like millions of pounds property. No, I'd say the property must be worth more than 2 million. Sorry, they were selling plots for 2 million. They were cutting off 3 plots off of the property to sell for million. So the house must be worth about 10 million or 5 million at least. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just a number. My point is that the guy who came back from England, who's part of the family that owns this property, and they own other properties, they're a rich family, they must be worth hundreds of millions, was accosting a pensioner on the beach to get her to give him donations because he pays an African guy to move the seaweed 50 yards down the beach and make a big pile up at the top where there's a high pile so that the flies don't come in his home. And I was like scratching my head. This isn't right. So a lot of the pensioners, they don't have a lot of money. They've lived here for a long time. They've got their little flats or whatever. They get their pension. So I obviously came out with my boy, and he was trying to convince her, and he tried to convince her a second time, trying to collect and he was suggesting very forcefully that most people give like a donation of like, $1 or $2 or $5 or something. How much are you going to put in? Like, we're doing a service here for you, for the public. And I pointed out to her that firstly, they're not cleaning the beach, just so you know. They're just moving the seaweed from here to there. Second point, he's moving the seaweed because he doesn't want the flies to come into his home. Look at this beautiful home here. And the property is enough to build another 3 or 4 houses on the grounds. It's like really a lovely house, lovely property, old stone house. And I said, like, look at this lovely property. And I explained that the seaweed that's being piled up there is actually a public nuisance as well, because the seaweed underneath the pile will start to rot and stink. And because they're moving it up out of the way there, the high tide won't take the seaweed back out to sea. So you're actually meddling with nature. And this guy started swearing at me. He started swearing at me and calling me names and swearing. And I just said to him, look, mate, like where I come from, we don't behave like gutter trash. You see, as a 7-year-old here, you're embarrassing yourself. You're making a fool out of yourself. You're making yourself look like an idiot in front of myself and this lovely pensioner lady here. And because you're trying to money grab money from pensioners. Look how much money you've got. The guy lost his temper. He was huffing and he's puffing. He's a big guy. He must be about 6'8" or something. He thinks he's something special. And so I went and stood in front of him. Like almost my idea was, I wanted him to take a swing at me. Because like my boy needs to see, like this is not on. Like, so I stood right in front of him and I sort of tweaked him a little bit. Very cool, very calm. And pointed out that he's talking like gutter trash, behaving like gutter trash on this public beach. And he was telling me to F off. He was calling me names and stuff. And in the end, he lost his huffed up and he ran back into the house. And then I went to the other side of the beach and I saw him coming back out to accost the pensioner later. And he ended up taking money off her. It just really, this is, I think, because people spend too much time on social networking, they've forgotten how to interact with real people. They've forgotten how to engage properly. You see, he wouldn't have done that 30 years ago, because he would have known that I would have probably given him a smack. He could see in my eyes that I was like, I wasn't scared of him. Like, I was like, when he started talking nonsense, I took a step closer to him to be within range. I wanted to be in his range. I wanted him to know I'm stepping into your range. See what you're going to do about it. So he then ran off into his house behind his $1 million walls, you know, to get away, because I was just standing closer and closer to him. Because I was thinking like, damn this, someone's got to put you in your place, bro. So my idea is that men aren't allowed to be men anymore. In the old days, that guy would have just gotten a smack. But like, I'm too scared to give someone a smack because bloody hell, if you smack someone these days, what happens? It's a huge dilemma. It's a huge dilemma. That the next thing you've got social services coming to take your child away from you. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of consequences that we never had before because the legislation has become overly rich. In the old days, we had common law. You go in front of a common law judge. Did this guy hit you? Why did he hit you? Well, you were swearing at him. The common law judge would say, well, you were swearing at this guy. He hit you. What's the problem? That's how it used to be in the old days, you know. The judge would say, next time, don't hit someone. But okay, you did swear at him. You provoked him. So case out of court. So we've come into this commercial legislation age where everything is about money. So if you did hit that guy, he'd sue you. You end up paying him a lot of money, you see. So this is the problem that we're living in this financial age. In my perspective, it stops men from being able to be men. I think sometimes men need to be able to be men, and that has been taken away from men. So if a man makes a leery comment at your girlfriend, in the old days, you just smack him. End of story. I dare you talk about my girlfriend like a boom. But now, if a guy makes a leery comment about your girlfriend and you smack him, what are going to be the consequences? See what I mean? So huge financial impacts. You're going to go be in court for like about 6 months, a year. You're going to go to court every 2-3 months. You're going to have to defend yourself. And in the end, you're going to have to pay this guy a lot of money. And it's going to be on record against you. It's a big deal if you think about it. So I don't know. That's my take on fear, that we've been governed. We're not allowed to express ourselves as men, right? And sometimes men want to be visceral. That's how we are. In the old days, we were allowed to be visceral. I mean, I'm not saying that violence is a good thing or that it's the answer, but sometimes action should be taken. And we're living in an age where it's not okay to take action anymore. I don't know. I thought I'd put this out there to you guys. Well, what do you guys feel about men not being allowed to be men?
I feel like that's definitely a thing. I'm pretty sure that like right now in our society, the men who are authentic and the women who are authentic are pushed to the outskirts, and there's like a real big push for people to be false and materialistic. So, but at the same time, there's a push for men to not want what they want, and for them to pretend like they want what the women want them to want, in the sense that men who are attracted to women for their appearance they're ridiculed. It's like, all right, you need to get to know her first, or you're just a sex addict or some kind of a slam hound. Although, of course, the shame that we get for that is much more diminished than the shame women get. For a woman to be fertile or opinionated, there's derogatory terms that they don't like to be called. I personally, and it was mentioned earlier, I think by Lieberlam, that women that are flashy, that showing themselves off, are very unattractive, and maybe one could say sleazy somewhat is a word somebody might use. I personally am attracted more to women that are more sexually liberated, like strippers, women that are more open about their sexuality, and women that are very opinionated and mean. I love those kind of girls. And personally, they're taught to be ashamed of feeling that way. My mother, she's a very attractive woman. She's Scorpio. She's kind of mean. So, with the Freudian psychological aspect of like the I believe the Electra complex and the Oedipus complex, it suggested that a man is attracted to a woman that resembles his mother, and women tend to have penis envy. And the Freudian terms, I feel like those are accurate, and I feel like in psychology men are attracted to a woman that resembles his mother subconsciously. We're not really aware of this, but I think a lot of guys are attracted to a nice girl that's prudent, and she's very careful about who she gets to know and what she does with her life, and she's very conservative. To me, I'm very bored by a situation like that. I want something exciting in my life, and I want a woman that is proud of her fertility and wants to be able to be open and authentic about that. So I feel like if a man is going out and is saying, hey, it's nice to meet you, and they're being kind and authentic, and they're saying how they feel, I feel like those people are considered to be a nice guy that finishes last. And so if you're actually interested in love, you're completely disqualified in our society, I feel. Maybe you guys could come up with a different opinion on this, but I feel like only people that are able to succeed in love as far as men are the ones that are exploitative. You got your authentic men that are somewhat intimidating to women, that are fearless. They'll intimidate women. They don't resonate with anxiety so much, so they probably won't be able to work through anxiety, help a girl laugh a little more. They really probably wouldn't understand the value of trying to take the edge off of the anxiety because they don't have it. So then you got your nice guys that are just trying to be real and kind and authentic, and they're probably boring to a girl because they're not really saying what she wants to hear. They're saying what she needs to hear or what is real. And so for a guy that comes up to her and says what she wants to hear and really is not interested in love, is probably scared of love or completely disinterested in love, knows how to manipulate a woman and say things that are completely false to exploit her and get what he wants from her, and then toss her to the curb. I feel like those are the kind of men that seem to be very effective in our society with women. And I feel like that might have a lot to do with the mother's wound. There's a principle called the mother's wound, in which women are taught that they are inferior in our society and they should suffer. And this is a subconscious process, and women get born into this value system and programmed into it through childhood. And it's also brought into them genetically from their grandmother. The mother's wound is programmed into women so that they induce their own suffering and then choose a man that will make them suffer more because that's what they deserve. And they're taught that they deserve to suffer. and that anyone who would give them love and kindness is going to manipulate them, so should never be trusted. And so I feel like in our society, because of this mother's wound, it's completely disrupted the connection of the sacred union of men and women, so that we could authentically connect with each other and have trust, and have that backbone of trust for a real foundation of a true relationship that will last a lifetime or more. And so I feel like that's my perspective right now. I don't know, it might be like overly kind of a subjective take on things, my own personal opinion, but
No, I think you're kind of onto something there. I would like to kind of add to that. You kind of talk about like, people being, successful in love. I think the problem is that a lot of times when people say the word love, they don't actually mean the word love at all. Like sometimes a person may be, you're with, a girl who's like, oh, I really love you. But it's not so much that maybe you don't love that person. You just love how they make you look. Because I think one of the reasons, like, why some girls tend to go for more, bad boy types and so much nice guys, it's more so that they feel like, oh, this bad boy, he's high status, he's powerful. If I date that person, I can vicariously, associate myself with them status and raise myself up because I'm insecure about who you are. Whereas I feel with, a man or a woman who is secure with who they are, they don't need all those, bells and whistles because they already have their needs fulfilled. They don't need the girl doesn't necessarily need the hot shot dude, or a guy doesn't necessarily need the, supermodel with the big what. So when they have those sense of needs sort of fulfilled within themselves and they already have themselves figured out, then they can kind of really go for something for the actual love. But I think there's a lot of people, they just use sex and dating merely for, acquiring status. So basically building themselves up. Like a lot of these people who, because I think about like, especially like the whole pickup artist, like subculture, or maybe even like the feminine equivalent, that these people who are really just, it's like they're not even promiscuous because they just, enjoy the act of, sex just, hedonistic level. To them, it's like they can brag about how many people they've been able to seduce so that they can basically reinforce their ego. And that to me is like, that's almost even worse than like the hedonistic approach. At least like, if you're just a hedonist, at least you're enjoying it. And like, it's like, that's the one thing I never understood about the whole stats. Like, why can't they just like, enjoy love? But I guess, when you can't, when you feel like love is not an option, power becomes your second option. That's how it seems to be. When you're like, when you feel like love is impossible, you stop believing in love. People always then seem to default to power as the alternative. Like, oh, love isn't real. Like if you're like, because that's how like evil people think. If you think about people who are like, like the villains in movie, they think, oh, love is weak, love is terrible. It's all about power and strength and dominance. But it's almost like in a way we kind of forget that love is powerful in and of itself. And the other aspect of like, like the mother's womb thing you mentioned, it's like we're also, kind of telling women that like being vulnerable is a bad thing, or it makes you weak and submissive. And it's like like these feminists will tell you, oh, you like, submissive women, you like vulnerable women because you want to, control them and dominate them. I'm like, no, it's because, men feel more comfortable around a woman who's vulnerable, because then it's like, hey, I can be vulnerable too. I feel safe being vulnerable around this person. I can be more open. But, I just think I kind of went off on a bunch of different tangents there, but I think realistically that I think we really need to sort of, as a society, figure out what love really means, because we've gotten a lot of like confusing definitions of, I think there's a lot of people who use the word love for lust, and they just use those two words totally interchangeably, not even knowing they really have different definitions. So I think figuring out that distinction is important, because I think if you're really talking about the idea of control and using fear, is that when it comes to both, love and lust, or love and power, is that, I guess if you think about the narrative and the powers that be, is they blurred the lines between those two extremes, so people can't figure out. It's like they're trying to get one thing, but they're getting another thing, and they can't. It's like they can't quite get that satiation. They can't quite, get that connection. So, I think, I think distinguishing between, really realizing, seeking out love for love and not getting into the whole idea of like tricking people into, telling them you want love when it really you want power and status. All right. I think I'll stop there.
So let me chime in real quick on some of that. And as someone that has operated in the field in multiple ways, when I was in the field, a lot of that issues that with
What does
girls,
in the field mean, brother?
that means I go out and I know how to talk, baby. I know what
You like George Michael. You like to do it outside.
I like to do it outside. I'm in the field, not in the lab. My experiments are in the field. This whole plane is a field, and I'll go up and I've experimented in real time with a lot of these philosophies, consciously knowing what I'm doing. I mean, we're talking. So when you're that bad boy thing versus the nice guy thing, nice guys do finish last. I'll tell you that from my personal experiments. The reason is the issues that the women have is that they don't feel deserving of good things. So if you're a nice guy and you treat a girl nicely, she's going to be like, "What's wrong with you? I'm not. Why are you treating me nicely? I don't deserve to be treated nicely." So the bad boy comes along. "What's up, girl? Let's go. Give me your number," and that kind of thing, and treat them not so nicely. That's because that's what they feel they deserve. And not saying it's right, not saying it's wrong. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. And I don't care what anyone says. When I say I'm in the field and I've experimented with these things, I've taken it from the books to the field. I can tell you when I take the No More Mr. Nice Guy. By the way, it's a beautiful book. Read the book, No More Mr. Nice Guy. I was the nice guy, didn't do so well in my ultimate desire to have adult relations with the opposite sex. Okay, as opposed to being that bad boy spitting game, let's go, and aloof, and not paying them attention, and not texting them hardly ever, creating scarcity, not treating them poorly, but talking to them on the moment of I just tell them, you just tell them shush. You know what I mean? Just tell them you're being goofy, right? And then when you're in the adult relation, when you're doing things where the magic happens, not thinking about do they like this or that at all. Only doing what you want to do as a man. And trust me, when you hit that right, you'll never have to ask a girl to do something for you. You will not be frustrated as the nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I'm frustrated. Why doesn't she do this? But if you use some of these tactics, confidence is attractive. When you use some of these tactics, you will never be frustrated again. Nice guys are frustrated. Now, and they'll do any you don't have to ask. It'll already be done because you did what you were doing in the bedroom. Like if you were to listen to me, you couldn't tell if we were fighting or effing. You'd be like, should I call the cops? Like, no, we're good. Everyone's good. There's a little, so this is a little grown up talk. Dude, ridiculous arrogance will get you a whole lot of places. You cannot I don't care what anyone in here says. I told you I'm in the field. I've worked this. Supreme arrogance in all situations. Walk into a room and have supreme ridiculous, just ridiculous arrogance. People will pay more attention to you and take you. If you're assertive, you don't even have to be that smart. Just assertive, arrogant. There's people that are attracted to you. And I know there's women probably listening going, not me, not all women. When you know the code, you can use the code to your advantage. and you can use the code for other things. I'm just want to throw that out there.
Actually, I kind of wanted to add to that because I think, you know, kind of just going through my years of experience, you know, I think when it comes why the nice guy approach generally doesn't work when it comes to dating is because it's unnatural. You know, I think when you really want to present yourself to the opposite sex of the person, you want to really be yourself. And what being a nice guy is essentially is you're kind of creating this kind of, you know, unoffensive kind of milquetoast. You're not really being yourself. You're creating this sort of blander, less offensive version of who you are because you think that's what, you know, you need to be attractive to be this person rather than actually being yourself. And then, you know, the person is like, you know, because if you think of the other thing about being nice, about niceness too, is niceness doesn't imply kindness. Sometimes people are nice not because, you know, they have genuine respect for each other. They're just nice because they don't want to get in conflict, or they're afraid of getting beat up. So they're just nice to people out of fear. So really, I think the real approach is learning to get confident in your own natural sense of who you are. And I think the problem is when a lot of people who are awkward and maybe not so good is because they feel like they have to put on this fake performance. They feel like they have to go through this sort of unnatural sense of like hoops and ladders to, you know, present themselves to society. And when you do that, you're awkward. You don't feel comfortable. You don't feel confident in who you are. And then the other person can sense that through your body language. So really, like when they say be yourself, it's like, you know, that's really the strategy. I mean, you could be fake and just sort of like, you know, get some, get some whatever, some club, you know, stank or whatever. But then if you have to use narcissism and that arrogance to attract someone, then that just kind of spells to me that you're basically just attracting the opposite sex version of that same energy. So, you know, I guess if you really just think about this, it's like, you know, love is really the way to go. You know, it's like lust is like, you know, it's like a kind of food you can eat, but it never actually like, you know, fills up your hunger. But it's you know, I think what it is lust is the dessert of life. You can't, like, ice cream is good, you know, to have like a little bowl, maybe a couple scoops every once in a while, but you always want to make sure you got that, like, that good healthy meal first. That you make sure you've eaten that healthy meal first. And that healthy meal, that's love. And once you've been satiated with that, you can have a little bit of the extra stuff. But if you just eat ice cream all the time, you're going to get sick. You're going to get fat. You're going to get all kinds. You're going to get diabetes. You're going to get all, you know, sick and stuff. So, yeah, I think, man, I just kind of like,
I'm going to tell you,
sometimes I don't remember where I started my own thread, but yeah, I think it's just like, if you can learn to kind of get back to sort of, you know, who you are before you've been, you know, as you guys say, you know, conditioned. Because I think a lot of men are sort of like, you know, conditioned to be like, you know, when you feel a woman, be like, oh my God, it's so shameful that you're attracted to this woman and being objectified. I think one of the ways to really, like, you know, deal with that sense of like, you know, being overwhelmed by women is not denying. I mean, obviously you don't have to indulge in it. I'm just saying, don't deny your that initial attraction, you just look at it, it's like, why am I feeling this way? Where are these feelings come from? And you sort of analyze that. But if you kind of go the other way, you're like, oh my God, oh, I'm so shameful, I'm so terrible. A lot of times that shame and guilt only makes it worse somehow. Like, it's just like the more you fight it, the more it actually pulls you. So you got to find a way to kind of, I don't know, integrate that energy in a way that's more healthy and positive.
All right, let me chime in and tell you guys some more on how things really operate, and I bet others can confirm this. Push and pull, attraction, magnetism. For all the fellas out there, the greatest thing that you could ever tell a woman is no. And that's a complete sentence. In fact, you should always practice that, even if just to get the push and pull. I don't even care if it's the first. I don't even care if she says something that I want to do. Like, do you guys want to go? Do you want to go get some popcorn? I'll just tell her no, just to create that push and pull. And I don't care who you are. Again, I know that Cosmic, I don't know if you know, I work this in the field. These are experiments that I've worked in the field with interpersonal dynamics. And what does that create? And all the ladies can, if they're being honest with themselves, they don't want this, because someone reminded me of it. They said a yes man, right? You want to be a no man. You know what I mean? No, a nomad. Why should I stay here? I might leave and not come back. And you better keep, you can choose. See, women can choose. They're the choosers of having adult relation, doing things. But men are the choosers of long-term relationships, because we'll dip. I'll tell you no, and then you're going to have to work to keep me. And that's that, and you're going to want to, right? You're going to want to make me feel good, and I'm going to want to make you feel good, because I'm creating that dynamic of flow, of push and pull. So being a nice guy, and doesn't mean you have to be mean, but sometimes, trust me, you just tell them no, and you'll see what I mean. And this creates, you know what I mean? Think about it, guys and girls. When you're in the kitchen and you got your girlfriend or your wife, you know what I mean? You want to create a little bit of like just something to make, and that's part of it. So I don't care. No one can tell me nothing. And get the book No More Mr. Nice Guy. Get the book Rational Male. That one book I showed you is from the 70s, written by a female doctor. Ladies, you should read this book. Loving a Man for the Right Reasons. This is from the 70s, and this is written by a female doctor. Loving a Man for the Right Reasons by Nair Maslin, 1970 something. Read this book for the ladies, and for the fellas, read Rational Male. And again, I'm not saying right or wrong, good or bad, but I'm saying if you want results, because you're too nice and too yes man, she'll go and leave you at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock and go over to the one that tells them no. And this creates friskiness. It creates that attraction, right? Creates that love, creates that trust. Joke around with them. Tell them, I'll leave you here. I'll leave you here. Take them out. I'll leave you here right now. Bye. Act like you're gonna push them out the. I'm joking. I'm being silly, right? But tell them no. If you always say yes, that's a problem, because they'll ask. Women will ask things, and if you fail that test. In fact, they shouldn't test you if you're doing things correctly in the bedroom. This is adult talk, guys. This is adult talk. But they'll test you, and if you say yes, you failed that test, and you don't even realize you're being tested, because men are overt. We're overt. Women are more subtle. So if you don't speak the code, you don't read the body language, I'll never go talk to a girl if she doesn't give me choosing signals. If she's not playing with her hair and looking at me or smiling, I will never just walk up to a girl that I feel attracted to. Hi. You know what I mean? No. If I look and we have eye contact and they look away and they don't know, they know body language, that's cool. No problem. I'll never approach a girl if she doesn't give me choosing signals. And when she does, I'll still tell. I'll set the boundaries so early. I'll say no. I'll just use the word no in the first interaction. Anyway, that's grown up talk, and that's how babies are made, everyone. So, anyway,
I do think it's an interesting perspective you're sharing, because if I go back to when I was young, when I was really young, before the internet existed, I used to basically tease women, take the piss out of them, and then tell them I didn't need to know their name because their names didn't matter. All I needed was their numbers. And you'd be shocked at how many numbers I used to get, man.
Bro, I would be like, "What's your name?" Never mind. I'm just gonna call you. I'm gonna call you Mexico.
I'm gonna forget your name. Just give me your number.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
I think if they're pretty, they're like, no one's ever talked to me this way. Everyone's like, guess what? Your name's Mexico now. I'll call you in an hour. We'll figure it out. We'll go out tomorrow. Mexico. You know what I mean? Anyway,
but the thing that I will add to that is, when I was young, I didn't get into proper relationships because of that. So what it did was
By
it
the way,
caused me to like.
same. By the way, same. So
It was only after I was celibate for a long time that I actually got into like long relationships, and I did it in other ways. Like I remember my first wife, she used to look at me like, she stared at me, she'd say, "You're the bravest man I've ever known." She just like stare at me and tell me how brave I was. So I think what women respect is a man that is fearless in whatever sphere you're fearless, you know, is a man that will be really integrous. I mean, if you're looking to really go into love, you need fearlessness. You need to be able to be insecure and be okay being insecure. You need to wear your insecurity with pride and power so that insecurity doesn't diminish you. It empowers you. What an interesting concept, that our insecurities can be a source of empowerment. And I think that's what opens the door to a woman's heart, like not just opens the door to her legs. Because you're right. When it comes to the dating world, and I'm not really one to know the dating world. I mean, I'm very lucky. I stepped out of the dating world when I was young. I decided I'm tired of these bloody women, because I used to always have older women trying to chat me up and trying to buy me drinks and stuff. And I was like, I don't drink. I don't want to drink. So I was a bit rude to all these women. And I just thought they all just wanted to have sex with me. I was like, I don't want to have sex with you. I met you in a club. You're disgusting. You've probably screwed half the men in this club. Why would I want to have sex with you? Do you know what I mean? That was what I was thinking. I wouldn't necessarily say that, because it's a bit much to say that to a strange woman who's trying to like buy you a drink. But so I ended up becoming celibate. And becoming celibate, I really just didn't give a damn about what women thought, because I just didn't want one. And when you don't actually want a woman because you don't give a damn what they think, then you just yourself. And I think that is like, it's another kind of a place to be at, because then you are absorbing your shadow and your fear and using your fear, in a sense, wearing it because you just don't care. You don't care about, okay, yeah, so I'm insecure. I'm not, so what? So I'm not perfect. So what? Who gives a damn? Take it or leave it. You know what? I don't really care. And when you have that attitude of you don't need a woman, then you actually meet the right woman. You meet a woman that sees you and you see them. I think this is the problem in our society, is because of the dating culture, people don't have the time to get to know each other properly. They're like jumping into bed and having sex before they really know each other. And then they're like, wake up and like, who the hell are you? Like, what the hell? You know? Where if they had gotten to know each other, they probably wouldn't have wanted to jump into bed. So I think there's this disconnect in the dating world. This is my take on it. But I've been in long relationships only. I haven't been in short relationships. I haven't done flings, not since many, many, many years ago, because I just decided it doesn't work for me. But you know, I didn't want to. My ex-wife kept wanting me to give her a baby. I said, no, you're not ready for a baby. Forget it. So maybe I was a bit of a bastard too. I don't know. But I honestly didn't feel she was ready for a baby. You know? To me, like, a woman's got to be like really, I wasn't ready to be a father either. I used to say straight up, I don't think I'm ready to be a father. When I'm ready, I'll know I'm ready. And I'm glad I waited, because I don't think I would have been ready when I was younger in the way that I was ready when I was older. Not that I'm like perfect father or anything, but I'm a damn sight better father than I would have been when I was younger. I'm pretty sure about that. So it's interesting, you know, these different takes and perspectives. And I think what Ronan says is true for, sadly, this is sad, man. It's true for probably about 90% of the population. But you don't have to be in that 90% of the population, I don't think. Because when we do the inner alchemy and the inner work, and we get to the point of resolving our own fears to the point where we can accept that what we are, then we might be able to do away with all the BS and meet somebody else that's on our same level, frequency, that's also looking for that kind of reality. So I do think that fear is what gets in the way. And I think fear is what has caused women to be the way they are and has caused men to be the way they are, which is why this dynamic is there. Because the women are scared that they're going to be rejected. So the men that are likely to reject the woman are the men that get to have the woman. Yeah, in the dating world, which is sort of the bad boy complex. It makes perfect sense. Though I don't know whether that's necessarily healthy for one's own psyche to be with a woman for the reasons of being attracted to her, but feeling the need to put her in a box is unempowering the woman. And on some level, that must be unempowering the self. It seems logical to me. I don't know. I'd love to put that out there. What do you guys think? Kalal, you haven't said anything in a long time. What do you think?
I agree with everything that you just said. As far as the dating pool goes, it's hard out here. You know what I'm saying? And as far as results go, if results is, having fun, then, do whatever works. But if the result isn't love, I don't want it, period. And I want to speak to something that was kind of hinted to earlier. You know, I'm hearing a whole lot of men, and I'm not hearing so much women. I love what it was you just said, Franklin. But we cannot put women down for being on OnlyFans and not put these men or males down who supply the atmosphere for them to do it. So, that shit pisses me off to no end. You know what I'm saying? Like just put it all on the woman and not the man. No, you'll get slapped in the mouth for that. I want to speak to what something that Franklin said earlier. 20 years ago, when I did security and bodyguarding, and men were disrespecting, or I'm sorry, males, because that's not what men do. When males would disrespect a woman, I beat your ass on the spot. Guess what? I read people using all kind of methods that you can never imagine. I teach people, and I'm so thankful to do it. And I'll beat your ass today. I will go to jail, and I will slap you in the fucking mouth. So don't do it, because real men still exist. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about no moralism. I'm not worried about no judge. Okay? I'm not worried about no that damn cop. And maybe it has something to do with the fact that I've died a few times. My mind tends to go to extremes, but if we don't go to extremes, we don't know how far we can actually go. So, to anybody out there thinking that you can disrespect a woman, especially in this year, you might want to think twice, because real men, real kings, real gods still know who all women are, regardless of their ignorance, regardless of how brainwashed or mind controlled they may be due to the powers that should not be. But I guarantee you, if you were in your masculine doing what you were supposed to do, the only reason you were created, to hold space, to provide and protect, we wouldn't have the environment that we have. So I wanted to drive that stake deeply into the ground.
And
I really vibe with what you're saying here, Kalel. I want to add to this as well. I think that, it is a mutual gender thing. It's like there are so many men who who have the most degenerate porn habits, and for some reason it's become like common. But there's also just the matter of like this being commercializable. I think this is a big problem. It's like when people can make money off of one, just like owning a platform like OnlyFans or owning a platform like Pornhub, essentially kind of like extracting value out of some of the worst things while also not even contributing to them. It's pretty depraved. And then on the other hand, it's like there's even this with things that are said online. Like there are actually groups that will pay people to essentially get feds involved when people post maybe controversial political opinions. And it's to the extent that it's like, it's not so much about people who are actually promoting dangerous ideology, but instead people who are posting, kind of controversial things and just bringing harassment to them. And so I guess I see this as many ways in which kind of masculinity is attacked, and in turn femininity is attacked. And it's there's so much going on these days. It's crazy.
By the way, I just want to clarify the stuff I was saying was not about disrespect. It's a whole nother thing. But yeah, definitely respect women. If you notice, the real masculine, like Lieber Lam was saying that they attack. If you're like into this new kind of cultural Marxism, feminism, and you're a male and you're like, yeah, I support women, they're actually the ones that are the most disrespectful to women in action. They're the frustrated ones. They're the ones that'll disrespect women in the worst kind of ways. But when you're in your masculine, you actually don't have to chase or do, you'll attract and stay on your purpose and all of that stuff, and it is attractive, But yeah, disrespecting women in a real way. I'm talking about in a playful way. Me, I'm not. I was talking about playfulness, and that is very attractive. Let's be honest. And the masculine men that do that are in their masculine, and the feminine women that are in their feminine energy, there's no safer place for either one to be in.
So to bring this conversation into a sort of circular motion and try and sort of bring us into the alignment, fear and love, relationships, men and women. It seems like there's a lot of fear that is obviously in the way of women and men. Let's look at the family nucleus for a moment as well, because there's many forms of love and there are many forms of fear. So the family has been split apart, which I think is part of the reason why insecurity is the way it is. I mean, I'm quite lucky. When I was young, I was always a free radical. I wasn't in a clique. I moved through cliques. I was always in 4 or 5 cliques. I was in the heavy metal crew. I was in the alternative crew. I was in like the trying to be a yuppie crew. I was in the this crew, that crew. I was in the like let's get stoned and smoke ganja till we fall over crew. The naughty crew. I was in the fighters crew. So I was in all the crews, and I sort of socialized in all the different, and I was never in one. So I was sort of lucky in a sense that I didn't succumb to peer pressure in any way, because like I was always just like, I just didn't give a damn really about what anybody thought, because I had like 5 or 6 social circles. But I don't like what you guys are on about, is saying I'll just go and cruise with those people. if I get bored of them, I'll cruise with them, and I'll get cruise. I was like, maybe a lack of what is the word? There was maybe something missing in a sense when I was young, but it did give me a sense of being able to travel, which is why I was able to travel and to just do my own thing and go to different places and know nobody and rock up and meet people, because I think a lot of people used to say to me, like, how did you travel the world for so many years? And like you've just arrived in this country like last week, and like, how do you know all these people? It's like, well, I met them like in a week. Like, yeah, but like people never used to understand how that worked. And they always used to say it's like they wouldn't be able to do that because they wouldn't have the courage. I think courage is just something that you do. I think that's what masculine force is. Masculine force is when you don't give a damn. And Carlisle was getting towards that point earlier, actually. Thank you, Carlisle, for being so integrous. Beautiful, brother. Beautiful share. Respect. Yeah, when it comes to men disrespecting women, that's the one thing that makes me angry. And then I do irrational crap that always causes trouble, man. But yeah, I mean, I've gotten myself into trouble before. My God, I've gotten into trouble. I've had women wanting to attack me because I'm inserting myself, you know. She's like, "You better leave him alone, or else I'm gonna call the cops on you." I'm like, "What?" You know, because it's her boyfriend, and he slapped her on the on the train platform, and I was like, I went to him and said, "Dude, how'd you like me to slap you like that?" You know what I mean? And next thing I had her all over me. I was like fighting a war on two fronts. I was like, oh God, I wasn't expecting that. So we do have to be careful when we insert ourselves. That's what I learned. I learned the hard way. Totally shocked. But it does, you know, it does involve, I think, just being yourself. That's what I think it is. You know, the key to finding love is just being yourself. And when you become afraid of being yourself, it means you're close to love. Because love, shadow, is fear. And when you're getting close to touching true, profound love, the fear is going to be closer to you. And so the more nervous, like I find when I'm playing music, like I channel music, right? So like I sat down and channeled a piece of music the other day. I didn't like it. I was like, oh, don't like this. But I posted it anyway, just because I just don't give a damn. It's so important for me just to not give a damn. So what if I don't like it? So what if other people don't like it? Who gives a damn? I played this piece of music. I'm going to share it. If they don't like it, they can fuck off. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's very important to put ourselves out there in some way, because it gives us the opportunity to experience that little bit of insecurity so that we can taste it, so that we know what it looks like when we face it and we realize, this is something real. Normally, when we're feeling those insecure moments, that's because there's something powerful nearby. Normally, it's because I feel insecure because I've exposed a big part of myself on that track, which is great. That means I've uncovered a part of myself which was subconscious, which means I'm bigger than I used to be. There's more of me that's conscious than what used to be. That bit of me was subconscious, it's now conscious. So I'm becoming bigger and bigger, my awareness and my consciousness, which means I'm more empowered, more powerful, more focused, more direct. So I do think that there's something to be said about facing fear. I do think we do need to learn to find the fear and to go into the fear. It must be a sort of an attitude that we must cultivate within ourselves. Sort of like if you're in a conversation and you hear something that's a lie, you go towards the lie. You know, very important. I learned that with my son's mother. She's not always honest. So when I hear and I can smell a lie, I've got to go towards it. I've got to like uncover it, and then it will reveal itself. Something will happen. The truth will come out, and it will reveal itself. The truth will come out. You go, lie. So you then get better at uncovering lies from people, and so I think it's really important to be authentic. I think authenticity is the key to discovering true love. It's also the key to empowerment. It's also the key to conquering fear. Because when we're authentic, then the fear is never authentic. The fear is a duplicate. It's a duplicate emotion. It might seem like it's such a big deal at the time, but when we consider it, it's ridiculous. 99% of the time, fear is a joke. And we fall for it. We fall for the joke, only we forget to laugh. And I always found that the best way for me personally to deal with fear is with a good sense of humor. Laugh at fear and embrace love. And recognize that fear can't really touch you. Only you can touch fear if you choose to touch fear. But if you move towards fear, fear retreats. And if you keep moving towards fear, you're moving towards your shadow. And as you see deeper into your shadow, fear starts to become unempowered. And suddenly you notice, hey, there's a lot of love here. So Fear is love that's overdressed. And love should never be overdressed. Love should be naked. Just like a beautiful woman. A real man looks at a beautiful woman and says, I don't need you to wear underwear. I don't need you to wear clothes. You can take that dress off right now. And women love that. Like, I think if you can be yourself, if you can be authentic and you can be genuine and you can say it from your heart, then you don't have to play games, because a woman will feel in her heart that you mean what you're saying. And so all you need to do is be authentic. Everything will sort of come together. That's my take on fear, love, the dynamics. It looks like you've got something to say there, brother Indy.
I was glad that Mr. Groner had shared some books earlier. It made me think of this book that I had picked up from a donation center the other day. And when I opened it up, look what they had in the center page. Is this huge ad. It's like the thickest page in the whole book. Cigarette ad. This is the centerfold of this How to Find and Fascinate a Mistress book. So it seems like, have you guys ever heard the quote, if they smoke, they poke? It's terrible, but they say that if a girl smokes.
Yeah.
And this was from 1971. So I don't know. I think there's an aspect of that. There's so many aphrodisiacs that have been pushed on us in society that have been normalized. It's not a drug. Tobacco, alcohol, they're just normal. That's good. Those are good things. It's not a drug to us, supposedly. But we all know that alcohol is a terrible drug. And nicotine and tobacco have terrible consequences from addiction. But as an aphrodisiac, how would our society be without them? I feel like things would be very different. I know that there's other aphrodisiacs in the black market that are used commonly, like ecstasy or GHB.
Weed can be an aphrodisiac too. It's definitely one.
Psychedelics are somewhat of an aphrodisiac, but I don't think they're going to make people go out talking.
Weed in particular. I agree with like psychedelics though. That's a different story.
Yeah, it's a different type of aphrodisiac. If you're a couple and you want to use that marijuana together, sex is going to be amazing. If you're going to meet strangers on cannabis, it's going to be awkward. That's how I feel about it. You're not going to
always met strangers on cannabis, and it was never awkward. It was hilarious.
I've met strangers on cannabis. We weren't jumping into bed with each other right off the bat usually, but sometimes, it would happen. It goes what surprised me though. They would call me over, like, hey, did you want to smoke a bowl? And just rip my clothes off like we're having a threesome. And it's like, whoa, that's cool. I didn't know this was going on. Cool. But I feel like with alcohol, walls are coming down. With marijuana, walls could be going up.
That's an interesting take on it. I do think that the love and fear dynamics. So the walls mean fear, and I suppose cannabis can make you.
I'm a nervous driver. When I'm on weed,
can make you more afraid. But I don't know. I always used to get turned on by being afraid. So I used to like the feeling of being stoned because I felt safe in fear. That sounds weird. I feel safe in the dark. I feel very safe in the dark because I can move very quietly and I can see better than other people can see in the dark. Same. So I feel very safe in the dark. I've always felt safe. Other people don't want to go down a dark alley. I want to go down the dark alley. Because I know, like, if someone wants to mug me in that dark alley, they are going to see their ass fast. Because, like, I'm going to be a step ahead of them. See what I mean? Like, don't mug me in the light. Try and mug me in the dark alley. See what happens to you. Because I'll be, like, 3 steps ahead of you. I'll be able to see what's going on before you do. So
kind of why we like villains in popular media. Because I think one of the reasons I think certain, like, kind of like cartoon villains are so appealing to us is because it's like an obvious evil that we can point out. Because if you think a lot of times in our lives when we deal with people who are evil, they're a lot like harder to point out. They're a lot more ambiguous. They use a lot of like gaslighting and trickery into kind of thinking you and sort of playing normal. But with movies, when you just got some, some dude who's just like, he's fangs and he's like, I'm an evil man, I can control the world. You can point it out. That's an evil person. I know that there's something comforting in knowing you can identify with it. Because I think when it comes to things that like are evil and demonic, the reason I think symbolically it's associated with darkness is because evil can hide in the darkness and it can exaggerate what it actually is. Because if you think about like the idea that what we're afraid of most are the things we don't know, and evil uses that to its advantage to kind of like, it's basically, but the real secret is to, you see a werewolf, in the shadows, but then you turn on the light and it's a chihuahua, so I think that's the kind of the way you got to like look at it.
And once you've seen that chihuahua, then you can know when you see that wolf, you can think twice. Like, I don't really need to be scared, do I?
That's why you were saying earlier, Franklin, why you, at least my interpretation, I could be totally wrong, why you kind of like say you take comfort in the fear, because there is that certainty of the obstacles which lie within your path, as opposed to something that's, why cults are so creepy? Like thinking about Jonestown, because like, I think about a lot of movies, like when they would always have satanic cults, and the satanic cults were never creepy because the evil aspect was so obvious. What's creepy is when people do something evil and they kill you and they're like, we're doing this because we love you. That's terrifying because there's that ambiguity. Because it's like they're doing evil things, but they seem to be acting nice and they seem to be acting good, but they're not. And there's that confusion, and that's what's really sinister. So I think why we like that darkness is because we can then look at the evil, point it out, and it's there. And it's not hiding in some kind of confusion and obscurity.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And it's funny when you said that, it made me think of George Bush bombing Iraq for Jesus. Yeah. I remember he did this speech, like trying to convince everybody we're going to bomb Iraq, we're going to do it for Jesus. So I totally agree with you. Politicians are really evil, if we want to get right down to it, most of the time, sadly. And they portray themselves as being such good guys, The Bill Gates Foundation, lots of charity, huh? They donate a lot of money to charity. Well, okay, should have paid it in tax, but anyway, they'll just donate to charity instead. But so you're right. Very often the bad guys hide in the light. Yeah. Not in the dark.
And I think that's why, I mentioned earlier why girls actually don't like nice guys, because they're thinking, wait, is this guy actually a good person, or is he secretly a creep just for saying things that I want to hear? Because if a guy's just, it's like, it could just be a front. It's just a performance. It's not genuine. So, and I think that, I think that's really what it all boils down to. People talk about, the war between good versus evil. But to me, when I look at the world and I look at humanity, the real war seems to be the real people versus the fake people. That's the war that seems to be going on in society right now.
Yeah, I feel that. And I feel like there's a huge distinction between the nice guy who is polite and like nervous or trying to be passive just to fit in and get along, or somebody who's kind that puts somebody's best interest at mind. And I feel like those two get blurred. And I feel like in my situation, I've been the kind person who is misconstrued as a nice guy. And it's always been like a push for me. You need to become an asshole. You need to become a douchebag so that you can go in there and say exactly the opposite of how you feel in order to exploit what you need.
That's the real devil's temptation right there.
Yeah. And so that's always been pushed on me. And I've always felt like I want to be able to get what I need, but I'm not going to take that route to get it. And so I've just been isolating myself my whole life and just never really had like any significant relationships until recently in my life after turning 40. But now that I've waited this long, I've actually found that authentic relationship and connection that I've always dreamt that could happen. And I'm so glad that I waited this long to find it, because it's been worth it. Like my brother, he always was really a ladies' man, and he would always tell me, never ever tell a girl that you're attracted to her. Always say that she's just okay. And I just don't have it in my heart to be inauthentic. He did. He was great at being very inauthentic and saying the opposite of how he feels to women, and he was very good at manipulating and exploiting them. And he got just what he wanted out of them. And then when he had the most exploited women he could get, who would work 2 jobs to pay for his food and drinks and drugs, and then sleep around with other girls while she was at work, and he was so obsessed with her that when she left him, he ended up dying from heartbreak through alcoholism at age 23.
So I just had an interesting thought just now, going back off of what you were saying, and the whole dynamic of fear and love. What is, and I really think about it, I've distilled it down, and like, what is the sort of relationship between fear and love? What fear basically tells you is that you can't be loved unless you're not yourself. That's what fear says. And like, that's kind of interesting, because fear tells you the only way you're going to get accepted by people, the only way you're going to be loved, is if you're not yourself. You have to be fake. You have to be this performance. You have to be just totally unreal and just a put on. And that's what evil is telling you that you need to do that to get love, when that's the psyop. And that's what keeps you locked into fear, is to thinking you need that, devil's handout to get that love you're desiring, and feeling like, oh, nope, this is the only way. I'm the devil. If you want to get love, you got to go through me. You want that relationship. You got to sell your soul. That's what it is. You're literally selling your soul, in the sense that you're basically giving away who you really are, and you're being sort of possessed by this performative sort of fake thing. And so, yeah, that really seems to be what it is that's the relationship that fear basically says that, because you talk about, if you want to find love, true love, you got to really be your authentic self. And fear is telling you, no, you have to do the exact opposite of that to find love. But that's just the way, in the same way a drug dealer keeps someone hooked on, like, whatever their vice of choice is. That's how the fear works.
Yeah, I feel like there's a definite aspect of push and pull there that was mentioned earlier. And I feel like there's ways of doing this that are more sacred, and then there's more toxic ways of doing it. I feel like we can do this in a way where if it's not good for a woman to hear that a man's attracted to her, he doesn't have to say that he's indifferent. He could just withhold that information. I think that'd be more of a sacred way of going about it, because I've heard from different testimonies and podcasts from women saying what appeals to them, and them saying that the mystery appeals more than an overt attraction that's already been put on the table, And so I feel like by knowing that, we can use that in the sacred ways, by respecting that, in hiding our attraction, even though it's there, but not misrepresenting it. But I feel like once one chooses to misrepresent things, they're becoming inauthentic, and that compromises your truthfulness. And I feel like that's self-damaging to lie. To me, I feel like I just don't have it with
Yeah.
people. It's more natural.
I want everyone to really be, by the way, I put in the chat, brutal honesty is my specialty. When you go and approach a female and you're not even honest with yourself, what is it that you wish to attain from this potential interaction? Are you going to say, if she says, what, you just want to have, or you want to have sex with me, are you going to say no? Because that's dishonest. Okay? So we want to talk about being authentic. Sometimes that being honest, okay? Let's see who's the real authentic. Let's see who's the real honest. Hi, and they go, you want to have sex? And I'm like, of course I do. I'm being honest. Now, that's why you have to know yourself, know your intentions. Know your intentions of everything. Even being, why is anyone on this panel right now? What is your intentions? What are your goals here? What are your goals in a job interview? What are your goals for first impressions? Even when I meet someone, even not any type of romantic type potential, right? Do I tell them right away that I, all these errors with my, or not the most favorable thing? No. So I want everyone in here to think that if you're being honest, that you want to date a girl and not because of sex, you're actually being dishonest. Okay? I want everyone to think about that. Are you being, before you're projecting at the yes, there's a lot of D-bags out there and things like that. I'm not promoting that. Right? I'm promoting brutal honesty. Let's see who's more honest.
Brute being the operative word.
Yeah, brute. And these words are loaded. So brute is actually maybe not a bad thing. That's an attack on high level masculinity. Right? You're a brute. You walk around and chop wood. You got, calluses. You got scars, and and you meet a woman for what? Because you would, at least a good part of it, not the only part. But let's face it, the prime directive is in play. So if you don't know yourself, I just don't want anyone out here pretending that I'm being I adore you. I would never want to have sex with you. I only want to hold hands and skip through the tulips. Are you being honest? Are you being honest with yourself? You can lie to others. Don't lie to yourself. That's why I say know yourself. Know your intentions. What are your intentions? Now, yes, that's not the only thing. We want to have a beautiful connection. And when you do connect, it's like a battery. Like we literally fit together like a battery. That energy is beautiful. So knowing that, but I just don't like people, you can misinterpret some of the things that I'm saying, but if you really are being honest with yourself, what I'm saying is not bad, right? Now, some of it is a little manipulation because this, and transactional is to get away from that and be brutally honest. You put up that false front of being a nice guy, but underneath you got skeletons in the closet and you got real darkness in the closet. Those nice guys and kind guys will treat women the worst.
Kind guys?
Call it whatever you want.
There's different things, very different, opposite things to me.
Think of it as not applying this directly to yourself. Not everything I'm saying, everyone has to take. Well, not me. Everyone wants to say, not me. You can be passive aggressive. You can emotionally abuse a significant other. We're all kind. Who does not want to be kind? You know what I mean? I'm not saying don't be kind.
Kind of rare.
Everyone's kind. I know so many kind people.
Really?
Most people are phony. See, think about what I'm saying. Think about what I'm saying and boil it down what I'm saying. Right? Again, there's a lot of people that claim to be kind and they're actually have so much, that's a cover up. That's a cover up. Because they're not being full on, boil it down, honest in the mirror. Who are you? What are you? And you want to cover it up as kind, and these may be semantics. Don't get,
I think that this is actually an interesting topic for discussion to deviate from, because I think we should talk about how do we, because we're talking about the polarity between love and fear. Obviously, we're talking about it from a more romantic context right now, but just in a more general context, how do we distinguish real kindness from fake kindness? Because I think that is an important thing to talk about and explore, because that's something I've been kind of thinking about lately myself, is because at the same time, it's you want to be kind and you want to trust that people have genuine love and kindness too. But at the same time, you also have to realize there are people who are manipulative. There are people who will pretend to be kind. There are people who will use your emotions against you and make you feel guilty and try to trip you up. So I think I kind of want to, like, maybe if you guys are interested in this, talk about how do we distinguish between real kindness, real compassion, and like fake niceness and fake kindness. How, like, I think I'd like to, if you guys are interested, go down that road.
Well, I think it is actually part of the discussion.
Yeah.
Because it's got to do with fear, in my perspective. On some level, unless one's like empathetically disconnected, which I don't believe any of our lots really are. Like, we're here because we've got a sense of emotional intelligence, EQ, and interest and study into the occult will bring about these qualities of having to go within. So there's a certain amount of sensitivity. My impression is one can feel it. It's an emotional thing. And after interacting with that person, do you feel more empowered? Do you feel happier? Do you feel positive? Do you feel better? Or does it seem like it's a positive interaction, but after the interaction, you don't feel better? I'll give you an example. How can you tell whether food is GMO or not? You eat the food, it might seem great, spiced up. It might be spiced like a real alchemist chef might have gotten hold of it and made it taste amazing. But how does it feel when you go to the toilet? How does your body feel when you've been eating that food? Does it leave your body feeling like, or does it leave your body feeling like energized? I think it's the same way. What is the currency you're getting from the relation with that human being? I think if the currency that you're getting leaves you feeling more insecure, then that's a problem. If the currency you're getting leaves you feeling more secure, that's the positive. Is it taking you towards the spectrum of fear, or is it taking you towards the spectrum of love? Because if it's real love, it should inspire love. No? If it's not authentic love, it should inspire fear. That's my take. What do you guys think?
I feel that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, go ahead, Khalil. You can go first.
I agree largely with what Franklin said. At at some point you're going to have to, if you can recognize when you, whoever you is being real with yourself, then you should be able to recognize it in somebody else. If you can understand when you're being fake, if you can understand when you're operating out of pure want as opposed to need, you should essentially be able to recognize this in other people. Some of us are born with our doors more open or more closed, but this can change obviously with work. But you should always be able to recognize this. If you can't recognize this, then you will fail, which is the same as recognizing this, because now you will begin to pick up traits and understand certain little things that people do and say and how manipulation works. Um, but ultimately, knowing yourself is the best answer for that question. There's if you don't know what's real and what's fake in you, how can you possibly know it in somebody else?
Makes perfect sense.
Amen, brother. Amen. And since everybody's jumping out to speak at once, I'll cut in and interrupt. I do think that it is quite an intuitive thing. And I think this is one of the things about love and fear. When we're going into love, we start to trust our instincts. We start to trust our intuition. We start to trust our ability to navigate. And the more we go into the trust that the universe is an intelligent model, and so we are arranging ourselves by arranging our interactions with this intelligent feedback loop of the universe, we are going to attract exactly what we need to attract in order to find a sense of balance and harmony within ourselves. So the world will reflect back at us what we've got within us. So there is this fundamental dynamic where if we are attracting that, there might be some fundamental reason within us why we're attracting it. So sometimes we aren't as honest with ourselves as what we think we are. And so one shouldn't be afraid of inauthentic kindness, because if it comes, well, it might come for a reason. And if we don't see it coming, then it's because we're not in tune. And I think that's where embracing the shadow comes into the story. Being willing to embrace the pain, being willing to embrace the whatever. I think embarrassment is the big problem. People get embarrassed, and reminds me of when I was meditating on Eilat. Now, Eilat is a busy beach, yeah? Totally busy beach. When I say it's busy, I mean there's nowhere to walk. People are sitting like elbow to elbow. And I was meditating on the beach since like 4 a.m. in the morning, totally starkest naked. And I came out of my trance to find that I'm in the middle of a crowd and I'm the only one that's naked. So I had a choice: be embarrassed or not be embarrassed. And you will not believe the kindness that I experienced from the crowd, but authentic, genuine kindness, because I was like naked. So I was like, oh, well, what am I going to do? I know, I'm going to stand up. So I stand up. Like, excuse me, I'm looking for my pants. Anybody see my pants? Like people sitting on it, everybody's looking under them. So, oh, this one's got a pants. Thank you. On go the pants. Anybody seen a t-shirt? So basically the people were like so accommodating and so like kind. And my point is, I think the moment you decide not to allow your insecurities to get in the way and not act like all insecure, stand up and smile and say, okay, you got me. I'm the naked guy. Do you mind helping me get my pants? You know, I think when you drop the worry, I think the worry is the problem, because worry is like warriorness. There's a time for worrying and there's a time to just let it go. And I think when we let it go, we attract from other people, and we actually give people that would not normally be kind an opportunity to be kind when we go into that authentic space within ourselves, which is vulnerable, but completely comfortable within vulnerability. So I would equate that to embracing your shadow. What would you think, Indy?
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I feel like when there's worry involved, then there's an aspect there of like self-discouragement. Like if you're almost like convincing yourself that you're going to fail and securing it when there's worry, because you kind of have that look on your face like, oh, I think this is gonna not work. But when you've said it, you stand up and you got that smile on your face and you're confident and you're like, I'm just gonna go for it. It seems to have a better feel and a better effectiveness. I feel like that works for me when I take LSD and I go out to like a festival or like a concert or something. I don't care about anything. Like nothing could go wrong. I'm just having a ball time of my life. I'm not thinking I need to get this or that. And people are just gravitating towards me like moths to the flame, and I have to like keep them away. It's like, okay, I'm going over there, but it was nice to meet you. Here, take my number. I got to go that way. And so I have so much fun on LSD, and it's like I'm a different person. Like I could have so many wives on LSD and families and stuff. Like, oh my God, it'd be a lot of work. But you know, I'm grateful to have had the challenges of having to like learn to overcome the worries without the need of entheogenic compounds to have me be worry free and just have that beaming smile. But no, it's shown me that like You know, it is a challenging process, though. When you have, you want to be able to have a relationship or meet needs that you have, or find a companion, and in your mind you haven't done it yet, and so you don't know if it's going to work. It's hard to envision that it will. But when you've made small successes and you've gained practice and you've been able to learn what works, and you can feel like, I'm going to go for it, and I've done this before, I think I can do it again, it gets a little bit easier with little successes here and there. And that really helps the individual to have that confidence that everybody likes to see so much. So I feel like the worry does come from within, from the shadow. Maybe I'm not good enough kind of feelings. And when we think that we're not good enough, we portray that to others. I'm not good enough. Look at me, you know. But it's hard to show people that you are good enough when you don't know what that looks like, when you don't know what success looks like yet. It's going to be hard to conjure it up sometimes. Although if you were just to feel natural and just be real, it could just happen on its own. But it's hard to know. And so it kind of takes having that faith that if you just be your kind, authentic self and have compassion and keep things fun and exciting, things will go great. But when that concern comes in, like, what if things don't go the way I want them to? What's going to happen? How many ways could this go wrong? That stuff needs to be considered. But when you're overly focused on those things, that can really bring down your energy and influence the individuals around you that you're influencing with your conversation, with your body language and things. So I feel like that is huge insight. When we can set our worries aside, sometimes that might mean, like, if I'm worried about, I need to get this, maybe I shouldn't focus on what I need right now. I'm going to focus on what I have right here, right now, and be grateful for that. And so just sometimes shifting to gratitude can move us away from, like, but wait, I need to get laid so bad. We need to make this happen. You could just focus on, all right, maybe I don't need to get laid tonight or right now. I'm just going to focus on this girl's smile. It's really nice. I'm just going to share a smile with her and see where that goes. And that could be a good approach for some people, to just use some mindfulness and some gratitude to kind of move yourself away from the worry, move yourself away from expectations and things. That could be helpful. It's helpful for me. But thank you for mentioning that, Franklin. I don't know if I've interpreted exactly what you were getting at, but I feel like I made a good stab at it there.
Yeah, that's basically in a nutshell, really. I think we spend so much time overthinking. I think that's the problem. We overthink crap. And it's not very sexy when a man overthinks. Let's just call it what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Women don't find it sexy. Women find men that just impulse, just go with it, sexy, because it's authentic.
I mean, if you think about it, it's probably not sexy the other way around either. I mean, do you guys find a woman who overthinks attractive? I mean, it's probably not. Some level, right? You want people to be sort of in their. You want people to be in their sort of their natural, instinctive state, and that's the problem with kind of like, thinking, is that you're in this kind of, you're putting yourself into kind of this abstract, sort of mental world. Like in my the system I'm working, like, I mean, but we'll mention that, but just the idea that it's like you're kind of like you're in your head, you're not in your body. We're in that Cartesian split. Okay, yeah, you were gonna say something, Libra Lamb. I know you were gonna jump in.
I wanted to say something. Maybe Virgos would like an over analytical girl. I think I would. I'm over analytical, and I like when other people can overanalyze with me, especially a girl. It's rare though.
Well, I think it's it's because it's mutual. Mutual energies there. I think it's at the same time. I think when it comes to like relationships, it's not so much that opposites attract. It's like you want to be different in the right ways and similar in the right ways.
Definitely.
Sorry, I was struggling to find the mic button there for a second. But something that I've noticed is maybe it's a niche thing that just I, attract into my own life. But I think that there's maybe a population of women who find kind of like intellectually imposing guys attractive. And then there's also like a population of men who find like emotionally imposing women attractive. It's kind of peculiar, but it's something I've seen.
I think I could appeal that emotionally imposing. What would that be like? Are they mean?
I don't know. That's not my thing for sure. I prefer like less imposition.
I think that it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yeah.
And thinking I'll apply to kitchen alchemy. Green beans go well with potatoes, right? But they don't go that well with aubergines. Yeah. But aubergines also go well with potatoes. Mushrooms go well with potatoes. So it's like, some things that's how it is. Like kitchen alchemy works in a similar way. You probably wouldn't want to mix too many registic foods together. You probably wouldn't want to mix too many tamasic foods together, because it will make for a lethargic after experience. Like McDonald's is all about adding too many tamasic foods, right? Yeah. Like you go and eat and you feel like, oh, you want to feel a certain amount of energizing. So in the same way, depends on what's on the plate as to what needs to be on the side plate, I think, as the metaphor goes. But totally.
Yeah, I find it interesting that in the Western world, we don't consider the tamasic aspect of onions and garlic. But they're just used every day. But in India, I know a lot of people that study Ayurvedic medicine understand onions and garlic and allicin plants to create a fatigue and a brain fog and enhance libido. It's kind of a bad combination for daily life. They're used usually for sickness, for healing. But I know that it's illegal for pilots to take onions and garlic before flying, and they can lose their license because it causes a severe brain fog. It makes it hard for us to think. It also makes us tired. And so people that work in the labor field, like myself, working with people that eat onions and garlic all the time and having them be tired so much, it's discouraging to see people that don't understand the aspects of their diet influencing their physiology and their mood. But to each their own, I suppose.
Yeah, the whole story with onions and garlic, that's a very interesting point, actually. Oh, did somebody fall out? Lieber Lamb fell off. It's a very interesting point of conversation. I didn't eat onions and garlic for much of my life. And these days, I don't always cook with it.
Yeah.
I do use it when I make hummus.
Mm-hmm.
My little boy loves the hummus with a bit of garlic in it, I must admit. But I don't always cook with it. So I cook with it sometimes not. I do think that it's very addictive.
Yeah.
And it's not particularly good for you unless you need to cleanse your system. Like you say, it's medicinal. It is a powerful antibiotic.
Mm-hmm.
But that's one of those interesting points in how onions and garlic is just sort of like a go-to thing in all cuisine. And I often cook without it. For that purpose of, I used to not use it at all, ever. I should probably go back to not using it at all, ever, because it's not particularly good for you. Mm-mm. And I know from not eating it for many years, the difference when you don't eat it and then you do eat it. You literally feel the difference, like a drug. Like I haven't drank a cup of coffee in a year, but I tell you now, if I drink a cup of coffee, it's going to be like I've taken a line of amphetamines.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? If you haven't had a cup of coffee in like a year and you drink a cup of coffee, it's like if I don't smoke spliff for a long time. So when I decide to take out my little bit of like hoard, because I got some hoarded nugs, and roll myself a joint, I get beautifully stoned. Oh my gosh, on just one spliff, I am teetotaled. I'm like, wow. Like I didn't have to smoke like 5 spliffs, you know? So definitely there's something to be said about what you're saying. Brahmacharya will never touch onion and garlic, ever, because it disturbs their meditation, disturbs their sadhana. Many Babajis will not touch onion and garlic. Shiva Babas won't touch it. The Junakaras won't touch it. It is highly toxic, to be fair. And I think there's something about, like you say, the libido, something to do with fear and love when you're eating onions and garlic. The way it changes your biochemistry, the way it changes your hormones, the way it changes your mental sensitivity and the way your mind intuitively works, it definitely creates inhibitions within the sense, seemingly mental ones.
It's curious. I tend to wonder sometimes now if they're trying to make us dumb and horny, but at the same time they're trying to disrupt our hormones so that we can't function, and we're sterile or have erectile dysfunction or something, but we're drunk and horny, or we're dumb and horny at the same time. What does that create? That's like a whole mess of things. Because I know a lot of people have really had a hard time with sterility and low testosterone levels right now for men, especially in the Western world, being exposed to our food weapon system with all these phytoestrogens. I purposefully have been trying to get away from all the phytoestrogens and the BPA packaging plastics and taking libido enhancers, herbal supplements. And so I feel like I'm one of a few men that have regular testosterone levels right now in society. There's not many of us left. There's some of my friends in their 20s that are trying to take some kind of erectile enhancement pills and such right now, because, you know, with all the things that have been pushed in our society, that's conformists gravitate towards, like alcohol, milk, onions and garlic, different things. They're toxic in different ways. They're disrupting us in so many different levels. So I feel like men are being pushed to want something they can't have or even be able to do something with without being able to buy some pill to be able to function. It's like this whole mess is turning into a nightmare for a lot of people. But what I feel like it's turning into is like a drone race. We have people that like are not even sexually functional, people that don't even want to be involved with like making children. And then there's people that like cut off their gonads and stuff to fit in to society, and they're not able to reproduce and probably don't have any libido. So it seems to be a bit disturbing to see how things are going right now with all of this chemical influences on us right now, from food, medicine, environmental factors, chemicals in the air and water. Things are being pushed on us through programming. It seems like a very challenging time for men right now. I feel like it's all these phytoestrogens in our food are actually good for women in menopause. They have higher testosterone levels and need to have more estrogen. So this estrogen is actually helpful for them. Younger women are affected by this estrogen, where they're making their cycles much more stronger and more difficult, and it's making them go into puberty earlier, which can lead to more complications. Having children at a younger age makes things more difficult. So all these things are becoming more challenging for us as individuals and seeking a partner in this world, looking for romance, finding a compatible lover. All these things have been made much more difficult now with the disruption of our hormone systems. And it was mentioned earlier, but I feel like when women take birth control, it can affect their mood, their physiology, but it will definitely affect their children's physiology and their hormone systems as well. And so I feel like it's been helpful for us to have birth control so that we can explore our sexual needs without focusing on reproduction as an integral aspect of that every time. But I feel like there has been amongst the Catholic societies, there's always been discouragement for birth control and different prophylactics and such. And maybe it has been something that we would regret having done after we realized the damages on our children's hormone systems that can happen from taking different birth controls and things in different foods with phytoestrogens. But I'm concerned about our kids. I got a son who just turned 4 this month, and I'm hopeful that he will have a healthy childhood and come into adolescence in a healthy way and have his hormones be in the right place. But it's something to be considering right now with our kids and stuff right now. It's getting more and more intense with all the chemicals in our food. We need to be able to get better food and medicine for our children. The things are getting more difficult for them. So what do you guys think?
Totally, I agree with you. It's been something that's been on my mind for many years. Before I had a child, I was like, ooh. But and after I had a child, and I do think though that giving our children a good mental base, like my son, he's wild, and I like the fact that he's a bit wild. I mean, he's too wild. He's so wild that he accosts strangers in the street. He'll walk up to a group of strangers in the street and he'll grab them. And he won't stop messing with people. And I'm like, Josh, he's cheeky, he's a little bugger. But at least he's authentic, he's himself. I think that's the key, is to let our children be what they want to be who they'll be. Teach them, but don't overshape them. That's my take on it. Same like a dog, right? You want to train your dogs, but there's nothing worse than an overtrained dog. Your dogs need to be able to talk to you. They need to be able to come to you and complain to you. They need to, be able to interact with you on some kind of a level. Like my Ori, my Malamute, he has long conversations with me about when it's time to feed him. He's hilarious. He gets really pushy. He'll come and start nudging me, saying num num, because he can sort of speak a little bit, and starts like getting really, really like vocal about it, to the point that I have to get up and feed him. So sometimes, but I think there's a give and take with our children as well. There has to be discipline, obviously. Discipline's important. They do need to know where the line is. But I think maybe in schools that gets taken too far. So obviously homeschooling, if you can do that, I think is a big take. I know that, Mexico will tell you that Mexico knows Steiner schools intimately, right? And people say, oh yeah, we can go to Steiner schools. Mexico will tell you all about Steiner schools. I almost went to a Steiner school. I didn't, because I met a lot of children from Steiner schools. I was like, these kids are a bunch of wets. I'm not going to go to school with a bunch of wets. Sorry, all of those Steiner school people out there. That was how I thought when I was a kid. But I do think that, taking personal responsibility to some extent is really fundamentally important when it comes to that. That's just my take on it. Another thing I would add to that, something we were talking about, it relates to love and fear, relates to the diet, it relates to people being libido driven, and something Mexico mentioned about not wanting men that are just thinking about their penises. A lot of men are just thinking about their penises. Like, come on, service my penis. It's what I need. It's what I want. Bottom line. And like the human being underneath the vagina doesn't matter so much to a lot of men, because they're interested in the vagina and the penis. That's it. Done. When that's done, then that's it. They don't need you anymore. Well, what do I need you for? You're a human being. I don't need human beings. I need a vagina. There's a lot of that kind of out there, and it obviously makes a lot of women feel unempowered and emotionally used, because men don't realize that when a woman commits to having a sexual adventure, if I can use those words, makes it sound sweet, doesn't it? Sexual adventure. She's allowing a man to enter into her sacred holy of holies. It's literally a little holy. It's a little hole. Holy. Oh, sorry, my brain. So she's allowing a man to go into a holy of holies, and men don't have to allow the woman to go into their holy of holies, because they're like hanging out there, and they are like, women have to take them into them. So the woman has to make quite a sacrifice, in a sense, to let the man into her physical body. Like, the woman's not entering your body, you're entering her body. So in that sense, I think when the man enters into a woman's body with the wrong attitude, it really does a lot of harm to the woman, emotionally, spiritually. This is my personal take on it. So, which is why women often are not interested in having sex anymore. I think it's why lesbianism has become the thing it has. It's like it's found its place, isn't it? In the world. And thanks to all those guys out there that want to just objectify women completely. You've turned them lesbian. That's like, it's a sad thing. But you can't blame the woman for wanting to turn lesbian, because they're so tired of men just wanting to use their holy of holies to get their pleasure. And so, of course, they want to be appreciated. They want to be understood. They want somebody who's going to embrace them for who they are. And they find that with another woman. Can you blame them? No. Can you blame them for not wanting to be with men? Absolutely not. A lot of men are deranged and, locked in the root chakra. They can't escape their consciousness from the root chakra. They're stuck there. And it's not easy, for men necessarily. If men choose to subjectify themselves to too much of the wrong kind of stimuli, like pornography and those women sites with the, TNA, what I call TNA, tits and ass, for sale or whatever, then men are opening themselves up to an addiction, the way I see it. And they need to take responsibility for that, from my perspective. I honestly find the whole idea of porn repugnant. When I've seen porn, I end up feeling so sorry for the woman. Honestly. Like, she's been given money to degrade herself for men's pleasure. It's a little bit disgusting if you think about it, right? That there's a human being in there, and you can see, if you look in the eyes of the woman, you can see they're unhappy. You can see they feel not good about it. Deep down, you can see it. They can't hide it with their body language. So, the exploitation of women, I think it's a big deal, to be honest. I think Kalai was touching on it earlier when he was talking about how people want to judge the woman on OnlyFans. Although these days men are doing it too. Yeah. The gay scene is definitely rocking, I'm sure. Must be. I live in Cape Town, which is like gay capital of the world. I've always had really good relationships with gay guys. Been very good friends with gay guys. I get on well with them. I'm not homophobic. So I used to go to gay clubs when I was a young guy. I used to stand on a table and I used to say, if any of you touch my butt, I'm going to put you down. And they'd laugh. They'd like, I'm like, I'm straight. I'm just here because I want to dance and I don't want girls rubbing their tits all over me, basically. And so I got a lot of respect from the gay club because they knew I wasn't gay. And I made it very clear. Like, I'd literally pick a table, stand on top of the table and like talk to everybody in the club. Like, you better be careful. I got a temper. So,
Ooh, Franklin's playing hard to get.
No, but I was quite well known. Like, I was quite well known in Cape Town when I was growing up. So, when people found out who I was, because my name had put a lot of guys in the hospital. So, like in the street when I was young. So I was well known. Like I was Frank. I wasn't Franklin. I was Frank. Frank was a hard nut. And but I was also like I got on well with everybody. I loved everybody, and I didn't judge gay guys for being gay. Especially in those days when people used to be like really nasty towards gay guys, and they used to like want to beat up on gay guys, and I was like, you know, I was protective over them because I was like, these guys have got balls. Like, you know, these guys have got balls coming out and being gay in a time when it's so uncool to be gay, you know. They'll get like judged from everybody. They'll get beaten up by people for being gay. In those days, people used to get beaten up for being gay.
You know, Franklin, that gay stuff is very similar to what you mentioned with the women as well. And it also touches on something Jeremy said earlier today about wanting to be loved, right? So I assume I'm not an expert, but you know, I'm just an expert in human I just observe the human species, and a lot of that is perhaps not necessarily all physical, but just wanting to be loved, and maybe they find it better. The gayness is where they maybe take care of that, you know, or you know, very similar. So, yeah, that's all I got on that. I mean, keep going, guys.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I was sort of my point that I was getting at is, you know, men and women are being estranged from each other, and they have been for a long time.
Yes.
And I think it's why you've got this that's been capitalized on by edge ranking systems from Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. And, you know, what sex are you? What sex do you want to identify as? Do you want to change your sex? I think a lot of people have felt estranged sexually. And so, like, the edge ranking systems have actually pushed that onto people. Like, I've known people who have had to change. Well, I haven't been friends with them personally. I don't know them that well. But I've known of people that have come out after having the change and not being happy about it, you know, didn't think it through. So this is why, you know, I think it's such a big fad. There's always going to be some people that will change their sex because there are a certain number of babies that are born that aren't really properly sexed. It's a weird concept. Some children are born with two sets, male and female. I knew a lady whose daughter was born with fully operating ovaries and fully operating testes. That meant this child, if left to develop the way they were, they would have been able to ejaculate and put that inside their own vagina and have a baby.
Has that ever happened before in history? That we know?
I don't know, but that's what immaculate conception really looks like. Do you know what I mean?
Wow.
What a concept. So
the gods be like that.
There are, and there are a lot of children that are born with two sets, or children that are born with like close to having two sets. They might not have the actual physical sets. They might have the hormones for the set that didn't come, you know, but they're like got that set dominant, but they got the other. So they're always going to be some small percentage of the population that are generally on the spectrum of, you know, are they male or female? This is something that I've noticed ever since I was young, but it's become a fad. It's become a fad. It's become like a popular, you know, and whenever you have a fad, you've got a problem. The same like, you know, any fads that come along. And it's sort of getting pushed on people by these edge ranking systems that are sort of capitalizing on people. Like, obviously, if you go on Instagram and you're young, you're 15, and every second Instagram account you see is somebody that's changed their sex, you might start to think that it's normal to change your sex and that maybe there's something wrong with you if you don't want to change your sex because everybody else is. Am I right or wrong? So there's a lot of ways that edge ranking can affect our psyches and put people that were like toying with the idea right into the idea. I think it's a big decision for anyone to take if they want to go that way, because it means having to be addicted to hormones, having to put stuff in your body, pills and tablets your whole life, which is going to shorten your life. Let's not pretend it won't. Medication from pharmaceutical corporations. If you are stuck having to be on medication for the rest of your life, what is that going to side effects is that going to cause to your health? So, there's a lot of things to consider. But I do think that because of the fear and the division that's being created between the sexes, which is based on pushing the fear between the sexes, pushing the doubt, pushing the insecurity, which is something that we've seen a lot of. How many Hollywood films have we seen the idea of love being ridiculed? In maybe not so much lately, but it was a big thing, wasn't it? Love was so uncool. It was much more cool to be dating, right? Like Hollywood film, guy falls in love with a woman and she's like, oh, I just want to date. I just want to have sex. That idea was pushed. And so I think that we're living in a very disengaging world where people are disengaging from each other and they're using social networking as a proxy. Instead of having real relationships with people, people are having social relationships with apps and might be speaking to bots half the time, and they might not even realize it. So I think we're going into that dangerous phase of the future where, what percentage of Instagram was bots? Elon Musk did the research, came out. It was a fairly significant percentage of Instagram, right?
How much?
Facebook's
10%?
Yeah. Hey?
I didn't hear about this.
No, it was a significant percentage. What is like 15% or something? Significant percentage of bots.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
What's the percentage of so-called NPCs walking around? Like everything is a reflection of everything else. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not just on social media, it's in real life. We deal with real life bots. You know what I mean? So, this is, you can't have one without the other.
It's true.
It's so funny that we use the term NPC for real people, but people have become NPCs. That is so. One of the ladies looked out of a window and saw one of the guys in my community, a pensioner, walking his dog, and she shopped him to the cops during COVID. There was nobody on the streets. He was the only guy walking on the streets, walking his dog. His own neighbor shopped him to the cops and he was arrested. He had to go to jail.
Wow.
Lockdown. Do you know what I mean? That's pretty NPC. Not thinking for yourself, is it?
No.
Like this, she's known his family. He has known her for like 20 years.
Wow.
But she was so taken in by the paranoia of the virus. Oh, no one's allowed to be on the street, that she was so offended by the idea of him walking on the street with his dog when there was nobody else in the street with his dog. There was like nobody there. He wasn't going to infect anyone. So yeah, I completely get what you're saying, brother. There were a lot of NPCs.
That's another thing. Expect some more of that being reported to the secret police. We mentioned that in social credit score and CBDCs, and being not only rewarded for reporting on unauthorized behavior like that, like walking your dog in a completely empty street, but getting punished if you don't report it. Things like that. So when you have a woman like that who's supporting that, the whole point of the a lot of these lizards and using their cultural Marxism as a tool is things like replacing. Women have been attacked on, and who better to attack than the moms, the women of the tribe, right? And they have unfortunately been taught to choose the government as their man. because in most cases, generally speaking, women are going to choose a protector and a provider, regardless, because that is their biology. And so they're either going to have a man, an actual like man, um, to be a protector and provider, or they'll remove that man from the household and replace them with the government, where the government will keep them safe and secure and provide them with money. So then what happens is, now a woman like that who reports a neighbor walking down the street, she's going to report them to her man, which is the government. And that's kind of how we got here. That has been the attack. That's how like the methodology has got where we got to where we are today in this current phony, fake iteration, created construct, and completely disconnected from nature. They chose. Well, they created the only option that to choose your actual enemy who wants to just kill you and your kids and your whole species as the health, as the protector, as everything. Choosing those who don't have your best interest in mind, that also want to destroy you. So that's an indicator. The Karens and NPCs, etc. That's who they look for information. They look for authorized academia and authorized messages put on these platforms that are also owned by the enemy of people in general and this whole entire realm. That's in they get their health, they get their information from them, they get their protection from them, their security, they get everything from them. But they will never receive love, and they'll never receive freedom, and they'll never be wealthy, and they'll never be healthy, because that is the enemy. So hope that makes sense and is informative.
I like the wording. I like the wording on that, Ronan. And forgive me, guys. I ended up entering into a dead zone, and I just got my signal back a little while ago. So that's funny. It's funny. It's government. So it's like um, Ronan's phonetic skills kind of rubs off on me, because he commented on that, and that says like the woman's man becomes the government. So I was like government. So that was funny. But yeah, I know I had something to say. I had a comment. But
I hate when I have such brilliance to share, and then it just goes into
I'm telling you, it sticks. It really, really it sticks for sure. But I was gonna say, I was gonna comment on something, and it just completely slipped my mind. But I'll remember.
Cool. I wanted to go back to something Franklin was saying about love being devalued, and people saying dating maybe like a better option sometimes because it's more exciting. I know a lot of people that have marriages tend to complain after being married for a long time, they lose the passion and such. But there's a different aspect that was portrayed by Aldous Huxley in the novel Brave New World, where they suggested that in the future we might come to a time where people aren't allowed to be in love. They're just allowed to date and have to keep dating someone new all the time. It's a very extreme circumstance in this fictional novel, but they're just kind of envisioning where things are going in our society, the direction things seem to be going. But to look back from where this all came from, there was a time where love was shunned and discouraged, when there was all arranged marriages for a long time, up until fairly recently when they started to break up extended families into the nuclear family with the Industrial Revolution, starting in the 1800s. So before that, there was a time where people, if they wanted to be in love with somebody because they loved them and they wanted to be together, but they weren't arranged, they would have to usually run off together and live in exile and never be able to be in their community or be with their family again, a lot of times. And there's a lot of stories of this from old times. So, that's interesting to see how love has been discouraged from the root, and now up until the time now where it's starting to be discouraged in a different direction.
Indy, let me ask you this: since arranged marriages have been out of fashion, how well have marriages gone?
Divorce
from a culture of arranged, and I'll wrap up. When you come from a culture of arranged marriages, a lot of current Indian culture, do you ever hear about them getting divorced very often? Probably very rarely. So how well has that worked out?
There's grass is green on both sides from both perspectives a lot of times.
And I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying it,
it just shows that we need to find a way to mediate these and find some kind of a happy medium. And I feel like that might just be the ability to find somebody who's more compatible from the beginning, that you're going to have a better love, like long life relationship with. But it's always going to be hard. You're never going to be able to get just the right thing. But I think people do lack right now in being able to find compatibility. It's about knowing yourself. And if once we can know ourselves better, we can really understand what's going to be compatible with us. But there's a lot of focus on something like, I'm going to get someone to complete me, or to elevate my status, or give me power, or something like that, or give me financial security or something else. And we're not really considering our compatibility. What's our emotional compatibility? What's our compatibility of our personalities, our spiritual practices? Is there going to be like things where we understand there's a difference, but it works? And you got to think about these things and work through this stuff. And that's something that usually takes people a long time to be able to figure out through many different failed relationships. So if we could work on something like that in our society, provide a little more education on that, I think that could really help provide better intimate relationships that are enduring. But if anybody wants to change the subject and go on to something else, that's cool too.
Well, I noticed Sherry was asking me about my son.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose it's sort of relevant because he's so uninhibited. It's because I've always said to him, like, if anyone ever messes with you, come and tell daddy. They're going to be very sorry very fast. So he knows he's safe. He knows I've got him, and so he will walk up to strangers and he'll just he'll spark up a conversation with anybody, everybody, anywhere. And people are always amazed. Like, he'll just walk up to him and start talking to him, and he's very direct. And he'll walk up to a stranger and he'll poke their belly and say, "You're fat." I'm like, "Josh, you can't do that." Like, seriously? He goes, "No, you got a fat belly." Or walk past a lady and says, "Your bum's so big." Oh my gosh, what did he say? He made a joke. I was like, "You can't do that." Or he'll see like tourists coming and he'll like go left, go right, go left, go right on a path, so that they're like getting confused. And he's like playing with them, like, just teasing and playing. So he's quite like cheeky. Like, I often have to take him to task and say, "Listen, that Wi-Fi camera of yours is going to end up confiscated, and if you carry on, I'm going to crunch it under my toe, under my heel, and make you throw the pieces in the bin," because he loves his Wi-Fi camera. So it's my collateral. I confiscate it from time to time, then I give it back to him. Then I'm like, I'm going to stamp on that thing. Like, I let him know, like this. I'm not going to get angry. I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm going to go home. I'm going to get your camera and I'm going to stamp on it. So I have to like sometimes be a bit strict to them, but he's very uninhibited to the point where it's almost overwhelming sometimes, and but at the same time, he's never going to have an issue with his masculinity, if you see what I mean. Because he knows how to be impulsive. He knows how to be himself, and he's quite funny. He's hilarious. My gosh, the story of the butt fairy.
Oh, geez.
Oh my God. You know the story of the butt fairy?
Was
He was
it?
telling everybody the story of the butt fairy. He stops a group of people climbing the mountain to tell them about the butt fairy. I'm like, seriously? And these people are staring at him, nodding, and he's telling them the story about the butt fairy, saying like, well, basically, my mom tried to tell me about the tooth fairy, and she was lying to me. So I said to her, why are you lying to me? She said, no, I'm preserving the magic of your childhood. He said, well, I'm going to preserve the magic of my childhood myself, and I'm not going to have the tooth fairy anymore. It's just going to be the butt fairy. And the butt fairy goes around eating people's crusts at night. I'm like, oh my God, where's the story going? And now the tooth fairy is the butt fairy actually in disguise, because the butt fairy doesn't want to be recognized. So when people think they're seeing the tooth fairy, they're actually seeing the butt fairy. And now it's been enveloped to the point that the Easter bunny is also the butt fairy wearing a disguise. I'm like, he's hilarious. So he's got his sense of humor, and he's like, he knows it's funny. It's like I think he knows he's being funny because everybody's laughing. So he'll walk up to a group of strangers and he'll have them falling over laughing, like holding their bellies, like they can't believe this 7-year-old is coming up with this stuff. And while he's telling it, he's embellishing it. He says to them, like, you look like you've been visited by the butt fairy. And people be like, what do you mean? He goes like, no, you got that angry face. People with an angry face have been visited by the butt fairy. That's why they wake up with an angry face. And you start explaining to them that's because they wake up with an itchy butt. Because the butt fairy likes to use salt and pepper. The salt and pepper makes your butt itchy. So you wake up with an itchy butt and makes you pull that funny face. Like, it's really like off the wall ridiculous. Like, so
It checks out. I mean, it checks out.
Yeah.
What?
The kid logic, it checks out.
He's hilarious, man. He says this stuff to his mother, and I'm supposed to sit there with a straight face. Like, you know, when she shouts at him, he starts telling her she's been like, stop acting like you've been visited by the butt fairy. And she stares at him like, what do you mean? So that's where he comes up with this, because his mother can be a bit much. So I think he noticed how daddy handles his mother with humor. If she tries to get funny with me, I'll start taking the piss out of her, because I don't want to get into an argument. So I'll just make it a joke. You know, I'll take a joke. I'll say, oh, well, you said that. That means this. Everything she says, I'll twist it around and make a joke out of it, so that I don't have to get into an argument in front of him, because she likes to create arguments. So, and I'm not going to get pulled into that. But so I think he's learned to diffuse her shouting at him with humor, but now he's gone over the top. But at the same time, like, I think the world needs children that will be totally themselves. You know, I think the future is going to need warriors, if that makes sense. I think the future is going to need people that are going to just be whatever they are. They're going to think for themselves. They're going to be authentic. They're going to be creative. They're going to do what they do. And they're not going to let conventions or, you know, things get in their way. I just hope he doesn't start with the butt fairy in his class. Luckily, he hasn't. I've explained to him that he can't tell the people in school this. He can't tell other children this. I've told him, you cannot talk like this in front of other kids. Like, it's going to create consequences. You get kicked out of your school, you know? So he hasn't.
That's good.
May I chime in on a couple things?
Yeah.
Yes, that warrior thing is, you know, what's that? What do they say? Hard times make hard men, or then like something, and then soft times make soft men, and then good times make soft men, and then the soft men make hard times, and then the hard times make hard men, and then you're in this like endless loop of needing, you know, something like that. I totally butchered that. That's like a famous quote.
You got it in the end, right? I think you got it.
Yeah, you guys get it anyway. It wasn't exact, but so yeah, that warrior thing is, yeah, we're coming into hard times, and we're going to be hard men because there's soft men around. And maybe men, maybe it's not men, maybe it's people. So forgive me, I'm not trying to just isolate, like, because it's everyone, it's both, right? So back to a little bit of that arranged marriage thing. I want people to think beyond just themselves in being attracted, in there's a mate that you like, whether boy or girl, whoever you are, male, female, whatever, and beyond just I like him, I like her. and then impulsively, you mentioned impulsive, and impulsively getting together, because it's more than just you. If you look at from a tribal perspective, a family perspective, you're uniting two completely different families together between the two of people, right? So it's bigger than just simply, I like him, I like her. If they are a complete, because you have to think about the holiday season that just passed, right? You got a bunch of different kids by a bunch of different, baby mamas and baby daddies, right? That makes holidays real awkward. That also makes uniting the tribe when you guys need, to battle some sort of danger incredibly difficult because everybody's disjointed. You know what I mean? So when a lot of that arranged marriages is also like could be seen as a business transaction. Oh, but what about love? It's like, okay, you love that guy over there, you love that girl, they're a mess. Or that guy, they're a mess. They're not going to improve the family. They're not going to improve the family line, right? But if you get with a really awesome family, and you have a really awesome family, and you go, I think my daughter, or I think my son, you talk to their parents, and you go, are we good? We're going to have our Christmases aren't going to be awkward. You know what I mean? We're going to build and unite our two dynasties together. Like, think of it a little bit more than simply in the immediate aspect. So when it comes to like, people are doing horrible jobs of choosing a mate nowadays, and that's by design. We talked a little. We all know how this is a lot of this corruption and decay, and also that also has brought on a society of a trustless society. No one trusts anybody. Everyone's trying to scam everybody. At least, when you kind of zoom out, right? Cultivated culture, yeah. All the cults, yeah. The bacteria cults for sure, cultures. And so, if you think about it in a intellectual way, not an emotional way, right? But you sit back and let the elders go, talk to the other elders and go, I think our two families would be a beautiful, powerful union beyond the first year of just, I mean, bang, 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 right? And lusting over each other, because then you got to hang out with each other, right? You got to meet each other's families. You're gonna have kids, you're gonna have grandparents, right? You see how this whole broken family can just creates more fractures and more fractures. Of course, that is by design again. So I want everyone to kind of think about that aspect. Perhaps the old traditional ways were about arranged marriages because they were better for the whole unit. And I'm not saying, well, a lot of stuff that I'm saying isn't necessarily how I want things to be or expect. I'm just merely throwing some things out there on real world, how things manifest and grow.
I will respond to that because I lived in India for many years and spent a lot of
Are they
time
all
in Sri
miserable?
Lanka.
They're just like, I hate this old lady. I hate my old man.
What I noticed was that most often the people went into marriages unhappy. There was a resentment between the husband and the wife. The husband was sexist and treated the wife like crap because he didn't love her. So when you see a man with his 15-year-old son sitting on a bus while the mother stands holding the bags and his older sister stands next to the mother holding the bags, while the father and the son sit down and rule the roost in a seat on a bus with his poor mother who's like way older and weaker, struggling on the bus to stand up when he's young and 15 years old and he could stand up easily and wouldn't even feel it. So you see a lot of that. What I noticed as well very often was it was about money. It was about this family and that family increasing their wealth. That's really what it came down to. Like 80, 90% of the time. It was firstly, what does society think of us? Does society think this is a good match? Yes. Hey, is it going
in
to...
Africa, they do the same thing, Franklin. Is that such a bad thing?
I don't know, but I do know that a lot of baby girls were thrown into rivers.
Here's a question.
It's a big problem in India. Baby girls being thrown into rivers because it's not financially viable for the family.
Oh yeah, then
So,
you get the dowry. The female side would pay the dowry. Yeah, you get into a lot of interesting things. Go ahead, Khalil, my friend.
in Africa, it's the opposite. In Africa, if you've got girls, it's a value to you. So they want to get rid of boys sometimes. And having girls means you get money. So once again, the Ebola system is a bit weird. We've got it here in South Africa. A lot of the tribal people do it. The last South African president had like, how many wives did he have? He had 3 wives. And then he raped a young girl and got away with it because she didn't scream loud enough that she didn't want to have sex with him. You see, in South Africa, a woman actually has to scream at the top of her lungs that she doesn't want to have sex with a man, or else it's not rape. Yeah, so but if you're a politician, basically, crazy as that sounds, it's a true story. That's what the official story from court was. That she didn't clearly shout loud enough, even though she had said she didn't want to have sex with him a number of times while he was raping her. So, and the fact that she was young enough to be his daughter didn't matter either. So, I think it engenders a lack of respect between men and women. I noticed it in Africa, and I noticed it in India. And I noticed in the West, where it's love, it's much more respect between men and women. That's what I noticed. And I think that this breaking down of marriages is a new thing. If you look at our grandparents, they didn't have this problem. And there wasn't no arranged marriages in those days in the West, right? Our grandparents, they were staying married. So before Hollywood and Bollywood and Instagram and Facebook and pornography and all of this nonsense, 24-hour shopping and, all of this nightclubs everywhere. And before all of this stuff happened in the 60s with that sort of so-called liberation, the family nucleus was a strong nucleus. And people were getting married for love, and it was working. And it was working better in the West than it was working in India or in Africa, I believe.
And also, back then you had like, there's 10 girls in the town and there's 10 guys in the town. It's like, yo, and you just love the one you're with. There's not much choice now. Go ahead, Khalil. I know you're, forgive us for.
There probably was less choice, and that's probably made it easier. You're right. Sorry, do continue, please, brother.
There's something I don't know if we just have to drop it down, or if we're walking around it, or what. But there's a certain realization everybody needs to have, and that realization is reality itself is flawed. No matter what you do, nothing here will change that, right? So what does that mean? That means that we can look back and we can see that, tribalism was a real thing. It still exists in some places. And we would line people up. That's what they called it. They would line people up. Your nose is like this and her nose is like this, and that means this is like this and this is like this, and you have the best chance of your progeny doing whatever it wants to do. And any flaws that may exist in you two, well, this is where we got the term, it takes a village and all of that. We have moved away from that. What does that mean? That means that at that time, we knew that the flaw of this reality existed. It has no choice but to get worse based on ignorance. Nothing, absolutely nothing we do will change that. What we do here is try to raise awareness so those that can hear can comprehend that. You see what I mean? So incarnation itself is the issue, because even if we say, oh, well, maybe we need to go back to these practices and go back to these standards, and our grandparents and great-grandparents had it right. Sure. But the mere fact that it can turn back into this is the problem, and that can't be fixed.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that there's a fundamental flaw in the nature of reality. But I think that what has made it worse is alcohol. I think that I noticed it in the UK. Most pregnancies are young pregnancies by young guys, young women that would never have had any business together, having sex with each other because of alcohol and having a baby as a result. And so the DNA is not resonance. It's not. I think in the old days, it did work better than what it worked before we had the abundance of alcohol that we have, where alcohol was so freely available that one can just get drunk, go to the local watering hole, drink, get drunk, meet a girl, take her home, bang, bang, bang. And before you know it, boom, you're a dad, you know? And I think that in the old days, there was a courting etiquette where the man and the woman would get to know each other before they had sex. And so they'd get a feel for each other. And because they had that time to get a feel for each other, the nucleus family could survive. I think that's been lost. I think it's a cultural eradication. And I do think that there are certain things that we can flag up as being instrumental. And I think alcohol is one of them. Being introduced to the way that since the 70s, since the 60s, it was normal for people to go to watering holes, nightclubs, drink, meet the opposite sex. And after being drunk, meeting the opposite sex, in those days they were allowed to drink and drive, remember? Go home, have sex. Before you know it, they're in this weird relationship and they're pregnant. And now there's a baby. And now it's like a shotgun wedding. Well, now they don't have a choice. They've got a child, so they're going to make it work. And the result of all of those relationships were marriages that failed because they weren't in love. They didn't belong together. Alcohol made his eyes dizzy, made her eyes dizzy. And so they were just getting together because the alcohol was basically removing their intelligence and their ability to choose coherently and triggering their natural procreative drive, the group mind, to push them into having babies.
Bro, you ever been in a bar where the lights came on at like 2 a.m. and you get there, you're like, oh, is that what y'all look like? Oh my gosh, what do I look like? Oh my gosh, I look crazy.
Well, here's oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna comment how in my culture, you know, it's very true. Back in the day, our grandparents stuck together, right? But it was a different era, right? Life was a bit more difficult. You had to struggle a little bit more. You know, things weren't as easy, as accessible as they are now. Especially, you know, in my culture and my family being raised mostly in Puerto Rico. But at the same time, we might not have had arranged marriages. That's not a thing in our culture. But there was a lot of men were very sexist. They were very they were bien machista. Okay, and that was a problem. But well, they you know, but they didn't treat the women with the love and respect that they deserve. And since women were not allowed to really do too much, go out into the workforce, as you were saying earlier, Franklin, then they had to really depend on their husband, you know. And but then it was also a belief system as far as when it comes to getting married. Hey, you get married, that's it. You can't divorce. It's a sin. Divorce is a huge sin, you know, in my culture, at least back in the day. You know, so the women would deal with a lot of abuse, you know, and having to deal with other women in the relationship and other children coming from that relationship, you know, and you know, so they did stay. A lot of marriages did stay together. Like my grandparents, they stood together until the day they both passed. But it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for my grandmother. You know, my grandfather was very, you know, he was very machista. You know, very sexist. But whatever, you know, he made the money. He was the one that laid down the law, and my grandmother, you know, she worked. She made her money and stuff, provided for her. That's one thing for sure. You could say about, you know, what I've seen in my culture as far as in my experience and what I've seen. The men provide. Okay, doesn't matter how many children you have, whatever the case is. They provide. They protect. You know what I'm saying? But you know, they're not always faithful. You know, so and there's a lot of cases like that I've seen with many different people that I've, you know, come across, and my friends and stuff like that, where yep, that's how it is. That's how it was in my grandparents' generation and my parents' generation. My mother's generation she was a little bit more different. You know, my parents were married until I think for like 13 years, but there was high abuse in the relationship. And my mother's like, well, you know, I'm not gonna tolerate that or whatever, you know, and then she went out on her own. But at the same time, the times were different. She was able to have an excellent job, you know, and have a 2-family home. Like a 2-family home today is fire. Imagine back in the day, you know, they were very smart as far as, hey, you know, we're gonna get a job, we're gonna get this income, property income, and that's gonna pay our mortgages. So they were very smart in that sense, you know. But it was a different era, but it did allow my mother to be able to, you know, work and, you know, and be on her own, you know. But it's true what Indy said earlier. It's that compatibility, finding someone who's compatible with you, or, you know. But it takes a lot to get there too, because I think you're like, damn, you got to be first compatible with yourself. You know what I'm saying? And it's what I am seeing with this generation, and it's great, because now you hear a lot more of, okay, people healing their trauma, going to therapy, this, that, whatever, doing whatever, putting in the work. I've never heard that growing up. That was all very select few, you know, group of people. You know, now it's a thing. You know, and that's great. Now, I don't know of too many successful relationships, even in this day. And the people that I do know that are together, why is it that I'm the one that knows that both of them are freaking miserable in the relationship? You know, but at the same time, you just, because since you're looking on the outside, you're able to kind of spot their differences and the things that, you know, that's not working in their relationship. But if they're in the relationship, hey, we got to stay together, we got to stick it out. But to what end? And to what end? You know what I'm saying? So is dating more difficult during this time? I think so. People who are single, they tend not to probably date, because if they stay by themselves, they're safer. That's their safety from getting hurt, you know. But then at the same time, that's no fun, you know. But then, like I said, I think once you're on a really good path with yourself, and you're happy, you know, you know that you're the source of your own happiness. You know, I think if you just if one is just very patient, and you give yourself that space, that grace, you start attracting the right partner, you know. But it's very difficult. It's very difficult today and age. A lot of cultures that do have arranged marriages, right? Because that's how I started. That was the topic I began on. There's the point that I wanted to say is that it's true. A lot of the men are misogynistic. You know, a lot of cultures that we know, you see that culture, arranged marriages in the Japanese culture, in the Chinese culture, in Middle Eastern cultures, things like that. But it's because the men are very machista. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it works out for some, but really it doesn't. You know, I don't know percentages, but it could go either way. Honestly, go either way. I would say you'd be more successful in being in a successful relationship with someone when you let love rule in the relationship within yourself, and you know that the other person is on that same level as well, as opposed to, hey, you got a business, I got a business, this, that, whatever, it might make sense on people, but they're not happy. You know, I know of a relationship like that, a modern relationship like that, and they're freaking miserable. They're so miserable. And I said, I would never, I would never just get into a relationship because it just looks good on with the numbers and paper, but that's my choice. There are some people that do get together and say, hey, this makes sense. You got this, I got that. This makes sense. Let's build, blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine. But it's very, very rare and very far and few in between. I've seen the most beautiful relationships that I have seen and been a witness to. It's because both partners are the woman is in her divine feminine, the man is in his divine masculine. They give space to each other, and even if they're both still doing the work together, because the work within yourself, that's a forever job. That doesn't end, but they're moving forward together. You know what I'm saying? And those are the most beautiful relationships that I've seen, are the ones that honestly do let love rule.
Thank you for that seminal share, dear. That's a lot. It's all very obvious in a sense. And you're totally right. The way women have been oppressed in the last century, up until what, 70s, I suppose. Well, I mean, it didn't just stop in the 70s, but things started to look in the right direction in the 70s, slowly moving in that direction. I suppose that must have had a huge impact, on women having to endure. Though at the same time, even like in modern times, when I've met old couples and I've like how the hell did you guys stay married for like 30, 40 years or whatever? They say, well, it's hard work and it involves like a sacrifice from both. And I think that's the key to realism. People have been sold this Hollywood dream or story of a pumpkin that turns into a carriage and a glass slipper, and off you go to the king and queen's princess ball, and that's what a relationship's supposed to be, when actually the relationship is actually at home scrubbing kitchen floors, as a metaphor. And the sacrifice is made for the children very often. Obviously there are times when relationships is never going to work. Like I'm living testimony to what happened with my son's mom. Sometimes people are they change and they go in like totally different directions, and that's fine. Yeah, that happens. But in a situation where that's not the case, I have met a lot of older couples that have basically explained that you got to go into a relationship with realistic expectations. You shouldn't expect it to just be honey coated. I mean, that's not quite the same as what you're saying, though. And what you're saying is still very much on point. But I think that in these modern times, love, like you say, love can rule the roost. If the man and the woman truly love each other, then they'll want to sacrifice themselves for each other, and they'll want to both do it together. So there won't be one underdog, because they'll both be wanting to do it, and they'll both be wanting to, be there for the other one. I think it's so important that often these days we don't listen enough. And I think it's what can make relationships work is when people listen. The communication has always been, I think, a big part of the issue. And if a men just listen to women, what they actually have to say, and if women actually just listen to men, they'll understand where the other one's coming from. And they might not agree always, but they'll be able to sort of appreciate the give and take within the dynamic. But thank you for that, Moonfeather. It sort of makes me feel a bit sad, for all the women that were like beaten down to the floor, metaphorically or physically or whatever. What I saw in India turned my guts off, and I'm going to be honest. When I saw the way men would sometimes behave towards women, it just really, and I often wanted to get involved, and then I'd have to recognize and go, well, this isn't my place. It's not my place to come here and tell these people how to live. Who the hell do I think I am? Yeah, I come from my country. I'm here and I'm going to tell these people how to live. So I used to catch myself laughing at my own arrogance, that I had all the answers. But I definitely was disgusted enough times. I mentioned the allegories with the on buses and trains and such, and going into a local Indian family's home, and the guy's throwing the rubbish on the floor, and I'm like picking up the rubbish to put it into a bowl or to put it into something. He's like, no, you throw the rubbish on the floor, the wife will clean it. So she's just cleaned the place and he's throwing stuff on the floor. She must keep cleaning all day long after him. Like little things like that used to wind me up. And that's like part of the culture for some reason. So how that became a part of the culture, I'm not quite sure. It's almost like he's showing you how well trained his wife is, in a sense. Like somebody in the park showing off with a frisbee with their dog, kind of thing. So it used to make me angry, or she touched the wrong notes on my instrument, shall we say. And I used to say to them, that's not right. And they used to go, no, this is how it is. This is our culture. So yeah, I think that it's a very complex story, isn't it? It's a very complex discussion when we get into the dynamics of men and women and cultural love and how love can succeed. But I think love is like a plant. And sometimes you'll see this little plant in a rock face where there's no soil, and somehow it's growing out of the cliffs. Sometimes they grow in a patch of cement. Sometimes plants will just find a way to thrive. I feel very lucky that I've met someone that I can really relate to on an intimate level. And maybe what it is that it takes a lot of time, like Indy says, maybe people have forgotten to be patient, to just take their time and be patient and wait until they actually meet the right person, because the right person is out there. Oh my gosh, Soraya. Hello, Soraya. How are you? I just saw your name now. My eyes are not so, this blooming bright light in my face. I can't always see the letters down there with the blue. Welcome, Soraya. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Are you with us, dear? Okay. Well, maybe Soraya's doing something or busy at the moment. But yeah, I do think that that's probably something we've all got to look at within ourselves, you know? And that's why, like, when I met my partner, we weren't in a hurry to do this or to do that. We were like just talking to each other for a long time and then hanging out, and it sort of naturally progressed. And there wasn't a hurry to just like jump into bed and just have sex, or you know. And so it was a natural, organic process. And I think people need to go back to being more patient. Get to know each other. Get to know the person that you're with. Get to appreciate them on other levels, so that when you have the sexual connection with them, you're adding to what's already there. You're not substituting. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yes, but I think it's difficult with our society where they kind of push all of this sex sells stuff at us all the time. It's difficult to be able to focus and have patience, especially with people having lower resilience from like immediate gratification from these devices that they have right immediately on them. It's getting more and more difficult for people. I feel like they almost need sex bots to hold them over, to get to know people, to find the right one.
Yeah, well,
Maybe.
they're going to be attempting to put chips in everyone very soon, and you'll be having interesting rules applied, which will not be coming from one's family, unless you know. But anyway, that's dystopian talk.
I joke.
We had well, kidding, not kidding. They're trying to chip everybody, but that's another thing. And again, just like the cattle. But when it comes to that example, Franklin, if go ahead if you got to do something, but that like throwing stuff on the ground kind of thing, like that's just ridiculous, man. But there's different, you know, and like I've seen old school families here in the U.S. Now, and I've seen old school families in the Arabian Peninsula and in those regions, in Eastern Europe, in Africa, and I did not witness that incredible behavior, or you know, not incredible. I mean, despicable behavior. You know, I witnessed it in a more incredible way. You know, meaning like being together for a long time. The guy, you know, I come over as a guest, and the woman going and bringing us all tea, and I felt so like the hospitality that was shown to me was so incredible. There was no competition or battle between male or woman. You know, the guy goes and gets the tea. It was just, you know, women have a very caring and amazing bedside manner, and they want to, you know, if you look at them all like your mom, right? Like they want you to feel good, be comfortable, have some snacks, have some water. Are you good? All right, cool. And that brings joy, you know. And then, you know, the guys sit and talk, and I don't know, maybe smoke shisha, or maybe just talk and hang. And it's I've seen that happen in a beautiful way, Franklin. Luckily, I would have been pretty fired up about that too, especially, you know, I'm a guest. And if you're just showing off in front, like that's ridiculous. Luckily I've never been around that, and I don't attract that. And I would be like, my friends aren't like that. My friends that are married are not like that either. So, but I've seen traditional families where it's been very supportive in the symbiotic relationship, and people with their strengths and weaknesses applying those strengths and weaknesses. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just want to throw that out there.
The Bedouins. It sounds like you're talking about the Bedouins. When you go into a Bedouin family, oh my gosh, that's beautiful. The way the men and the women interact. And it's not like that all across India, by the way. There are parts of India which is different. India is a very fascinating country because there's different states and they have different ways in different states. That was something I came across in Uttarkasi in the Uttaranchal, up in the Himalayas, where I spent a long time and I got to know a lot of people. I went into a lot of family homes and started to get to me. It really started to get to me after a while. I started to almost resent the people a little bit. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you guys? You got this lovely family, you got this lovely woman who's looking after you, and she loves you, and you acting like a knob. But in South Africa, it's not like that. But what it is like in South Africa is there's a lot of promiscuity. Yeah. And in South Africa, you'll love it. You'll love it. The women beat the crap out of men. So the African ladies can get pretty masculine, pretty big. And they'll beat the crap out of them. They'll catch him like he's been screwing another woman. They'll beat the crap out of him. Literally, they'll beat the crap out of him. It's like it's the only country where you hear about men getting their asses handed to them by their wives.
Well, yeah, but don't mess with Mama Bear. I mean, there is a degradation, of nobleness, and just morale. To borrow the word from polymathing earlier, and yeah, he mentioned, is man and are people unjust? Are they just? And that's a good question. And then combine that with what Khalil said about this realm being flawed in general. So, it's quite interesting. It's a paradox too, and you can't have everything exactly across the board. But if you have a good tribe, if you have a good herd, and someone's being a jerk, you would assume the other, if it's a guy's being a jerk, like doing some bad stuff to his wife, you would assume the fellas would jam him up, and go, that's not proper behavior. We don't accept that behavior here, right? There's another thing where, a lot of times nowadays, of course, if you see someone misbehaving, it takes a village. We've lost that. We just let them do it. When before, maybe you'd be told to pull your pants up, maybe you'd be told, like, I used to be not afraid, but I'd be like, men, like strange men around the neighborhood that would be like, they'd be scary to me. And they would check you. They would tell you, don't do that. And I'd be like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? And I was a little rascal. I was a little mischievous, rascal running around. But, that type of behavior, like if I was that person, you said just threw the trash and she'll get it, whatever. Like if I was that person's cousin or second cousin, and me and the uncles and stuff would be like, bro, not cool, man. By the way, that's my sister you're married to. Hey, take it easy. But he's not getting checked. He's not getting corrected. There's no it taking the village to correct. We don't accept that behavior here.
The thing is that was the way the people in the village behaved. That was the norm.
Then if that's how the behavior they accept, then I'd be like, this village sucks. I'm going to the next.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm not going to stay here very long. I'm going to keep on shuffling my feet till the next village.
Then you cruise on to a different part of the Himalayas and you find the same issue. And you go on. This is like Uttarkasi is a massive state, and it blew my mind. It totally blew my mind. Like I went through a lot of catharsis in that space, like dealing with this phenomenon. I found it difficult. Welcome back, Jeremy. Lovely to have you back with us, brother. And I hope you've been having a good day. Yeah. So, okay. So let's see, where are we at? Love and fear. We started on fear. and we've come full circle to love, to relationships. I think the other thing to consider, and it's something that Dr. K, Kalal, you brought up beautifully about how the world is. There's a fundamental error in the code, if we can use that terminology.
Oh, and did we get off track? That never happens here.
Well, we didn't really, because we're sort of on the love track, and love is a, you know, it's most of what love represents to most of us is relationships of romance, and marriage and love is the contract of love supposed to be. But the idea that the world is a bit broken, what does that say about us? Because if the world is broken, then we're all a little bit broken, because we are the world. The world is us, an emanation. Now, I see the world as being an emanation from within us. So, and that's quite interesting, because I definitely was broken when I was younger, because I attracted those kind of dynamics. And I didn't have like long relationships. I never had to stay with someone in a relationship for any reason, if that makes sense. Even with my son's mom, called the relationship a long time ago, even though she had nowhere to go, and, you know, she was basically going to end up, I don't know where, what, you know, alive, dead, whatever. Obviously my son, I couldn't bear the thought of my son and his mom, you know, him suffering. So I sort of kept her around to a certain extent, even though, like, we're not in any way connected, right? I just help her, make sure she's okay. It's almost like having another child. I hope she's not watching this, but that's how it is. It's how it feels. I'm saying it as it is. But yeah, so I think that what we've got in this situation, and I'd love for you to add to this, Dr. K, Carlisle. I hope you're close to your device. Are we all a little bit broken, fundamentally, if the world's a bit broken?
Most definitely. That's essentially one of the main reasons that we all came here. However we choose to see it, we came here to fix that flaw. And the only way to fix it is to fix it within ourselves and to understand where our flaw actually comes from. This is what we were, or what I was trying to allude to earlier. When you are a child, no one has to tell you to cry out for sustenance. It's built in, right? That right there is one of your fundamental flaws, right? Something else has to lose its life or lose its energy in order for you to exist here. Your mind is perfect. Okay, I want to revisit a point I made earlier about how children are magnetically drawn to danger because they have no fear. It has to be taught, right? So when you are crying out for sustenance, depending upon how long your mother takes to feed you, that starts to develop or create your behavior, right? The first layer of your persona, right? And no matter how much you try to teach a child, a child will always be itself. So it's about constant reiteration. You know, a child will, you can have cookies on your counter, and a child will, you know, did you eat that cookie? No one with a mouthful of cookie and lie to you. They don't mean anything by it. You know what I'm saying? It's natural. It's built in. We have to understand our flaws. We have to understand the blueprints that we laid for ourselves. It starts with self-love. You can't love anything else until you truly love yourself. I think Jeremy said earlier, talking about, you know, like when it comes to sex, using another person to masturbate. That's what that is. And there's a whole deeper aspect that we haven't even touched. That's a sad current state of affairs, because we come from a time when it was about pleasing the woman, right? You had to, and I don't care what you got. You ain't following a child. Ain't nothing you got gonna put nothing on her. Some of us think that we do certain things, and maybe we do. But whatever we do, we're not doing what that woman can do, and we're not doing what that woman can take. All right. So we have to understand that, even in pleasing, our priorities, our wires are crossed, and that is a fundamental flaw. How the fact that we're more feminine than we care to admit, because it's about us being pleased, and I hope I got mine, and you better. I can't explain to you how repugnant that actually is. Why wouldn't you want to please a woman? And this is where penis envy actually comes from. But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, but I think there's more to it often. Like in my situation, there was a lot of abuse. Bad abuse, harassment, abuse. And so you do get women that lose the plot because of the society being so messed up. And okay, sometimes things happen to them when they were to people when they're young, when they're children. Like it lives in the subconscious, it comes out. At first I thought it was prenatal depression. Then it was postnatal depression, narcissism, extreme narcissism, shouting and screaming, and I didn't want to engage. I'd take my child to go for a walk to the park. She'll confront me at the gate, grab him out of my arms, like almost injuring my child. So I'll let him go so that she can shout and scream, holding him like a trophy, so that she can engage with arguing with me because I'm worried about my child. Then other times when I'd take my child and I wouldn't let her get between me, I'd rotate my body so that she can't grab him out and take him to the park to get away from the harassment and the abuse. Because I would lock myself in my office and she would try and break the door down to get to me. And be banging on the door, shouting and freaking out, constantly telling me that I'm cheating because I went to the supermarket. I was screwing the cashier in the storeroom. So I was always screwing some other woman and shouting and screaming, making sure that all the neighbors could hear her. And if I went into public with her, she'd carry on like that in public. And so it was continual and would go on till like 1 a.m. And I'd have to go and lock myself in my study so that I can work to earn money to look after her and my child. So, there's always a second side to the story. There's always a double. I think maybe there are men not trying to please women, but I think sometimes what has happened is women have tried too hard to be controlling. Like the one time when I decided, no, I went out the gate. She said she's going to phone the police. I said, well, you're going to phone the police because I'm taking my child to the park. The park was like 100 yards away. So she called the police and she tried to lie to the police that I'd been aggressively threatening her and violent towards her. But thank God there was a lady across the way who was the wife of a policeman who had watched the whole thing. So when she tried to lie to the cops, I said, look, would you speak to the blonde lady across the road? She was standing, she saw it all. They went to speak to the blonde lady across the road, and they knew her because she's the wife of another officer. She explained to them about this woman being violent and aggressive and harassing, and they came back and they said to her, listen, we don't want to hear about you calling the police again. They basically warned her not to waste the police's time after speaking to the witnesses in the street of how this woman had accosted me when I got my child in my arms. So luckily there were witnesses, but if there hadn't been witnesses, I could have gotten into trouble. So sometimes people are prepared to lie. Oh, there was a time when I was putting a teaspoon into my son's mouth, feeding him, and she wanted to be in control, and I'd been feeding him already. And I said, no, I'm busy feeding him. I'm connecting with my boy. And so she came and started trying to argue with me, and I ignored her, and I smiled, goo goo gaga with my boy. And she stood behind me, and she punched me on my eye from the side, right? And obviously injured my eye, because I was like, and at the moment that she hit me, I had my spoon in my son's mouth. So I had to concentrate and lock my arm and take the recoil on my arm so that this teaspoon wouldn't injure my son's gullet and choke him with food. It's like a dangerous thing, actually. And after that, I said to her, you hit me. I said, I can't believe you punched me. She said, no, I didn't punch you, I hit you. I said, well, I had my spoon in the son's mouth, Joshua's mouth. You could have hurt my son. Oh, and by the way, my eye is quite hurt. So whatever you did, you hurt my eye. And then I explained to her, I said to her, you can't just hit me, because I'm martial art trained, and my reflex action was actually to hit you with a left. But I luckily was able to overcome my impulse, because I was teaspoon in my son's mouth. Luckily for you, I had a spoon in my son's mouth. Otherwise, I would have probably hit you back. And I explained to her that if I were to hit you, I would probably knock you out and break your jaw. She took a clip of that recording, which she edited, and tried to make a case against me later on, because she didn't want my mother coming to my house, because she felt threatened by my mother, because I used to want to have my mother coming to my house every weekend to spend time with my son, his grandmother. But she hated my mother. So she made a case against me in court that I had been violently threatening her. But what she didn't know was that I had recorded that same conversation that she had recorded on her phone, and I had the whole conversation. And I said to her, I'm going to have her put in jail, because she's now lied to a judge. Because I've got the whole conversation. I didn't threaten you. You punched me on my eye while I'm feeding my son. I said, you punched me. You said, I didn't punch you. I hit you. So I played the recording I had, and I said, I'm going to give this to a judge, and you're going to end up in jail because you've now lied in a court. And now it's a criminal offense. They put you in jail for this. She was so scared when she realized that the recording, and she ran back to the judge. She ran back to the courts and dropped the case. So thank God I had the presence of mind to record what was happening, because the abuse was so bad. I mean, she used to threaten to kill me in my sleep. When I was eating at the table, she'd come behind me with a big, thick vase and stand behind me with a big vase and say, I'm going to smash over your head. I said, well, do what you feel. I'm not going to let this ruin my meal. But just know that if you kill me, then my son's going to grow up without a father, and his mother's going to be in jail. If that's what you want, then smash my head. So she was psychotic. She was psychopathic. She was narcissistic. I thought it was just a depression that she'd gone into prenatal to begin with. But then I thought, well, maybe it's postnatal. I tried for two years of my son's life to be there and still try and make this relationship work, until my mother came crying to me, and she said, please, my son, this woman's killing you. You have got to step back. And luckily for me, I had put a ring on her finger, and I'd proposed to her, and she was my fiance, and she threw the ring in my face, swearing at me, telling me how she'll never marry a piece of shit like me because I'm a liar and I'm a cheat. Only I never looked at another woman or touched another woman. So that's not quite the same as the scenario that you're painting, Kalal. So I think, like, what has happened in this modern day and age is, how many women have falsely accused men of rape? Have you ever considered that? I've actually known men to have been falsely accused of rape by a woman, because they resented that man because he wouldn't commit to her. So because of the way society has become structured against men, check me if I'm wrong, society is against men. If there's a problem with the man and the woman, it's probably the man's fault, right? We all think like that, right? women have often learned to take advantage of this. Narcissists, sociopaths, people that have got something not right in their head have learned to take advantage of this kind of situation and use it for their own, whatever their own agenda is. So I think, what do we think about society being against men? Am I right? Is society
Soci-
against men?
Society is not against men, because I would never, and I'm saying this as someone who has been to prison. I'm saying someone who has watched endless atrocities against women day after day after day that no one raises their fucking mouth for ever. So I would never even offer the question of women, and we know that it happens, but I would never care more about women lying about being raped than women who've actually been raped, because I never hear that question in a conversation. Never. Not once ever. So if men are being attacked, men need to be attacked, because men aren't being what men are supposed to be. Otherwise, we will be addressing the real issue, which is our women.
Why would you say men need to be attacked? All men. Do all men need to be attacked? Like, let's say there's a woman that
Everyone,
was raped when she was a child and she's got real issues, and a man tries to give her a good life, but she ends up turning. Does that man need to be attacked because he didn't judge that woman, because he wanted to try and give that woman a better future?
it doesn't matter whether he needs to be attacked. You're going to be attacked just by incarnating. Incarnation itself is an attack. We're talking about making society better just so it can fail again. No society has ever won. No society has ever flourished. No society has ever been allowed to just bloom and be what it is naturally. Because when we come across that in society, we destroy it. So what are we really talking about here? You're going to be attacked. Your own subconscious will attack you until you become aware of your own ignorance. This is in any situation. So we can branch off and blame society, but until we're pointing that finger at ourselves, it don't matter. The attack comes from within. I'm never worried about more of an outside attack as I am from what I am in my own house, because no one knows me like me. At the same token, I can't beat you in your house. I can't come into your house and tell you, oh, you know what, the history of this house is. You live there. So you have to understand, I don't mean you per se, we have to understand and be aware of the environment that we live in, right? If we weren't, then we wouldn't walk outside and choose our outfit first. We would just randomly grab something, right? It's like this whole idea of people killing their ego. You can't kill it. It's who you are. You need it to survive. But you must be aware of your surroundings. Being aware of your surroundings means nothing if you're not aware of yourself. So we can't, to say, the police do this, the government does that. No, we allow it until we want to do something about that allowance of power. Where are we really going?
So,
I definitely agree
so
that we allow everything that happens in our world. And like for me, I was always trying to save women, and I realized, thank God with my son, that is the last woman I'm ever going to try and save. I will not try and, the idea of finding someone who's a little bit flawed and broken and trying to help them and give them a good thing. I realized that I needed to be more strict because I had this natural instinct to want to protect. So if I saw someone who was like, needed to be protected or held or nurtured, I'd want to impulsively nurture and help and protect that person because it was in my program in a sense. So the harsh situation I went through actually was for my own benefit, ironically, because I decided no more. And apart from accepting that her and I weren't in a relationship, I drew lines between her and me. Okay, sure, she didn't have any money. She didn't have anywhere to go. Somebody had to look after her. Somebody had to feed her. Sure, she was my ex. For 5 years, I've been looking after this woman who's nothing to me in a relationship form. It cut me off from being in relationships with women. I made big personal sacrifices to keep her safe, where other men would have just said, go away. But because of that, I met a really strong woman who's not intimidated, a really strong woman who's strong in herself, who's not some got all these hang-ups and all this nonsense. Someone who actually gets on well with my mom. Which is, it's it's a breath of fresh air in a sense. Because I allowed myself to go into it and to experience it. I think this brings us back to the love and fear polarity. When we allow ourselves to go into dangerous territory, so to speak, we open ourselves up to powerful catharsis that can bring us to an actual deeper state of healing. I think this is a really interesting part of the conversation we haven't really necessarily touched on specifically. I'm sure Indy is also going to probably have a lot to say, but I'm sure we all will. The catharsis that we can go into when we put ourselves into a challenging situation, even though we know, like my first wife, we were together for 10 years, right? 6 months into our relationship, I told her exactly when our relationship might end. And I said it would be a crossroads that she would reach, and it would be that date. And I was accurate to within a week of time. And she was like, no, never, never. And I said, you'll make that choice at that point. And based on that choice that you make, we will either stay together or it will be done between us and we will be completely dissolved from each other's lives. And it happened exactly the way I said. So I was in a marriage for 10 years knowing that there was a shelf life. Now, most people wouldn't do that, but I grew so much through that marriage. For 10 years, I was in a relationship that I knew wasn't going to be permanent. I knew it in my heart, the dates. I knew exactly when it would happen. And I even had an impulse of how it would happen. And it happened exactly the way I had expected it to happen. She became obsessed with another man at some point. But to be fair, we were growing in different directions 6 months before that. I've explained before, she was very deep in the sadhana and then she stopped because of what happened with extraterrestrials. And I carried on with mine. And so she just wanted to close her senses. She just wanted to forget everything. She didn't want to open her mind, which was fine. She wanted to take the blue pill after taking the red pill. And I was just like chomping on more red pill. So we were growing in different directions. It was inevitable that something like that would happen. But it's interesting, I think, when we put ourselves in proverbial harm's way. I'll give you an example. Like, to become a shaman, I had to do a lot of dangerous stuff. Do you know how big an elephant is when you approach them in the wild? You go and stand in front of them. Or when you call a snake that's like more than 20 feet out of the jungles, and you get him in your arms and you hug her and you kiss her on the mouth and she kisses you on the mouth, and she's big. Her head's like this. So, and everything else that goes with it, connecting with wildlife, with bears, black bear. So, there's a lot of trials and tribulations I put myself through where I would face my fear. And by going through that challenging fear-based situation, a catharsis would happen within me. And that was the initiation process happening. I think that's an interesting point to ask everybody. The initiations of catharsis that comes from facing fear in the process of love. What do you guys think of that?
there's a real point you gave away, Franklin, that really points to the core, the root idea of catharsis. When you said, you know, you waited, and thankfully you waited, and you finally got with a person that didn't have all these kinds of hangups, right? Because who would want to try to address the catharsis of the actual hangup itself? You see what I'm saying? Like it has no choice but to get worse. And that's not a doom and gloom statement. We're in the age of Aquarius. So we're in this area where everything has become a buffet. Everything has become, you got an international table over here. You have what we focus on in our country right here. You got a table of mixed desserts over here. This is going on all over the world because cultures are mixing. That's what Aquarius is all about. So there's no going back to anything. All we can do is the one thing that most people don't want to do: look forward and see how do we actually do better. Because that's what we're all essentially saying.
If I could go back to a previous point, and please don't let me again get off to the topic of what Franklin and Khalil just mentioned, but it was something I wanted to share just a few minutes ago, and we can rest it there. I put in the chat, beyond the horrendousness that Khalil mentioned about, I'll just put it lightly, like women getting assaulted and it going, people looking the other way. It's horrible. But when it comes to in this more, let me like just compartmentalize what Franklin was saying in like relationships, and how the government, when you rely on the government, which I mentioned this way earlier, about the government, and when it comes to breakups and men being the ones being more financially raped, and I don't, forgive me for using some of those words, being financially fleeced, I should say, to nothing, and barely able to survive. And you look up the amount of, at least here in the States, the amount of men over the decades who have ended their experience here prematurely after a breakup compared to the amount of women who have ended their lives based on a breakup. It is astronomical how men have removed themselves from this realm based on a breakup. So I would take that into consideration when it comes to those types of things. And yes, there has been a lot of unfortunate falsities reports based on, again, this is based on that feminism thing, cultural Marxism thing, calling the government on their man, because that's their real man, that's the government, that's who protects them in their minds, falsely accusing, false accusations. Now again, I don't want to take away from what Khalil mentioned of unreported horrendousness, right? But again, I'm just kind of looking at this more like from like a boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife kind of thing, and not in those more extreme, not in some of those more extreme things that Khalil mentioned. But it's very, very common and well known. We probably personally have been involved, like Franklin mentioned himself, or if not, then know tons of dudes who have been, used that and have been considered guilty before proven innocent. So the system in that regard does lean more towards the female's favor. And again, I don't believe in any of this stuff. I don't believe in none of this court stuff, justice stuff, government stuff. I don't want any of it. I don't need any of it. But just in that setup, there's a lot more men in jail falsely than probably women in just a per capita type of way. In regards to that, again, I'm going to repeat again. I don't want to take away from some of that horrible stuff that Kalel brought up. But again, and we all have friends. How many friends do you know have been divorced? And how many of those friends, the guys, have been so jammed up financially in a time when anybody can work or get a job or whatever if they want to, kind of deal. Now there are still some imbalances, and I get it. And I'm this is a broad stroke. I'm painting a broad stroke here. Yes, there's individual details within this, but yeah.
That's what I was getting at when I was saying about the world being against men. And when I meant the world, I meant that world. And this is exactly what I've observed in many countries where I've traveled. Same pattern, and it's sad. And like you say, the problem I think with rape to get towards women is that the penalization isn't very bad. You get more bad things happening to you if you steal something than if you rape a woman, which is just very weird. So men tend to rape women because they know they can get away with it. They'll get like 1 year in prison with good behavior. They'll be out maybe 6 months, maybe 1 year. They'll get sentenced to 3 years. They'll be able to get out if they behave well, maybe a year, you know, if they've got a good lawyer. Maybe they'll even be able to not go to jail. Maybe they'll be able to go to like a facility for psychological, you know, the fact that they raped a woman makes it easier for them to get like laid off psychologically. So there is an incentive almost for men to get away with rape. And I do get that that's not right. So the law's not right when it comes to, like, if a man rapes a woman, he shouldn't be able to get away with it. He should go to jail for a long time. There should no be short. Do you understand what I mean? Like, it's a serious thing. He's harmed that woman. He may as well have almost killed her. For as bad as the crime is, it should be treated as badly as murder, I think, honestly. But like you say, there are so many people, so many men's lives that have been ruined by the false accusation. To me, that's almost worse, personally, because it shows narcissism, right? Men and women go out, they get drunk. She's flirting with him, he's flirting with her, she's leading him on, he gets drunk, he ends up raping her because he's out of his mind. She was in that bloody situation, getting drunk with the dude, leading him on. Sometimes rape, I'm not saying it's excusable, but sometimes women are party to the rape, if you understand what I mean. It's not like those guys who go and like stalk women weirdos. There are situations where the guy's guilt is like 80% and the woman's guilt is 20%. And I've seen this happen where women try and lead men on before. And I've said to men, watch out, this woman's not cool. If you know that she's got a history of doing weird stuff. And I've protected people that I've known before. And it's like, you know, I've got a good sense, good intuition when it comes to this. But so in those very rare circumstances, like, it's tricky. It can be very tricky. I can appreciate it can be very tricky because it seems black and white on the surface, but it gets gray. But when a woman deliberately goes out of her way to ruin a man's life for no reason, to me, that's like total narcissism. And that has been a big deal. This has happened, and it's not that rare, sadly. If it was just one odd case, it would be, but it's not. Do you know how many men get acquitted from rape for legitimate cause because there were witnesses, right? Like with actual evidence in the court case. So sometimes it does happen, and then the women break down on the witness stand. And they admit that they lied. They made it all up. And they ask for the judge's leniency. And then you know what? The judge is lenient with her because she's got her own emotional conditions. And the judge feels, oh, okay, shame. You know, no harm done. We figured it out. It's fine. Those situations also happen. So I think that like they definitely the gun is definitely loaded against men, and unfortunately, rape isn't taken seriously enough against anybody. Rape needs to be readdressed as a crime, but that's got nothing to do with this topic, because that's like basically legislatively they've decided that rape isn't an important thing, which to me is weird. I've known women that have been raped. I've known a woman that was raped by her close friend, and she never reported it in England. And I kept trying to get her to report it, and she didn't want to because she didn't want to hurt his life. So you do get those kind of situations too. I've known a few women that have been raped in different ways by men, and personally, you know, every woman that I've known, I've been like, you know, shop him, you know, put it down, put it down. But unfortunately, I suppose very often the stigma goes against the woman. And here's an interesting point of stigma. I'm going to point out something that happened to me in a chill out room at a psytrance festival in Cape Town in 2006 or 2007, 2008, something like that. I came with my ex-wife to Cape Town at a psytrance festival, and I went to dance with my mom and two of my friends. My mom digs psytrance. She used to dig psytrance. My mom's quite cool. She's quite funky. And seeing my mom on mushrooms is hilarious. And so anyway, we went to dance. We went to go and get a chai, something to drink. And we came back, and there was this group of women huddled around my ex-wife. And they were all staring at me like I was dirty. And she had thought she had seen me kissing another woman, only to have the whole group of people that was with me say, no, he was with us on the dance floor the whole time. But all those women had heard her thinking she had seen me kissing another woman, and they had all sort of come to huddle around her. There must have been about 12 women, obviously people I've known for many years. And the next morning, she actually saw the guy who she thought with the same woman she had seen kissing, and it turned out they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and he just looked a bit like me. And it was in the dark, and she didn't actually go and approach him to talk to him to say, like, to see if it was me. She just saw it from a distance and assumed it was. So sometimes women can make mistakes, and very often they'll get this protective cocoon around them. Does that make sense? And the guy's always the bad guy. But luckily in that situation, I was with my mom, with friends, like people, you know, people who were well known, who were with me the whole time. And they were like, no, he was with us on the other side. We were at that dance floor, because there's like 3 dance floors. The psytrance parties in those days were like 20,000 people parties, big ones. So, and all the best DJs, you know, just mecca of trance, psytrance, Cape Town. So that there's like a small microcosmic situation of how judgment can work against men. And I noticed it there and then. Had it been a different situation, it would have been handled differently. Had it been me thinking I'd seen my girlfriend, people would be behaving differently. I'm pretty sure about that. But because it was a woman and she was crying, do you see how that works? The guy was automatically the evil guy, until everybody realized, and the next morning everybody came to say sorry to me because they realized what had happened. And which is funny, you know, but I think it does sort of illustrate what you're saying quite well about how very often a crying woman can inspire a lot of people around her that want to protect her, even though she's sometimes not in the right. And that's something I've observed in the past. And I'm just trying to be balanced here. I mean, don't get me wrong. I really am very protective towards women I know. I don't like the idea of, I can get pretty angry at the idea of rape, personally, because I've got a lot of friends that have been hurt. Like, I've had a lot of friends over the years, people that are close to me that have been genuinely harmed by men. So I'm probably the first person to stand up and say to a woman, you know, like, let's take him to task. But I think that we do need to be balanced. I think it's so important that we can be balanced when we look at these situations and look at them from both sides, because we've all been sort of culturally indoctrinated in our own sort of thing with this whole sexist agenda. But I strongly feel that the feminist agenda has put a black mark against men, and divorce is just a classic example of how things go so horribly wrong for men. And like you say, it could be a situation where the woman's earning as much money as the man's earning, and she'll still get to take all of his resources. And then she'll be sitting with like millions and he'll be sitting with nothing. I've seen that happen.
Let me try to answer that question, Franklin. I'm gonna try the best I can. I'm gonna ask everybody a question, and then I'm gonna tell you a couple stories. Why is it that courts unanimously around the world favor women? I want you to think about that for a second. When I came home from prison in 2012, I had done 2 years and 3 months roughly, and I learned as much as I could possibly learn. Right, I talked to all the old heads, you know, I talked to the lifers, and I actually taught just a very, very little bit, but it would take me a long time after that to really understand that I was really meant to teach and do more, right? But I would limit myself. And one of the things that people told me, you know, when you go home until you know, walk off your time, in other words, walk off probation, be careful about the women that you get with, you know, because, you know, sometimes a woman might learn of your situation and try to use it against you. Okay, no problem. I got you. I went home. I met a woman who was absolutely incredible. Um, and she did just that due to her own insecurities, right? Tried to slander me, tried to do all kinds of things. And I had already told my probation officer about it, right? That saved me when she tried to get me fired from my job and all kinds of mess, right? Just that little bit of listening to my own awareness and what I had been told. Did that make me change my perspective on women? No. It made me understand the world and the environment that women exist, especially here in the West, right? Um, there's a sister I've told, or this is a story I've told about my little sister. I'm not gonna share here. But when we do what we're supposed to do, which is at bare minimum, be aware of who we are and where we are, that, you know, what's understood shouldn't have to be said. So when we look at the idea of courts favoring women, number one, that's because the woman is the lawgiver. The woman is the one who actually lays down the law and the man enforces it. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to choose to look at it, the court understood that and they inverted it. So while they get a percentage for operating in pure femininity in accordance with the actual natural law, it looks like we have marks against us or scarlet letters, even though they can continually condemn her and make appendage or make law or make statute to justify it. Because this same court system has gone around the world and raped and pillaged and took and said, this is now this. And now, because it's official, because it's under the law, it's cool. Slavery was once lawful. Rape was once lawful and still is in very many places. Don't get me started on Sharia law. So there's an aspect to natural law that's actually being highlighted and showcased here. So we can take it as, you know, there's a war against men, but I feel really, really sick, to put it lightly, to sit around a bunch of men talking about men are under attack, looking at what I see happen to women every single day. That makes me sick to my stomach.
I think it'd be a really interesting notion to see how many men have been cancelled from social networking compared to how many women have been cancelled. For some reason, my gut says to me there's going to be a lot more men that have been cancelled from social networking than women. It seems like women are allowed to have opinions more openly than men, which is interesting. It's just about freedom of speech. And I noticed that when we were doing activism, we would get women to speak because women would be allowed to say stuff. Men wouldn't be. Men would be arrested. Women won't be arrested in a hurry. So if you need a speaker, a woman can say stuff that men can't say on the streets of London, for example, without getting arrested, which is weird. Doesn't add up. Doesn't make sense. But we know this as a fact, and so we used it in activism. So that's, you know, certain things that women would say, nobody would dare to arrest a woman. But if the men were saying similar things, it's bizarre. But I completely get what you're saying about, you know, natural law and Sharia. Gosh, there's some bad stuff. Look, in Africa, there's a big problem here with rape. I'll be honest with you, in South Africa and Southern Africa. It's a huge problem because it's almost part of the culture that if a woman doesn't have a husband, she can be taken. And so you've got truck drivers who will drive their trucks, and if they see a woman on the side of the, like, they'll just stop their truck, get out and rape the woman. And it's like the woman often just accept it, that it's the way life is, like it's part of their natural law, culture, whatever. And there's some places in South Africa along the trucking routes where women get raped left, right, and center. Nothing gets done about it. The law doesn't get involved, and don't even know whether it will get reported or not, you know, because the woman won't report it because they're too scared to report it, because they won't ever get a husband. So there are a lot of places in the world where women are being still downtrodden. And I just think that's because it's still lawless. So when it comes to natural law, I think women are often on the receiving end of the wrong end of the spectrum, we could say. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think there's a lot of injustice on both sides. And I feel like with women, since they're favored in court, I think that kind of inspires a lot of corrupt women to try to use that advantage. And so that makes other women look bad. And so they're having a difficult situation in that aspect. And then in men, having a difficulty in court, being unfavored in like financial situations with women, I can definitely attest to that. It is a difficult situation, but I feel like in comparison to the act of rape, as Franklin mentioned earlier, I feel very strongly that that act is should be considered more strongly like comparable to murder. And to me, those are two different ball fields. You know, that's like one situation is very, very tragic and intense, and the other one is, you know, difficult. You know, I would say first world problems, financial situations. It's troublesome, you know, it's very discouraging to men to want to go into a marriage when that kind of thing could happen, so then they could become paranoid from, you know, hearing about other testimonies that situations could go wrong, and then getting people worried about certain things like that. And sometimes just the worry itself could create the situation, you know. So it's difficult for everybody in some ways. Yeah, I would agree.
I would go as far as to say, is this a brave new world? Has the system been rigged towards relationships not being established, because you don't have to be married to be taken financially. Just being in a relationship with a woman means she can take you financially, even if you're not being married. So does it mean that men are now favoring a more promiscuous lifestyle in order to protect themselves? And has that been partially instrumental in breaking down the family nucleus? And is that part of the problem? And is a brave new world actually happening around us right now? We just haven't really been seeing the subtle lines of the proverbial court.
Brave New World is definitely happening right now. You know, it's one of the largest tenets when it comes to predictive programming. But at the same time, the only enemy here, as always, is ignorance and people. You know, we can talk about the law, we can talk about the courts, we can talk about the Illuminati, we can talk about the powers that should not be. But at the end of the day and the beginning, the only thing we are fighting and that we have to actually fear is other people and ignorance itself.
Well, that's the spiritual war, which I suppose is a big part of the war. But it just makes me wonder about society on a macrocosmic level. Like, is there another reason why relationships are not lasting? Maybe men are too scared to be in a long-term relationship with women because it's dangerous for them. Literally dangerous.
Men are too scared of everything. That's why there are more men locked up than women.
And maybe that's why men aren't being men, partially. If you just look at everything, you just like, men aren't being men anymore. Men are like this. They're not committing to relationships, right? I've got a lot of clients who come to me, men won't commit. Maybe there's a reason why men won't commit, because they are aware of the fact that when things go south, they're going to be taken for a ride financially. And
I mentioned this earlier. Women are in control of who they open their legs to. Men are in charge of the relationship. So yes, women can get a man in bed if they want to, but they're not going to be able to keep a relationship. That's the man. So yes, the man is running from relationships. I know women. I'm speaking very general. I know there's little traps involved in each of these things, and unfortunately, the court system stuff does have to come into a reality if you want to be in a relationship nowadays. Not saying it's wrong. The court shouldn't be involved in any of this stuff. Kind of like in you can get I know like in Kenya you can get like a basically a tribal marriage. There's no paperwork. It's a little more natural. You can also get a paperwork official UCC business contract with a woman as well. So a lot of this relationship stuff, you can get. I would caution all young men to get into a relationship, especially getting into a business ship, like a birth certificate or a marriage certificate, because you're getting into UCC land, and it does favor women in reference to specifically talking about those actions. Yes. And this is just looking at a tree in the forest. This isn't looking at the forest from the trees, but this is also intentional of UCC and the government wanting to be involved in every aspect, including relationships. The ship. Okay, the UCC ship. Maritime. You know what I mean? They want to be involved in that.
Maritime. It's maritime.
Yeah. So putting a ring on it, getting ringed, is also a very interesting concept. You know what I mean? We're talking cattle, we're talking, all kinds of things. So yes, when it comes to this legal stuff, it is important, it is relevant. It's not saying it's right, it's not right, but it's relevant to when you do get involved with another person from the male perspective. The women perspective, it's a little bit easier. They initiate divorces because they know that it's in their favor. This is based on personal experiences. This is based on all the people that I know experiences. This is also based on public records, not made up stats. You can verify these stats. So yes, unfortunately, men can get financially destroyed and emotionally destroyed way more than women can get financially destroyed or emotionally destroyed. Again, take away the extremes. I'm speaking on a more general perspective. Take away some of those really harsh extremes because they exist. But in the normal kind of get married, get divorced kind of thing, way more men, again, I'll repeat, have been financially destroyed than women. Way more men have been put in jail because of they haven't done what the state told them to do, and way more men have ended their lives not because of the loss of the relationship and the heartache and the heartbreak than women. Women tend to be a little bit more adaptive and will tend to be okay because they'll find another guy a little bit easier. This is if you want to be honest with everyone's self and what everything you see around, that is the case. It's what it is. Again, remove all the extremes. I'm talking in the main kind of.
Here's the thing. I only started to really engage with my manhood because I was in a long relationship. I think that for men, when we are not in a real relationship, we don't have a reason to be a real man. You have a reason to be a real man when you've got a woman to protect.
So
because you feel that protective urge and a child to protect, and you feel I need to be there for these people. I need to be a solid rock. I need to, when you don't have that, then what reason is there to be in tune with your manhood? And I think that a lot of men
head of the
aren't
household
in tune with their manhood because they haven't been in a proper relationship with a woman. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, in legal terms, again, I cannot stand the UCC contract system. I like the old previous honor system where your word is your bond. But in honor is actually is a very male application. But oh my gosh, what was I just about to say? Goodness gracious. Franklin, what was the last thing you said, bro? I was going to say something.
Basically, that the reason men aren't behaving like men is because they haven't been in a proper relationship with a woman.
Yes. So in legal terms, in the U.S., there's a lot of taxes, being sent in. Again, I'm anti-taxes. There is one head of the household that when you file that paper, voluntarily pay for your enslavement, there's no two co-heads of households, right? And typically speaking, in an organic way, that would normally be, in at least the cultures that I'm used to, males being the head of the household. So when you get into a competition on who's the head of the household, right? Is it the chieftain or is it the chiefess, right? You don't want to have that battle. You don't want to have a competition in your household. You want to have everyone's positions very well defined so that you can operate symbolically in the most successful and most powerful way. But yes, for young men, I'll be honest. I tell my young men, be careful. They've seen, don't even get married. No legal thing. I'm not saying don't get a girlfriend. I'm saying don't get married at all. Don't sign that paper. Please.
You don't have to get married. Just being in a cohabitative relationship for 5 years puts you in financial risk.
Then you go, hey, I want to break up. I own this house. Can you please leave? And they're like, I've been here 5 years. I got my mailing address here. I ain't leaving. Why don't you leave? It's like, well, wait a minute. I'm paying the mortgage. It's my house. I own the property. Well, yeah. So there's a lot of that goofiness going on too, Franklin. And that's a mess as well. Again, I don't think the government should be involved in this. I believe more in things like the honor system. I believe more in things like, I think vigilante justice is probably the most purest form of justice. Taking away mob, emotions. I'm talking in a more healthy way. You get into situations, and again, that's another one in choosing your mate. Who are you getting involved with? Because then you can maybe go and have a discussion with their family, male or female, and go, guys, you know what I mean? This is not just, you know what I mean? That's when you can have an intermediary, not be a court UCC system. You can have it be maybe the elders and the others in the house who are trying to not only want the benefit for the two couples that are having problems, but also the kids and also the whole family tree. So that's another thing in who you get involved with, right? Because when you do have those issues and they arise, you're not dealing outside the family with an organization that is literally has conquered you and is trying to control every little aspect of your life, even morality. And when the government says the worst thing you ever want to hear is, "Hi, I'm from the government. I'm here to help."
Can I ask you a question, Ronan?
Sure.
How badly were you burnt by divorce?
Shredded.
Over a barrel.
Over a barrel. And again, it's on multiple levels too, right? It's also on the emotional level as well. But yeah, financially, let's just say it wasn't that great. And not just me again. So I know Ramah, we were talking in the chat. It's not just what we can look up in it's not subjective, right? You can look up these actual cases, but also in every single male person that I know, my whole entire life, every single one, the male got wrecked. Now they were able to build back, but they got wrecked city. And we're talking friends from in their 20s, 30s, 40s. Imagine getting wrecked in your 20s. You're just like, oh my gosh, I don't even have anything. Like, how are you going to take my stuff? I don't even have much. And you have to rebuild. So yes, the homies were able to rebuild. We're talking family, relatives, everyone I know. And I know everyone could think about themselves as well. You could think about yourself, your situation, and you could think about every single couple that you know of that broke up legally. I guarantee you 99% was the male got wrecked, the woman was fine.
That's actually, I must admit, I can speak about it the same in my life. It wasn't quite the same. Like she literally emptied the account, took out all the money, and
I'm not saying that, and this is in this
left me with like huge credit card debts.
Yeah, and this is built in this current system. Yeah, credit card debts just bam, 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 wrecking you. And I would never, as a male, I would never do that. I guess a lot of and of course there's a degradation of society and honor and morals over the decades, sure, but typically, either now that's also their tool, right? The courts are their tool. If I had a problem with another guy, I doubt I would take him to court. Maybe we try to talk it out. Maybe we push each other around a little bit. We try, and then in the worst case scenario, that third party arbitrator will be the courts. But males instinctively don't want to deal with courts at all. Women tend to be a lot more quick to have that third party be the government. And these are just, I'm not making this stuff up, guys. You know what I mean? This is reality. Now, this is in the current control system that we're under. There's been a complete conquer. All these countries with central banks and UCC and getting with all their maritime stuff, it's all over. It's all over. It's in China, it's in Russia, it's in the US, it's in Africa, it's everywhere. This is a messed up system that the conquerors have placed on us, but it's on purpose to keep control of the chattel, which is how they see you, state property. They see you as state property. Why? You got a VIN number. When did you get that? When you were born. What do you think that means to them? You might not think of it much, but in terms of this system, you got a number, a scan code. You basically have a scan code. I don't have anything, but you got a scan code on you. That's because they're property in their minds in this current system. Why? Because they conquered the lands and implemented their system. So everything I'm talking about is not like it's the current system. You know, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It leans more towards wrong, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
So that brings us full circle back to why fear is inhibiting relationships, because men are afraid, and by the sounds of things, rightfully so.
And that's on purpose.
Yeah, consciously, with consciousness, with awareness, totally mindfully afraid of getting into relationships because of the financial repercussions, which is a very interesting perspective, something I hadn't really spent too much time dwelling on, even though I've always known, you know, when a man and woman gets divorced, she cleans them out. This is just how it is, you know. It's what you've always heard. It's what everybody you know is like being divorced, like start complaining about how she took my car, she took my house, she's just counting off the fingers what he used to have, and then he shows you where she lives now, and she's got this amazing house, and she's got this amazing life, and like he's basically got nothing. So that is a very interesting perspective, you know, something I didn't really contemplate too much, probably because I've not been somebody who's had a lot of money in my life, you know. I've never been interested in wealth, so I've never had a mortgage. I think when you start to own properties is when you know, that's when it starts to catch up with you. So I've always lived like a free spirit, and I've never wanted to own things or have things or even have money more than I needed. I was always satisfied with, you know, just being happy, living in a nice place where I've got what I need. That's all I've ever needed. Lived very much in the moment my whole life, but it's probably protected me. Kept me safe.
You know, I want to respond to the chat, because yes, here's a chat from shout out to Marley Grill. Perhaps men not educating younger men how to be excellent partners and fathers is a greater contextual question to the source. If men were better at being partners and fathers, courts avoided. Again, you're only talking about men. And who raised these men? Probably the moms, at least in the last, if you're like, say, you know, 30 or so years or 40 years young or old, right? So what's interesting about that is, why did you not mention if mothers taught their daughters to be better in educating them and to be better partners? You see what I'm saying? There's even in that question, if that's a low, you're not embracing all aspects. You're only talking about, well, if the men were better. You see? It's also, how come also, why not if the women are better and trained? Courts could be avoided. It's both. You see, one's own psychology is
you can't have one without the other. If the woman wasn't under attack further, the men wouldn't even be in the conversation. We're sitting around talking about weak men and women getting over, when the women is the one who gave the goddamn law out. We're like, Marley had I didn't even see that comment, but Marley had a comment where he said, hold on, let me scroll. instead of avoiding marriage instead of avoiding marriage to avoid fiscal ruin, focus perhaps upon slaying, acquiring behavior and skills of men successfully in marital relationships. And this goes back to the point I said to Bush Whisperer not too long ago. If we wanted to truly address the root of the issue, we would. We want to be more comfortable in the situation. And that is the problem. We don't want to fix the problem. We want to act like the problem doesn't exist, because if we can be outside of it, right? Because once you're in a successful relationship, you don't care about that. When you look at, for those of us who know them, because they are few, look at happily married couples. Look at what they do, especially if they have social media, right? Look at what they pay attention to, because certain things you don't have to worry about anymore. As an individual on both sides, you have to protect yourself. You have to be aware of how this world can do you. Look at melanated or Black women who have traveled to the Middle East recently, right? With some of this ratchet behavior that you see being okayed and championed on social media, right? Going over there, being loud, doing crazy things, and getting locked up for years because that behavior won't fly. They weren't aware of their surroundings, but their surroundings weren't the problem. Their behavior was. If we're going to address the actual situation, let's address it. But anytime, and we're right back to the crux of this: fear and love. I'd say fear and power, because either the court's going to do this or women might do this. That's fear. Get your heart broke. You're immortal. You'll come back here again. How many times have we talked about mythology and who you actually are and what it is you're actually capable of? This physical is nothing. You have infinite lives. And so many people want to look at it as if it's a soul trap in a prison. Guess what? You're coming back. Recividity is a real thing, and it's spiritual first.
Well, there's definitely the spiritual situation, which is independent of this. What we're talking about is more of a temporal thing. And the spiritual thing is very much fundamental if we do look at it from that perspective. But you know what they say? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So maybe because women have this power, more women are becoming corrupted. So I think I'm inclined to agree with you, Ronan, that I think it's a two-sided story. Men are corrupted by the pornography and the greed of money. Women are corrupted by having this kind of power that they can use over men, right?
And it seems like that male was corrupted. That couple you saw in India, it seemed like he was corrupted. So yeah, that power corrupts if you're. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, unless again from a bigger picture, generally we live in a just decaying and detachment from nature all around. So yeah, and I just want to toss. Sorry, Franklin, keep going, man.
No, by all means, totally get where you're coming from, and I also appreciate what you're saying, Carlisle, Dr. K, about these temporal matters are also only temporary. They aren't the be all and end all of the long story. There is a bigger picture here. There is a more fundamental story happening, the spiritual story of reincarnation. Though, here's an interesting point. And yes, since we're going into the reincarnation point of it, it seems that we tend to repeat certain situations. And I've had this with myself, and I've had this with my clients. And give you an example. if there's this weird dynamic in this life, it probably comes from a previous life. And you've often had the same problems with the same people again and 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 again through life to life to life to life. So when I divorced my ex-wife, I divorced her spiritually as well. And I explained this all to her 10 years, exactly 10 years to the week before our separation, when I sat her down to explain to her what I'd seen. It was the first time when I'd meditated for 24 hours after a 7-day fast. And I was so open. I was so open into the ethers. And I was just downloading like information, like like an internet connection. Just downloading as fast as with like a 500 megabit system, you know, download speed. And I had gone into our spiritual connection and I had separated myself from her in such a way that not to have another path with this woman like I've done in the past, because this had happened in different lives. She had seen some of it, I had seen some of it. We both were aware that there was this pattern between us that had gone on, and the pattern had always been something wrong. Something goes wrong, you know, and it always seemed to get in the way of our lives in a way, interestingly enough. So what we entertain here will recreate what we'll experience in the next life, because these wheels turn, bound to the past. Temporal continuity is an expression of the fabric of time space, and so the past will repeat itself in the future, and this is the nature of time. And there is a perfect mathematics to the repetition of these cycles of time, that the Lord of Cycles conducts these wheels turning within wheels. So in a sense, is it maybe an interesting perspective of the dynamic of celibacy? Maybe as a culture, are we going to move towards a more celibate way of being when we realize how damaging porn is? Are we moving more towards an androgynous state of mind? Because sex has definitely been something that we've overdone in this culture, I would say, right? In the last 40 years. I mean, we're all being obsessed with sex to the point where it's only one of 7 parts of the story. But that 1/7 has been like 40-50% of the story, which seems unnatural. What do you guys think about that? About the fact that sex has had so much of a role, more of a role in us than what it probably should be having from a spiritual perspective. I understand animals are ruled by their passions and their sex, like ruled by the group mind. And for an animal, it probably does account to a much bigger part of its cycle. But as humans, being conscious thinking beings, are we able to put it into perspective and only have sex being 1/7 of the part of the structure? I'd love to throw that at the table.
I think that I think that the cream always rises to the top. So the guys who they went through the phase where they were just like obsessed with their own dick, and then eventually realize that there's more to be had out there as far as satisfaction with life, such as the love of a good woman, having children, building things for yourself. There is talking about all these problems, but the fact remains that there's still an incredible amount of freedom available to us at any time in this realm that we're living in. You know, I definitely believe that there are these families out there that, you know, are you know, they're probably like thousands of years old. I refer to them as the world controllers, and, you know, they have the monopoly on violence, but they don't necessarily have any more free will than you or I. You know what I mean? Like, if you were charismatic enough, you could probably collect enough guys together over a certain amount of time and carve yourself out a piece of the earth and put your flag down and defend it. Anyways, the point of what I was saying is that, you know, it does seem right now that it is the way things are as far as, you know, relationships go, and finding a good woman and finding a good man and commitment. It's definitely a fucking minefield out there, you know. But if you want it, like, you can't be afraid of it, and there's a certain amount of risk that you gotta, you know, you gotta be comfortable with. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean be reckless. You know what I mean? You gotta use your discernment, and you gotta learn from your mistakes, many, you know, of which, you know, you're gonna make. You know, uh, I've had significant relationships in my life that didn't work because they just weren't mature. I wasn't mature, and it wasn't until, you know, you know, the relationship I'm in now, there's there's probably been many times where I could have could have walked away from it, and no one would blame me for it, you know. But I stuck with it, and I'm really glad I did, because there's you know there's been so much growth in it, as a human being and as a man. You know, one of the hallmarks of a masculine man is consistency. Consistently showing up and wanting to do the right thing. Um, and leadership. Uh, you know, I've seen it in my own relationship, where through gentle persistence, I've been able to guide the ship and bring her along with me. At one point, she thought of things this way, but through me being, you know, like an honest guy, I've been able to, you know, like, bring her along. You understand what I'm saying? Um,
Totally. Because you've
people,
self-sacrificed, she's compromised.
yeah,
So it turns out balancing out. And that's how it should be. And like you say, I agree with you. It's such a growth for men to be in a
yeah,
relationship.
yeah. You know, committing, another hallmark of a masculine man: commitment and work. You know, you're in a relationship, it turns rocky, you know, but you have this vision, you know, of where you want to go, and you work through it. I mean, now, um, if it is, I think it is, you know, what I said earlier in the day, that a lot of what a man does is sacrifice, self-sacrifice, right? And so, if you find yourself in a stable relationship, um, it's a successful relationship, you do have to be open to passing on information and guidance when the opportunity comes around. And I know a few guys who kind of not necessarily made a business of it, but like written books and things like this. But we should be open to passing on the right way to the younger men, the younger generations, both, I mean, and women as well. You know what I mean? I think good women, they instinctually know what they want in a man. And when they see that, they're attracted to it. And but as many pitfalls as men have, there's just as many as women. Just to comment on the rape thing, I'm pretty draconian, and I think rape should be met with capital punishment. That's just me. You don't, you're proven to have raped someone. That's it for you. You don't. I don't know. You don't get to carry on, and
it should be equivalent to murder.
Yes, because think about what it is, right? You're taking complete control over something. You're taking away their ability to freely act in the world. And so it is kind of just like death. You know what I mean? And the repercussion, but it isn't. And the repercussions, have to stay with that person for the rest of their life. So you're done. Shit, that there's something else I wanted to say too. I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, just, and it is awful, to look out there and see all the terrible things going on. But you can't. It's not a good strategy to be Captain Save-A-Ho. Make yourself an excellent man and keep hope that through that journey you will meet an excellent woman. And I think that's how it works.
Yeah, that is it in a nutshell. But here's the thing. To become an excellent man, I think you need to be standing in front of a woman. Do you see the conundrum? And if men aren't getting into relationships with women for all of these reasons that we've discussed, they're losing the fight before they get in the ring.
Yeah.
So men are wussing out because they don't know how to be men. You only become a man when you commit in a relationship. So it's like it's a conundrum.
If you want pussy, the best way to get consistent pussy is to be in a committed relationship. It's just going to be there all the time for you. Not all the time, but more than being a fucking single guy. And you'll know who she's been sleeping with. It's been you.
Well, these days, I suppose, like you say, Instagram and all of that, like guys find out their girlfriends have got an Instagram account they didn't know about. And she hasn't been working late.
You gotta be fucking, yeah, you gotta set boundaries. You gotta set boundaries. You gotta be able to give an ultimatum and stick to it. You get rid of that fucking Instagram or I'm out, or you're out. You got You got 10 minutes. You don't want to do it? Done. Because there's always going to be another woman.
But I suppose the problem is that guys get pulled in by the Instagram accounts.
Yeah.
In
Well,
this modern day and age.
Yeah, that was another thing. I think I forgot. You know, there's just going to be more men and women that fall into the cracks. You know what I mean? That's just the way it is. That's kind of like what I was talking about that one time on the Telegram chat about the you know, the leopard eating the you know, the newborn gazelle. You know, there's just a lot of newborn gazelles just, you know, getting taken out. And it's you know, I don't I don't really get into the culture. I'm not out, like, I'm not really out in public a lot. Like, I don't, you know, like, if you're I think if you're wise, you are separating yourself from the larger, you know, the world of people. And you're going, you know, you're going inward. Because outward is just, there's it's fraught. You know what I mean? It's fraught with all sorts of peril.
I actually, this is a funny story. I had a guy tell me about one day when a woman raped him. At least it was quite interesting. So it's funny. Guys have a very different way of looking at things, isn't it? When it's not emotional, but once they get into the emotional thing because of the committing nature of a man, that must be why the men have the much higher suicide rate, because they commit so much more deeply when they commit. But to get them to commit is like drawing blood from a stone, in a sense. Yeah. But it's interesting to look at the differences of men and women. The reason is because there's been so much teaching and social networking of how women should behave, how men should behave, what's right for men, what's been women. There's been a lot of schooling, would you say, lately. And unfortunately, a lot of the younger generation, I think they've been very affected by all of the social networking rubbish. A lot of this feminism, which has really not been a good idea, I don't think. The way it is being portrayed these days. In the beginning, feminism was a good idea, right? And then it got its job done. And then it just stayed token feminism.
Yeah,
for
feminism in the early stages allowed women to breastfeed their babies. You ever heard of like the Leche League? Those women were feminists. They were fighting against laws that did not allow them to breastfeed their children. You know, that was like what, first stage feminism. Yeah, I don't really know. To be honest with you, I have no idea really what's going on with the, what is it, Generation Z? Is that who they are now? I have no idea what's going on with them. You know, I think they, what I see, what I see is that they look very what is it, slovenly. They're kind of just dressed in what do you call it, like sweatpants and sweatshirts, and they don't really put a lot into their appearance. But really the generation I have the most amount of confidence in is my daughter, my children, the children I'm going to have, because I know I'm going to, bust my ass to teach them as much as I can about how the world really works. And I think that there's a lot of guys like me out there. I'm definitely in communication with a bunch of them. So, I have a lot of hope that, there's still gonna be, a lot of good people growing up with a good head on their shoulders, with the ability to discern what's right and wrong. Discernment is key.
Yeah, that's sort of
If I
what
could
Kalau
add,
was getting at earlier. Yeah, sorry, do please add.
yeah, I want to, you mentioned differences, Franklin. I want to show you just how different things actually are that we don't actually see and recognize. The way you were able to laugh at rape, right? Because just the idea of a man being raped by a woman is hilarious. That is the epitome of the problem we're actually talking about here. Because that shit ain't funny. You know what I'm saying? Because a woman heard that shit and was abhorred. You know what I'm saying? Like in any
He thought
dimension.
it was
What is
funny.
it?
He told the story like it was hilarious. It was a
I'm
big
not.
joke to him, and he
I'm
didn't.
not. I'm not talking about him. I don't give a fuck about him. I didn't mention
That's
him.
the situation that we're talking
I'm
about. Is a hilarious situation.
I'm talking about. It's not, rape is never hilarious because women heard that joke and didn't find it funny at all. You see what I'm saying? But because this is the way the world works, that's supposed to be okay. That shit ain't okay. That's not funny. The idea of a man getting raped, yeah, sure, that can be funny, but that only allowed with women. It ain't funny. It's not funny.
Actually, sorry. The idea of a man
And
getting raped
injustice
isn't funny.
and injustice anywhere is supposed to be a threat against injustice everywhere, right? Isn't that what Martin Luther King said? Now, either we live by that or we don't. But if we don't, we got to call it what it is.
The idea of a man being raped by a woman when he wanted to have sex with her is funny. He wanted to have sex with her. He didn't realize she was going to rape him. He didn't. He didn't mind it. The way he described it was that he would do it again. He wouldn't mind it again. My point is just the point that I was making is that you don't really hear a woman can't really rape a man. That's really what it is. And even if a man feels he's been raped by a woman, it's more of a tongue-in-cheek kind of a thing. That was actually the point I was making, to be clear.
Well,
Maybe
a woman can rape a man. Cardi B is one of the most popular artists in the world, and I think her music is trash. And she has a whole flock of people who follow her because she raped men. She was a stripper, and she would drug them, get them back to the hotel, and then rob them and rape them if they were so lucky, if they were cute and had some money too. So that does happen.
okay, that's date rape. That's a little bit different. I'm talking about a guy not being drugged. I'm talking about a coherent, normal. Basically, what happened was he had an affair with his girlfriend, had an affair with her boyfriend. So she came to talk to him about it and ripped his clothes off and had sex with him. Crazy situation. You know, he didn't plan that, but in the end, he looked back on it and he enjoyed it. So my point is, like, if a woman rapes a man without robbing him, without crimes being committed and all of that, men would more likely normally enjoy it. Most men. You get 9, 10 men in a room, and you say to him, this woman's just going to grab you. She's going to rip your clothes off. She's not going to take no for an answer. She's just going to have sex with you right now, even though she doesn't know you from bar soap. Would you like that? Yes or no? If men are going to be honest, most men would say yes to that. Most men. I wouldn't, but I'm wired differently. I used to, I can literally count the women I've had sex with on 3 limbs. Is it 3 limbs? I think it's about 3 limbs. So, and that's not because I didn't have a lot of women trying to have sex with me. I was just that guy who was, I don't want to mix my juices with just any random person. Sorry, I'm just not wired that way. You know, even I've turned down threesomes because it's not my style, you know. And besides, those girls were young enough to be my daughters. So, it's just most guys, unfortunately, are obsessed with sex. That's what it comes down to. I think that was the point I was actually trying to make. To the point where even if a strange woman just basically grabs him, rips his clothes off, jumps on top of them, and has sex with them, they would enjoy it and speak about it favorably and positively at a later stage.
You know,
even though it wasn't totally consensual. So the men have got a totally different psychology to women. That was the point I was trying to make. Is and speak about rape isn't funny. I have a friend of mine who was raped when he was 18. No, when he was 17 by a gangster that drugged him. And it's initiation into a certain kind of gang culture. And it ruined his life. Totally ruined his life.
That was my point. That was my point, Franklin. Rape is never funny. It's never funny.
If it's real rape. You're right. If it's real rape.
You can now I understand what you're saying, but I want to be definitely serious and clarify here. You can call it real, you can call it fake, because half the people locked up for rape, half that shit is fake, right? Especially according to the conversation that we've been having here. It's never funny, real or fake. And if it's fake, it's worse.
Well, that's what I noticed, you know, and a lot of the guys were like, oh gosh, I wish it would happen to me. I couldn't quite relate to that because I knew the woman that had so-called raped the guy. She had tried to come on to me in a sexual way like that. And I had basically been like, no ways. Yeah. So there was personal contact for me. Funny, because she had tried that very stunt with me. Like a couple of years before. And she became a good friend of mine, but I would never have sex with her.
Yeah.
She'd been around the block, and a self-respecting man will not be with a woman that's promiscuous in my books.
Yeah, and I agree with that last statement, and that's an uncomfortable truth for many. You know, when it just to add a little personal stories there. I've been on dates with girls, women, and going up to their houses, and they came on to me real. I wasn't feeling it. I was like, I don't like the vibe, and they just come on to me real heavy. I've had women grab my, you know what, and I'm like, if I'm not feeling, I'll see, like I'm not like you were saying, there's some men that are just blah, 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 whatever, blah, I'll just do anything, anywhere, anyhow, blah, blah, right? I'm definitely not like that also. You know, I will, if the vibe isn't right, I've walked out on so much quote unquote sure things to where I was just like, this, I'm not feeling it. Because my mind, I think a lot of women listening, you also, and some of you may already know, a lot of the guys, it's not only physical, it is very mental and emotional as well. I know it's not portrayed that way. All men are just, and I know, we're a smart enough group here to obviously know that difference. You know what I mean? But I'm going to say something right now. This is a trigger warning. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Twin flames, soulmates, however you wanna call it. It's gonna be uncomfortable. But how? Yeah, I'm not going to ask. It's going to be very difficult what I'm going to say, because a lot of people will be in their feelings. Every time soulmates don't exist. I know twin flames, you can call it whatever you want. How many twin flames has everyone been with? You know what I mean? Let's be honest. I know it's uncomfortable. I'm trying to put it as sensitively as possible, because we got to be honest with ourselves. And yeah. Could go on with that. I'm getting, yeah. But these are uncomfortable truths, guys. I mean, this you can go to like a some other spiritual group channel, whatever, and you can be told what you want to hear. You can be told everything's rosy and you'll get your twin flame soon and everything's, but you're only going to see, good things, which, you are. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying we're going to be honest. Truth is very uncomfortable. And I would ask, if you're feeling uncomfortable, I would consider that a blessing, and figure out why. Instead of looking external, why do maybe some of these topics, if you are feeling uncomfortable, why do they make you feel uncomfortable? And I would look within. I wouldn't look to anything that was said here externally. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you said that, right? We also got to take a lot of things into context when we're talking about some of these sensitive topics. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, I think we've really gone into the fear aspect, challenging as it is.
I think we looked at a lot of fear. Sure.
And the love aspect, I see fear as being the shadow of love. They're the one thing. Love is what's real, and fear is when that love is repressed. And so it seems like there's a lot of repression of love happening in the world these days, especially when people talk about the deep state, and about the way in which the Illuminati and the Zionist agenda and all of this, there seems to be a lot of fear being promulgated, when at the end of the day, the whole thing is a little bit consensual in a sense. Even like you mentioned, the TAX maneuver, it's technically a consensual maneuver. You just need to explain that to the IRS. That's all.
And I really think we need to reevaluate this relationship, IRS. I'm not feeling this is a very healthy relationship for me to be in. Can we reevaluate that?
So, even right down to that, it's technically supposed to be consensual, even though it's a bit of a rape going on, in terms of financial rape. But there is a lot of fear that's been put out into the subspace, which I think is totally destructive, because it does add to the repressive nature of love. The more we generate fear in our consciousness, the more we repress love. The more we embrace love, the more we dissolve fear. It's like a seesaw. That's how I see it. Because love is the harbinger of joy, and fear is the harbinger of pain. Because if you don't fear, it doesn't hurt. Hurt and pain are reflections, and love and joy are reflections. And so joy and fear become a reflection, as does love and hurt become a reflection, if that makes sense. If you look at it as a dynamic polarity, like the yang yin, for example, as a glyph. So it definitely seems that this really positive information that's been put out there by George Orwell and, you know, the Animal Farm and all of the other great authors that have shared this wonderful information with us, it does seem that it has become, who fell off? Oh, it's Carlisle. Internet. It does seem like this fear has been embraced. And I think a lot of it's got to do with, like, don't get me wrong, I think Alex Jones put a lot of good information out there. Yeah. For what he did, I mean, he had the documents, right? But he did, unfortunately, present stuff in a fearful way. I don't know. What do you guys think about this? Just slightly change gears into this conspiracy theory world and the way in which it has been presented in a fearful context. Like, people, they've got these, you know, FEMA camps ready for you, and they've got these plastic coffins ready for you, and you basically, you know, the frogs are turning gay, and does this help fundamentally?
I mean, yeah, the obvious tools are fear-based. That includes all this love aspect as well, love and fear. It's so much easier to control the herd with fear, right? Don't trust your neighbors. Don't trust the person around. Don't trust the people over there. They want to cut your heads off. Oh my gosh, don't trust that. And then while you're having fear of that, they're going behind you and completely destroying everything in distraction. Those are all distractions. And yes, you know, a lot of the things that are happening in tinfoil hat land. Also, there's as above, so below. A lot of this is also spiritual, but as we just see things manifest in how they operate here, there's an incredible amount of divide and conquer still. Not just between romantically or to use that term, but just between anyone and everyone. There are dangers to be concerned about, but you know, the true dangers are the real organized crime, the real organized criminals that are, and they also have controlled opposition. They want to control all narratives. Sorry if you hear that, if you think there's like ice glowing around, this thing's making a noise. If it's annoying, I can turn it off. If the sound is annoying, but I'll just shut it off. But yeah, they want to control all aspects and controlled opposition as well, and they will have to give you a little bit of truth to give them a little bit of credibility. But then yes, they'll usually wrap it up in fear. You know, so you know, when it comes to love, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm still learning. I think learning love, unconditional love, is for me a lifelong lesson and journey to learn how to operate in love. You know what I mean? You know, it's a thing that I am continually focused on and learning on all aspects. That's in loving myself. That's in loving everyone else unconditionally. Sounds easy, but you know, if you guys have done the work, you know what I mean. It's not as easy as it sounds. Sounds cute, but it ain't. It's not. Removing the old firmware of fear, removing the old firmware of not love, is very difficult and then to learn to relearn and unlearn and then relearn nature, love. And of course, nature can get, there's, look at nature, the law of the jungle isn't exactly talking about laws. I mean, the law of the jungle could be very violent, but yeah, so I'm still learning love, like I said, in all regards. I'm pretty good on fear. I think I got fear down. So hopefully I get reflected to learn love just as much. Trust me, I say we. I don't speak French either, Kalel, but I can kind of generally say that I think we've been given a good amount of fear since a pretty early on, which is again a tool, a mechanism, right? Fight or flight. Get the herd fearful. Get them to move where you want. Get them to operate the way you want.
Yeah, I like the way you put that, the unconditional love. I had always attracted women that were very jealous. And well, generally speaking, there was one relationship I was in with a woman who didn't have that jealousy problem. But she had other, things that had happened to her when she was young. And for the first time, I'm actually with someone that's free. And I think meeting the right woman will leave you feeling free to just love her and let her be free. I think that's what unconditional love represents. When you are free and you love someone and you let them be free and they love you and let you be free, and there's no complexity, it just flows. And I do think soulmates are a real thing. I just think people have misconceived of what soulmates are, from my perspective. I see soulmates as when I speak of soulmates, I don't mean like you got one soulmate. No. For me, a soulmate is someone that you've had relations with in previous lives, and there's unfinished history that's standing between you that wants to work itself out in this life. And I don't believe you have just one soulmate, necessarily at all. In fact, I don't believe it's possible to have just one soulmate. I think you have soulmates, and these are mates from other lives that you've been connected to. So I think though that people have been sold this idea of the one, and they're all waiting, trying to get the one, and they bounce from the one to the one to the one to the one, and then they look at the clock, and it's like it's a lot of ones.
It's the savior complex too.
God, I had the savior complex. Terrible thing to have. If you've got it, get rid of it fast.
Yeah, you're not going to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. It's going to be a very difficult job. But also, yeah. But that people being sold things in the media, and those spells of a single twin flame, a single soulmate. We have to admit that is a very common thing. That is that a lot of people subscribe to. The whole time they're waiting for their wonderful, what you want to call it, twin flame or soul mate. The whole time they are, let's just say, not conducting themselves that perhaps their twin flame would enjoy the vibe, necessarily. Now, I do love the aspect of the previous experiences here, and then being attracted to those that I hung out with in previous lives. I love that. That's for sure. I might even be attracted to my own stuff. Maybe I wrote something. Maybe some of these authors years ago passed, and and I'm attracted to their work, and maybe that was me. Maybe or y'all. Maybe Indy wrote a book in the long ago, and I'm attracted to his work. You know what I mean? And we both don't know. We're like, that was actually Indy wrote that, but we're attracted to it. Perhaps, you know what I mean? Maybe I wrote the book and I'm attracted to my own work, right? But yeah, I love that concept, and I have belief that that's true.
I'd love for us to wrap it up and for us all to have our last few. And I noticed we've clocked 7.5 hours. I don't know how we did that. Pretty impressive.
Cool. Yeah, I'd like to touch back on something Franklin asked earlier. I kind of mentioned about catharsis with the twin flame, and I can attest to that being a real intense process that can happen with a twin flame, being someone who kind of conjures up your triggers so that you can work through them and do personal work. And then like a twin soul being like somebody that you kind of have a bond with. But I feel like the twin flame, kind of the fire aspect, to me like represents that there's fire between you in the sense where transformation is happening. And so with my previous relationship with my ex, we would both trigger each other and learn to not emotionally react and work on our personal issues. And that was a very difficult process. We worked through a lot of boundaries and stuff, and but it worked out to be good in the end. And having a situation like that might not be an enduring relationship. You might go through many of those, but they can be also a preparation for a unconditional love and enduring relationship to come, so that you've been through that before and you know how to walk away from a situation and preserve the relationship when you want to do that. But yeah, thanks everybody for being here today in the show, on the board here at the round table and out in the audience and in the comments. Special thanks to Franklin for having this here for everybody to bring their peace of mind. And it's great having Khalil and Mystic Ronin here today. And always good to have polymathing here over here in the comments and stuff. And it was great, so great to have Moonfeather here. And I know Soraya popped in for a little while, and I know I'm forgetting a few people.
I'm here still. I've been listening.
I just see that.
It was very interesting, everything. I just couldn't talk when I was asked or welcomed, I mean.
Yeah, cool. Glad you're here with us today, Soraya. It's been a great discussion. And I think, there's so much more on love we can get into more. We did talk a lot about the fear aspect, but it'd be good to go into some more about love another time.
Well, we've got like 15 minutes. I wasn't planning to like end it immediately. I figured so if there's anything else you wanted to add, don't be shy.
Yeah,
drop it in. We can turn it into a topic another time, maybe in itself, if it is.
I feel like love can be defined in many ways, and I don't think there's like the universal understood good definition of love. But to me, a good definition of love would be that when one puts their partner before themselves or equal to themselves, would be to me a good expression of it. Another one might be I don't know, like considering themselves to be like one together, and then the other person being the better half. I always like that idea. But love is not always happy, and that's one of the things. Is like love is everything. Love is all the emotions, and so it's hard to define. But I feel like the part of the love is that's defining is to me the devotion. And then the trust. And I feel like trust is the backbone of any good relationship, friendship, marriage, whatever. And without the trust, it can become difficult and lost sometimes, which is hard. But I know it's hard for men. We get more broken, and when a man loses his wife, especially in older age, men don't usually last very long, whereas the women, they tend to be okay after their husband dies. They tend to make it a little bit longer than us. Oftentimes, they're kind of happy that the guy goes when they get old after being sick of us for so long and being free for a little bit. But no, men get pretty attached to their women. But I know amongst mammals, there's only one species that's monogamous, beyond one brood. And That's the Siberian dwarf hamster. And if the male makes a nest for the desired female and she doesn't choose him, he'll just let himself die from consumption and lose the will to live. And so that's kind of what happens amongst mammals is if we become monogamous, we usually die if things don't work out for us. It's a difficult situation, but I know pair bonding is way more common amongst birds. And we haven't really figured out just how things are supposed to operate. But in nature, most mammals will stay together for a brood and raise their young together and then go pair with another. That's kind of how things go in nature. But we haven't really done anything like that in our society. Now people do that with divorce and stuff, and it gets complicated. But love's a complex thing. To me, love's like a lifelong thing. And I've had parents that stay together for over 40 years. And for others that have had parents that separate, they might see a love a different way. A lot of times people are predisposed to having love work out a certain way based on how their parents operated. It's good to see love endure.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point you make, you know. The different faces of love. I like to see love as having literally 7 different components. I see sexuality as one aspect of love, one of the 7 faces of love.
Yeah.
And like physical body, the love of the physical, you know, which is a valid form of love too, but not quite the same as the spiritual and more spiritualized forms of love. And it's interesting how you say like little birds, the male birds will just die of consumption when they don't get it. And the elephants, if the elephant's not getting it, they'll get drunk. They'll eat the rotten fruits and they'll go crazy. And they might kill other bulls, might kill each other. Elephants might just about commit suicide running into trees and stuff, you know. So they it's interesting how you say that, you know. I think the female species is definitely a stronger species than the male species. Can withstand more cold, can go without food for longer. You know, when you look at all of the factors, the female form is stronger than the male form in a sense, or more hardy, probably a better way of putting it.
Stronger pain tolerance.
Yeah, like more better survival rate. They also live a little bit longer. So it sort of stands to reason they'd be more resilient. Like the idea of carrying a child. It's like, could you imagine carrying a child as a bloke, you know, and having to give birth? I mean, it's. I'd be scared as hell.
They say the pain of that is comparable to getting all your limbs blown off.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I'd be scared as hell. So women are pretty brave when you get right down to it.
They have an interdimensional portal inside their bodies that come from the spark of life. Whole entire galaxies and dimensions in there. It's crazy. So yeah, I mean, carrying. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I'd rather hit my, I'll hit my thumb with a hammer, and that'll ruin my whole week. Let alone bring a whole powerful being from another dimension in here. Yeah, I couldn't even imagine. Yeah, it's incredible. But I guess that's the top result of love. We create. That's the ultimate creation. So the pairs, the parents, You know, it's a wonderful thing. I'm going to make my closing statements. I think, you know, I said enough. I ruffled some feathers. You know, I like to, you know, you got a pond. I want to move the waters around. I'm going to chuck a couple stones across the pond and see what happens. And, you know, maybe not everyone's pleased or agree with how I see things, but all I can do is just share how I see things. You know what I mean? But incredible, incredible conversation. I can't believe I stayed for the whole thing. My goodness, man. I gotta do stuff.
That's a first.
Yeah, man. So I'm looking for my twin flames. You know, we'll see. If I see a super forest fire of wonderful twin flamage.
Did I hear you correctly?
I'll run right into it.
How many of them are there?
Oh man, I'll jump right in just like a moth, man. I'm like, and burn up and smile the whole way out. I'm like, this is the way I want to go out. All these, this inferno, but we're causing a dragon inferno of amazingness this year. I appreciate each and every one of you. These are delicate topics when you really boil it down. Yes, we could have just stayed lovey-dovey. Yes, we could have talked about the surface level fears, you know, but you know, these are very, in any setting with any group, no matter how high-minded or honest and you know, high vibe, you know, these could be very uncomfortable conversations, you know, when you push away, when you boil it down, right, and remove all the surface level dirt, remove all the mud flood, remove all the amnesia, remove all of the malicious firmware, the malware, and then you get down to the root. It's you know, I think we got a little bruised up in here, and that's good. We got a little iron sharpens iron. That friction and sparks, you know, I think is a wonderful thing. And Franklin, appreciate you for creating the space. And today was one of those days, one of those topics, man. And yeah, so I appreciate you, Franklin, and you know, I appreciate our conversation the other day. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone in the chat. You know, everything I say, I want everyone to know this. Everything that I say or write in a comment or share, it comes from love. I'm not, if I say some things that you don't agree with, or maybe you get a little butt hurt, it's not because I want to hurt your butt. You know, you don't have to squeeze your cheeks. You can keep your cheeks. Here, you know, everything's, you know, we're all coming out of here with some bruised cheeks, getting those smacked and I don't mean that in the you know, I mean that in a loving way. You know what I mean? But just know that. But yeah, man, I appreciate you, and I appreciate Indy, and Kalel, of course, and Soraya, and all the other guys, Jeremy, you know, and everyone else that was here and everyone in the chat. Greatly appreciate you guys hanging out with us. So much more. I love the ideas that we're just talking, and we're building. You know, each of these shows is a part of a larger building. These builds, you know, and as we traverse this journey together and share, you know, it's incredible. It's an incredible thing to even broach a lot of these concepts. But appreciate each and every one of you. That's all I have to say. Support the underground, support this community, support each other. We know what's up. And plus, hey, and you know, what do you want to hang out with in an echo chamber where everyone agrees with you and you agree with everyone? That's, you want to talk about bore me to death? Oh my gosh!
Oh man, that's boring. There's got to be fire.
Yeah, right. I want to be in communities where we can not agree and share. It doesn't mean we have to, you know, take it outside. You know, we could keep helping this sport. Let's take this outside, Soraya. No, I would. By the way, I know you would probably just shut me down. Anyway, blah blah. I'm rambling. Massive love, peace, and harmony to everyone. Thank you. Massive gratitude.
Massive gratitude too. And it's your day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
My
Your
47th.
birthday.
Haven't forgotten.
Birthday. We can't sing happy birthday to you yet. It wouldn't be quite right, would it?
No, it's a little
How long is it to your birthday on your end?
Say again.
in the afternoon. Our afternoon is his morning.
Yeah. Have you guys rehearsed? Are you guys gonna sing right now? Did you rehearse?
We would.
We will wait till
like tomorrow. How busy are you tomorrow? How busy are you tomorrow?
That's fine. We'll have my birthday party tomorrow. That's fine. But everyone better wear.
How busy are you tomorrow? No, I'm serious. How busy are you? Have you got like huge plans? Are you getting married or something? What's going on tomorrow?
Oh man, I got no plans, man. I go. I'm like a forest creature. I just see what comes. But yeah. 47. When we just talked about 47 last night, it was incredible. All kinds of synchronicities. This is gonna be a powerful time. This year, dragon year. I was born in the year of the snake. So this is gonna be incredible times for all of us, everyone here, man. Like this year is. I don't know if you felt the energies. It's this is just so amazing. Anyway, wow, you guys get it. Thank you.
Have a great day further.
Thank you, Soraya.
Well, brother, I'm definitely going to be touching base with you tomorrow. Are you going to be at home?
I'll be at home.
Will you look at your phone?
I'll look at my phone yes. Like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
You don't have any wild, crazy orgies planned or anything that like going to disturb you?
Oh my god! Sorry, all the orgies. Oh my gosh! Wait a second. There's let me check my calendar. My orgy calendar tomorrow. Looks like I'm free between 12 and 12:15.
One hell of a birthday.
That's
a good 47.
Are you going to be with your daughter?
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, we really don't. To be honest, I don't have any plans, but yeah, just chilling, enjoying. I celebrate things a little different. I guess I don't put as much importance as, but I'm actually starting to appreciate it more. Especially when it's not seen as birthday. I like the solar return aspect, and I've been here. 47 winters. Let's get another 47 winters to go. Let's go. On the next 47 years from now, 47 summers from now, let's all meet up and let's just have an orgy. Leave your preconceived notions at the door and let's get orgified. It might be a little flappy. We might be flappy. But let's book it now. Why not? Try something new. If we don't like it, don't worry. We're headed out
like a bunch of penguins. We'll be flapping around like penguins.
Oh yeah, let's go penguin style, man. Let's get weird. No, I'm just kidding.
You're weird.
Let's get real weird.
Well, I hope you're going to have a happy birthday. If you're going to be up until midnight, will you be up until midnight or not?
Oh, probably not. I check out.
Have you got some good blow?
Some good blow, like some Escobar's personal stash. I don't do that, but I'll tell you what. If someone really came to me and was like, "Hey, check this out, man. This is straight from."
I mean, in the sense of the British blow, like that could be like a slang for anything, like for good green, good grass.
Oh yes,
good.
I have some good flour. But if anyone is like, dude, I got some well-aged, seasoned Pablo Escobarian personal stash from the 80s, I may make a slight exception. But anyway, yes, I have. I need to actually treat myself. I have no plans to treat myself. I do have the flowers, and my medicines. But yeah, man, I gotta treat myself tomorrow. You're inspiring me. You're asking me these questions, and I literally have no plans.
Am I right? You haven't really been smoking much in a while. Is that correct?
That is not correct. I don't know where you heard that. That's false.
No, didn't hear that. I was just by the sounds of things, the way you were saying that, you were like almost amazed that you had flowers. It's like me, like I have to remember something. Oh, I got flowers in the house. Like sometimes I think like, is there a special occasion? I remember on my birthday, I was like, oh, it's my birthday. Wow. I thought, oh, I've got flowers in the house, you know? It was a lot of fun.
That's a nice surprise.
Yeah, well, I just forget that I've got it, you know? But it's not, I didn't grow it. So that's why I forget that I've got it. If I'd grown it, I probably wouldn't have it. Because what I grow is really, really, really beautiful.
That's definitely a fun surprise, especially if you dig into one of your old jackets and you're like, what's in this pocket? Oh, hey, what's up? That's a surprise. But anyway, such gratitude. I appreciate all the love, everyone. I appreciate all the thing, all the just good vibes that you guys send my way. I appreciate it. I hope to reciprocate all these, you know, good energy, good thoughts, etc. Yeah.
So you're turning 47. Wow. Like you're like basically right up there going over the hill with all the rest of us. We're all going over the hill. No, I shouldn't say that. That's a bad thing to say. We're not over the hill. We're on our way up the next hill.
Like a fine wine. I age like a fine wine, and I'm just getting better. But that hill, I hope the hill isn't too big. I'm crawling up that hill, dude.
Yeah, anyway, it's funny. The secret is exercise, huh?
Movement, always. Movement.
Yeah, man. Since I've been climbing the mountain every day, it's been the best thing for me. It's been really best thing for my son as well. He's like a little ox. Wow. He is so strong. It just blows my mind how strong the 7-year-old is. Never seen a 7-year-old this strong before in my life. I mean, I used to train kids at that age for martial arts. So he's a strong little boy. So yeah, climbing the mountain, man. Getting onto an uphill and just up every day, down, up, down, up, down. It's definitely the way to getting those muscles like gritted, you know. But I will speak to you tomorrow for sure. I'll phone you. I'll actually just phone your phone, maybe. Either your Telegram or your phone.
Okay. I'm not the best at answering phones, man. I'll throw a phone out the window in a heartbeat. But I'll try and answer it. I'll try and answer it, man.
I'm gonna be whispering through my bush.
Sounds good.
Sending you love, man. And thank you for joining us as always, bringing your beautiful humor and your beautiful content, your beautiful ideas, your beautiful feelings. And thank you as well, Indy, for bringing your beautiful heart, your beautiful thoughts, your feelings to the space and your perspectives. And Soraya, my dear, you haven't said anything much.
No, I'm very quiet. I'm always very quiet.
What do you think about? I'd love to hear what you think. Love and fear.
Love and fear.
Yeah.
I think fear is something that is unnecessary because it doesn't really get you anywhere. But what does get you in a different place is love.
Yeah, love is definitely the key. Does fear not get us anywhere? Well, I suppose it doesn't really take you anywhere specific. It's
No, it
supposed
only
to get you back
freezes
to
you.
love.
Fear only freezes you. It prevents you from doing things that you normally, that if you don't have fear, that you do.
Yeah, I've never liked inhibiting myself. That's why I try not to inhibit my son. But lately, I've been getting a bit strict with him. I don't want to be too strict with him because he's getting afraid now of his Wi-Fi camera. I keep saying, I'm gonna like I'm getting to the end of my tether, boy. he does get a bit much. But when he gets a bit much with the dogs is when I start getting a bit very strict with him. Because like the dogs are also like my babies. So don't hurt my dogs. Never hurt my dogs. Because then you're looking for trouble. It's like I always say to him, you know. And then he gets jealous of the dogs. He gets jealous of the dogs now. It's like I get annoyed at them. I start saying, I'm going to take serious action, you know, if you hurt the dogs. So he's going like he starts asking me, do you still love me? I'm like, what do you mean, do I still love you? Love you more than anything, you know? He's a funny little character. But thank you, Soraya. Thank you for your presence and sharing your heart. And Kalal.
I will say thank you again, Franklin, for the wonderful space. This has been, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, if we don't ruffle any feathers, we ain't really doing too much. You know, if we don't get to the roots and the cores, like I don't do anything on the surface. So it's rare you'll see me address it. You know what I mean? Like let's get to the real deal issue. Fear is a tool like anything else here. How you choose to see it, whether you want to be afraid of it or leave it over there in the corner, or you want to pick it up and wield it, there's two different things. And that's completely up to you. But like any and everything here is meant to be understood. It's meant to be focused. It's meant to be harnessed, especially in its proper context. Society cannot be fixed. That's not what we're here to do. The real issues with society, we would never even address because we know that there's no changing it. How do we acclimate our emotion and our cognitive dissonance into something that serves us best, right? So I want to say that ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? And ignorance is bliss at the same time. The magic is truly, as always, in the middle. Thank you for the space. Thank you for the feedback to everybody in the chat, to everybody who was able to join us today. I appreciate every last one of you. Happy birthday to Ronan, my brother. We love you and we appreciate you and everything that you bring. And we so look forward to more of that energy in this current year. Love, peace, and power to you, Indy, to you, Soraya. And I hope to see you again in the following week. And enjoy. Let's eat something. I hope y'all ate, man, because I'm starving.
Well, thank you, brother. Thank you for sharing your beautiful heart. Thank you for bringing your passion and for being genuine. That's something I respect and I love. I love people being straight, being real. It's beautiful. And I hope you're going to have an absolutely amazing rest of your day. All of you. And I'm honored to have this beautiful group of people here sharing this beautiful space. And maybe we should all do a group call with Ronan tomorrow. What do you think?
That sounds fun.
Hey?
Should
we make it happen? I'll reach out to you as well.
I wanted to thank Lieber Lamb and Jeremy too. I forgot about them.
I reckon Ronan needs a good old singing at him. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Good old fashioned singing. What do you say?
Oh, yeah.
By all means.
You guys better stay up late tonight and practice, man. I want perfect key. I want everything in key. I want you to harmonize. I don't know if indie is don't everyone try be falsetto, like that's cheating. You know, I want the full I want the full everyone choose their key and harmonize.
Okay, so that's it. I'm going to be on your cases tomorrow morning. Back at dawn. What time you guys wake up?
9.
Call him out of his bed. Thank you.
No, well, okay, so Ronan will sleep in a bit. It's his birthday, to be fair. Well, you're an early bird, Ronan.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty early, but yeah, man. I don't think I'm going to be on the clock tomorrow. I'll be off the clock. There'll be no clocks for me. If you want, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll make a plan of getting hold of you and tracking you down. You can't do group calls on Telegram, can you?
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, man.
You can add other people to the call.
Oh yeah, you can make a group. Do a call.
Oh, you just make a group and then you make a group call.
Yeah, or you
we
already
can
have
do a group call on the round table. Okay,
yeah,
that's brilliant.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna make a note today. I will just now. Lovely. Well, thank you all. It's been absolutely wonderful, gorgeous. I hope you're all gonna have an amazing rest of your day. I've got all these red things popping up here. Apparently, this video is too long. Fascinating.
Oh.
We're like 5 minutes.
Dang. Well, Facebook's not having it on. YouTube just keeps going, which is pretty awesome. LinkedIn cool. Cuts out after 4 hours. Facebook seems like it cuts out. I never realized this before. Cuts out after how many hours have we been?
8.
8
okay,
hours and 7 minutes.
Yeah, we did 8 hours. I don't know how that
808.
Thank you, guys. Om Shanti. Thank you all that have been here enjoying the show with us.
Very good night.
What a wonderful crowd. Wonderful. We've got Sherry, Ramar. We've got Tony. Who else is here? Marley. Who's still here? Lady. I never know how to pronounce your name. How do you say that? Mincing Lake? Does that sound right?
Mincing Lake.
Mincing Lake. Okay, Mincing Lake. Thank you, all of you. You've brought beautiful energy to the zone, beautiful ideas, beautiful concepts. I was having a good giggle at some of the conversation. Bit of humor in there too. Blessings to everybody. Have an absolutely gorgeous day. And don't forget to torment and pester Ronan tomorrow for his birthday. We are definitely going to be all over that man. Sending you all so much love. Om Shanti. Don't forget to smile. Life's short. And don't let fear get in the way of you finding love. Because love dissolves fear. Big bless. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.